पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग বিন্ধ্য হিমাচল যমুনা গঙ্গা উচ্ছল জলধি তরঙ্গ তব শুভ নামে জাগে তব শুভ আশিস মাগে গাহে তব জয় গাথা জনগণ মঙ্গল দায়ক জয় হে ভারত ভাগ বিধাতা জয় হে জয় হে জয় হে জয় 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 হে.
Thank you. So as we are starting the program, so let's keep some basic housekeeping rule. So since we are assembled here to listen from the speakers who have come from all over the world and different parts of the country, so let's please mute all your mobile, and if you need to take a call, please take it outside so that it does not distract. And we all need to maintain silence. And in your kit there is a pad. If you have any questions, please ask as many questions as possible in the pad, and please circulate it to our volunteers we will take during the panel discussion. So in today's sessions we have three sessions. So the sessions one will be moderated by Dr. Arindam Chatterjee, who is the program director of Agriculture School and head of feed sales, Jaffa, India. And the second session will be moderated by Dr. Shivaji Dey, who is the founder director of Agrivet Research and Advisory Private Limited and director of Salimar Group of Companies. And the third session will be jointly moderated by Dr. Sejuti Kar, who is the program manager, Feed Safety Trau Nutrition, and Dr. Partha Das, who is the technical head from the Cayman South Asia. So to start the session, may I request Mr. Madan Maiti and all the dignitaries and speaker to please come on the dais and lighting the lamp. May I request Mr. Maiti, Mr. Samir Agarwal, Mr. Radhesam Roy, Mr. Parthasur, and all, Dr. Professor Purnendu Biswas, sir, and all the speakers, dignitary speakers, Mr. Sarogi, sir, and all the dignitary speakers, please come on the dais to light the lamp. Speakers, please come on the dais also.
गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्तु चतुराय गान प्राणाय गानान्तरात्मने
Please take your seats. Now, may I request to the audience?
We had development in the maize production also. In the maize production scenario, West Bengal in 2010 was the 0.4 million metric ton per year. Now it is achieved 2.8 million metric ton per year. Our requirement is only 4 million metric ton. And our government is committed within 2 or 3 years we should achieve 5 million metric ton maize production in our state for development of the poultry industry. And we think if we develop in the poultry industry in Bengal, in a take a place, in a remarkable place and destination of the poultry in India, in Kolkata, so we should be technically sound. Our farmers, our managers, supervisors, our doctors, our technicate, all should be the required for the technological upgradation in every year. For that, we have launched the NovaCon. This is the second edition. Next. This is the graph scenario of the production. This is contributing figure of our state. Now West Bengal, now the highest per capita consumption of egg presently. Our requirement per day is 4.3 crores of egg. We are not only think about the production, we are very much concerned about the growth of the consumption. Our government, AD department and federation every year successfully observe the World Egg Day and National Chicken Day for the increase of the consumption of the eggs and chickens. And thanks to the all present in the hall for today, full day, discuss about the technological upgradations which is required for the development of the poultry. And you are already all are aware. Tomorrow our fair will be the open for the public, and today evening 6:30 the fair will be open in this hall, same hall, and 8th will be the Pan India Boiler Coordination Committee meeting will be held in Austin, and in 9th we have holding a meeting with the Government of India for compartmentalization training seminar. This is the short introduction about this fair. I hope 4 days all will be enjoyed with a good environment, and in any complaints arise, please note it to us for rectification of the coming year. Once again, thanks to the all for journey from the long away in our fair, and support to all rounds in all way to our West Bengal Poultry Federation for sustainable development of the poultry sector in West Bengal, and help to us for a destination West Bengal, destination Eastern India in poultry sector in a coming growth, high growth rate of the poultry. You are all aware where the egg production in West Bengal is 20.1%. The second is there below 10%. We have a very high growth rate in egg production and very high growth rate in the broiler production. Thank you to all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Maiti. So with this, we will now officially start the session 1. So may I invite Dr. Arindam Chatterjee to please take it forward for the session 1. Dr. Arindam Chatterjee, please.
Thank you, Kaushik. Good morning, a few ladies and gentlemen. To be precise, 8 ladies and a lot of gentlemen. A wonderful welcome to all of you to NovaCon, the second NovaCon, and we are going to have the 10th Kolkata International Poultry Fair from tomorrow onwards. So this session, we are going to have 3 speakers. We have a little bit of change in the schedule. I'll keep you posted on that. Few ground rules I have been warranted to be repeated. One, kindly cooperate by keeping your mobile phones in mute mode, and I'm sure you'll do that. And secondly, to all the speakers, we have a request. Please stay within the given time of 30 minutes, and we have a timer for you over here so that you can monitor yourself. With this, let us kick off this session 1. And to be very clear with you about the objective, this session dwells a lot around future. If you look at all the 3 sessions which has been planned and with a bit of rescheduling, this session takes a lot of learning from the past and dwells around future. And the first speaker in our session comes as a technical expert, Dr. Andreas Hermann, who is a global avian veterinary research technical services from Boehringer Ingelheim Animal Health, France. Dr. Andreas will take us through the conventional vector and immune complex. His presentations for today. I'd like to welcome Dr. Andreas.
Please. The first speaker of NovaCon is Dr. Andreas Hermann. Dr. Andreas Hermann has studied veterinary medicine at the Wait University in Hanover and was certified in Germany as veterinary poultry specialist. Having worked in poultry business since 1993, he has worked in the technical and marketing service avian at Mariel for the region Europe, Middle East, Africa, and in the global avian veterinary technical service at Mariel. He is a member of the World Poultry Science Association, the World Veterinary Poultry Association, and the American Association of Avian Pathologists. Please give a big round of applause and welcome Dr. Andreas Hermann to deliver his speech.
All right. Good morning, everybody. On behalf of Boehringer Ingelheim, I would like to thank the organizing committee for this opportunity to be here in this nice event and to share with you some update on control of Gumboro and especially referring to the type of vaccines to be used. Now, in order for saving time, I go ahead quite fast now. Now, there are different measures to be taken for control of Gumboro disease, like biosecurity, cleaning and disinfection, management can help a lot, hygiene, flock management, etc. And very important also is the vaccination, of course, right? But it's not the only tool to be taken. Now, when it comes to vaccination, all of you know that we have different type of vaccines present in the country, and which is on the one hand the live and inactivated vaccines. All of you know them. Then we have the more newer type of vaccines with immune complex preparations, and very recent it is the vector vaccines based on HVT serotype 3 Marex virus as a vector. I will give some more details on this different type of vaccines against Gumboro disease. Now, the first generation is the classic live modified Gumboro vaccines. And we have here a graph showing how this type of vaccines are basically working. We have different time points where we can use the vaccines. the live vaccines depending on the level of maternal antibodies. Intermediate live vaccines we are typically using a bit later compared to intermediate plus live Gumboro vaccines, which we can use earlier because they are more invasive. But still, whatever we do, whenever we use these vaccines, then field virus always has the option or possibility to infect chickens earlier as soon as maternal antibody titers are low enough. So what means this at the end, which is that we have a kind of gap of immunity between the decline or insufficient protection by maternal antibodies and before a live vaccine can induce a protective immunity by development of protective antibodies. And so we have here a door open during which the field virus can infect the birds. Sorry, that's the... Okay, so I was mentioning that we have different type of live vaccines. So the mild, intermediate, intermediate plus, or hot live Gumboro vaccines, all of you know them. They are different in respect of their invasiveness. Yeah, they are different. But with the point, I have to go here. Thank you. So they differ in their invasiveness depending on the level of attenuation. So the higher the invasiveness is, and I refer here to intermediate plus or hot Gumboro vaccines, the earlier they can be used to immunize birds in the presence of maternal antibodies. But unfortunately, this higher invasiveness is also related with some more ability of the birds to damage, particularly the bursa tissue, and this is then relevant or representing immunosuppressive effects. The use of intermediate plus and hot vaccines is only recommended for the broiler birds, not before 12 days of age, so after 12 days of age. And then also we can consider to use first intermediate live vaccine as a priming vaccination before using intermediate plus or hot vaccines. This is somehow reducing the damaging effect from these more invasive, more aggressive live Gumboro vaccines. So intermediate vaccines are considered being safe and they can be used eventually from day old onwards. When we use intermediate plus vaccines, it is not recommended to use them for more than 3 cycles. I will highlight this then later. And important for the live vaccines is always to choose the right age and day for vaccination relative to the maternal antibodies in the birds. Otherwise, we will not be able to immunize the birds properly. Okay. So I'm highlighting here again intermediate plus Gumboro vaccines because we see them in some countries quite frequently used, and they are really recommended to be used when there is an early Gumboro problem, particularly in the because of the presence of very virulent Gumboro field virus, and to use them in an emergency situation when sudden Gumboro problems appear. I was mentioning already that they shouldn't be used before 12 days of age, so after, in a little bit older birds. And they can be used once or twice in the vaccination program, depending on how the vaccination program is designed. Okay. They shouldn't be used for more than 2 or 3 production cycles in broiler, because otherwise we may expect to see more and more eventual field problems related to the use of these intermediate plus or hot live Gumboro vaccines. These type of vaccines are not recommended to be used in commercial layer or in breeder because these are too sensitive birds and they have to live a long life. And we want to preserve the immune system of the birds. So how to use then a bit more in detail the live vaccines. The intermediate vaccines have a breakthrough titer in maternal-derived antibody titers in the chickens at 125 to 250 approximately. So we have to wait a little bit until the maternal antibodies come down before we can properly immunize the birds. But these vaccines are quite safe, are less effective in terms of presence of maternal antibodies in young birds, contrast to intermediate plus vaccines, where the breakthrough titer is higher at 250 to 500 ELISA units. So we can vaccinate the birds earlier, but unfortunately they are less safe, but they can immunize and work effectively earlier in the birds. So the problem with interference with maternal antibodies is affecting the onset of protection with these live vaccines, which is then eventually delayed. We may have a problem with bursal damage, consequently immunosuppression, particularly when we use intermediate plus or hot Gumboro vaccines. And we have also, this is in the past years, more and more reported a risk of mutation and a recombination between the field virus and the vaccine virus. This was particularly observed with these intermediate plus or hot vaccine strains. Now I would like to go for the next level of, or next generation of Gumboro vaccines, which is the immune complex vaccine. Here we have now the opportunity with these vaccines to do the vaccination a day old in the hatchery. So no field vaccination anymore. And the principle is here quite different, but we still have a gap of immunity because, again, it takes some time for these vaccines to induce a protective immune response. Immune complex Gumboro vaccines are based on a formulation with a balanced mix of live Gumboro vaccine virus, typically is the Winterfield 2512 strain, mixed with polyclonal Gumboro antibodies. The target of this formulation is to find the right balance in order to have an acceptable safety and efficacy, immunogenicity of this type of vaccines. And this was demonstrated and published as well. So here we have delayed replication of the Winterfield 2512 strain when it's given as an immune complex compared to the nude Winterfield 25 virus alone, right? So there's a difference in the speed of replication. It is delayed when this virus is complexed with antibodies. And we can see that from day 8 onwards in comparison to the nude virus, which is replicating much earlier at day 3 already. This immune complex virus will be then maintained in dendritic follicular cells, antigen-presenting cells, and starts then replicating at a later age with the decline of maternal antibodies, which does allow to replicate the virus. So we have then also less bursal atrophy, less lesion with the immune complex virus compared to the nude intermediate plus Winterfield 2512 virus. So somehow it's a bit more safe compared to the Winterfield 2512 as a nude intermediate plus virus given to the very young chickens. But nevertheless, we have a damage to the bursa, and we have an immunosuppressive effect. So this is a problem what we have with this classic live Gumboro vaccines, as well as the immune complex vaccine, a dilemma between good safety, good efficacy, less good safety, and very good efficacy. It's not a good balance. So this is why since many years we have this interest for a vaccine which is better in respect to a good safety efficacy balance. And here we come now to the 3rd generation of Gumboro vaccines, the HVT vector vaccine. That's a completely different concept. We have here classic HVT serotype 3 Marex vaccine virus, which is used as the vector with an insert of a VP2 gene coming from a Gumboro virus, which is inserted in the gene, in the genome of the Marex serotype 3 HVT virus. The result of that is that we also give this vaccine a day old in the hatchery, sub-Q or in ovo vaccination, and then independent from maternal Gumboro antibodies. This vector vaccine starts replicating very fast, and we do have a development of antibodies already very early during week 1, week 2 of life of the birds, with the consequence that protective antibodies against the VP2 of the Gumboro virus are never going below a protective threshold. We have these good titers as maternal antibodies, and then the vector vaccine is inducing these VP2 antibodies as well, and always the titers are staying high and fall never below a level which is not protective. So with this, we can close the immunity gap. So that's something very important and makes it very different how vaccine is working and how we can approach control of the Gumboro problem. So when this HVT vector is replicating, as you can see here in this graph, a new HVT vector virus is produced during the replication, but also the VP2 protein originating from the Gumboro virus, which is produced based on the VP2 gene insert, and the chicken's immune system is producing antibodies against this VP2 protein, and these antibodies are protective. So in consequence, with the HVT vectored IBD vaccine, we have a win-win solution for controlling Marex as well as Gumboro field virus, right? Marex field virus as much as it is possible with an HVT, right? Of course, for long-living birds, we would need SP1, for example, what you use here. So SP1 plus HVT vector vaccine is also then together a very good tool to control Marex in long-living birds. The beauty of such an HVT vector is, as I mentioned already, it's not sensitive to maternal antibodies. It's inducing a persistent immunity because the HVT stays, it's replicating lifelong in the chickens, always inducing antibodies. We do the early vaccination at day old, no field vaccination necessary anymore, and it's very safe. It has proven for broad efficacy, and it is not transmitted from chick to chick. This is another safety aspect. Now, coming back to safety, highlighting more on that, we have doing tests, and you see here the vector HVT IBD vaccine, which doesn't do anything in the bursa. The bursa stays nice, like in the normal not vaccinated birds as control, so there's no difference. In contrast to live or immune complex Gumboro vaccines, which cause variable levels of lesions in the bursa as assessed by histopathological examination. And especially the intermediate plus or immune complex vaccine, those with the red star, cause more severe measurable histological lesions in the bursas, which is corresponding with immunosuppression. And this is something what we do not like, and especially not in layer and breeder birds, because it's impairing the development of the birds. Now, that these vaccines, this HVT vector vaccine is inducing a very good immunoresponse and seroconversion, and a lasting seroconversion was demonstrated. Here we have IBD antibody titers measured in the SN test, very good protective level, always maintained in the birds. Maternal antibodies declining, but not going completely down, staying high. And here we have the effect from the HVT vectored IBD vaccine. And the lasting effect was shown in layer-type birds up to more than 64 weeks, so that we have always good antibody levels. When we use ELISAs, we also can monitor by this antibody titers induced by the vaccine, not by the classic IBD ELISA, which is primarily detecting VP3 antibodies. This can be done with specific ELISA able to detect the VP2 antibodies. There are actually 2 ELISA kits in the market which can do that. And you see here broiler receiving the HVT vector IBD vaccine staying high with the VP2 antibodies in this study, in comparison with, this is intermediate plus live Gumboro vaccine. And here, similar situation, HVT vectored IBD vaccine blue in comparison to immune complex vaccine. So the classic vaccine, Gumboro vaccine and immune complex vaccine, here we have the real drop in antibody titers, which is not the case with the immune complex vaccine. Here the antibody titers stay always high and the birds are protected. Now, we were not only assessing the situation with zero response and antibody titers, we did it also by challenge studies. And here you see the results, early challenges at day 7 in birds receiving the vectored HVT IPD vaccine. At day 7 already the birds were completely protected against classic virulent Gumboro virus challenge. At day 7 also very good protection against variant Gumboro virus challenge. And here 21 days, a good protection against very virulent Gumboro virus challenge, right? So really early onset and clinical protection against various Gumboro virus in challenge studies. That's a study I share with you done in the Netherlands, where the HVT vectored IBD vaccine was compared against immune complex vaccine. Both were given a day old. At 28 days, the birds were challenged with a very virulent Gumboro virus. And then at 28 days, the situation, so before the challenge, the situation of the bursa was assessed by histopathological examination. There was no lesion to be observed in the birds receiving the vector vaccine, but all those with the immune complex vaccine had severe lesions in the bursa indicating immunosuppression. And this is what you can see also then when you look at the bursas. In the birds receiving the vector vaccine, the bursas were nice, big, well preserved, and those which have received the immune complex vaccine, they had also small bursas, atrophied bursas, and so you can imagine the immune system is here really impaired. There was no mortality observed or clinical signs in any of the vaccinated groups, whether vector vaccine or immune complex vaccine, but of course, as you see, the bursas were affected 10 days post-challenge very strongly in the group receiving the immune complex vaccine plus the challenge compared to the group receiving vector IBD vaccine. They were much better protected against the challenge. So now this preservation of the chicken's immune system by the HVT vectored IBD vaccine and less damage to the bursa is supporting the activity of the immune system. And this we can see also that the birds respond better to various other vaccinations, including Newcastle. So that's a study where a group of chickens received the vector IBD vaccine. A control group was here. And it was clearly observed the group with the vector IBD vaccine developed better Newcastle antibody titers compared to the controls. So this helps to make your vaccination program working better. In conclusion, when we compare the live, the immune complex and HVT vector IBD vaccine, we have with the immune complex and vector vaccine the option to use it in the hatchery and no field vaccination anymore. Only with the HVT vector vaccine, we really can close the gap of immunity. And the birds are overall much better protected all the time, from very young to older. We have no immunosuppression, which we have with live or immune complex vaccines. We can use this vector vaccine in broilers and pullets. We cannot use intermediate plus or hot live Gumboro vaccines or immune complex vaccines in the pullets. This is not recommended. And when we want and target also control of Marek's disease virus, this is something what we can do, of course, with the HVT vectored IBD vaccine. Now I share with you some experience in the field, and especially here from India. And these are results from a trial done by my colleagues here from Boehringer Ingelheim in India. And they were monitoring broiler flocks receiving either HPT vectored IBD vaccine or intermediate plus Gumboro vaccine. And we see here very clearly that the bursar lesion scoring in the birds receiving HPT vectored IBD vaccine is very low. So the bursars are not affected. They are very well, in contrast to those flocks receiving the intermediate plus vaccine. This is corresponding with a very good bursar body weight ratio in the birds receiving the vector HPT IBD vaccine, and consequently, the immune system is working much better. And overall, the protection against many other health problems has improved. This is something which is then translated, and you can see during monitoring, because due to the fact that parameters of flock performance are improving when using the HPT vectored IBD vaccine. So the body weight can become eventually better, but is normally what we expect. Same days of racing, then body weight, body growth is becoming better. Feed conversion rate is improving. Very often mortality is becoming lower, so that at the end of the day, the production index or the production number is also improving. This is resulting finally in lower costs of production. That's something very important. So you make your broiler production more efficient. So this is one example from a field trial comparing HPT vectored IBD vaccine against immune complex vaccine. Then here's another example comparing HPT vectored IBD vaccine again with immune complex vaccine and vector ND vaccine. And again, we see here improvement in body weight development, lower feed conversion rate, less mortality. Finally, the production index is also very much in favor, better in favor for the HPT vectored in vaccine. And once more again, a demonstration that the cost of production is less when using the HPT vectored IBD vaccine. Another field trial comparing the HPT vectored ND vaccine against immune complex vaccine in a heavy disease challenge area. And here again, we see an improvement of the different parameters of flock performance, resulting finally in, again, lower cost of production, right? Now, last two slides I want to share with you is about field trials. I can share with you a lot of what we have from various countries, but this is maybe of particular interest. It was recently done and in Asia, and we were communicating that at the WVPA Congress in 2019. In Asia, we have customers there which produce broiler for KFC, for example. So KFC is requesting a specific size of the carcasses. They want to have cuts, so wings and legs and breast of a specific size and weight. So this was then examined. What is the effect of the HPT vectored IBD vaccine on this production parameters requested and needed for supply to KFC? And the result was that using the HPT vectored IBD vaccine, the uniformity of the flock was very much increased. So the birds were much more on the same size and weight of the body at time of marketing. Now, in many of the studies what we have been performing, we have seen that the body weight development was increasing. So the birds were at the end with the same period of growing, they became more heavy. Now, if you have a target body weight, you can then stop growing 1 or 2 days earlier, and the birds can go for slaughter or can go for marketing. So also you reduce eventually the rearing period or the growing period of the broiler because they reach the body weight earlier, right? So this is one of the aspects here which we can consider. Now coming back to this Asians trial, so the uniformity is improving, so the farmer is better able to meet the requirements in terms of carcass weight and part size, as it is requested by KFC in this case. So this means that also the recovery at the slaughterhouse is much improved, more saleable parts to KFC. And this all in favor for the birds having received the HVT-vectored IBD vaccine. Those which have received the standard vaccination program were less able to have this, how can I say, performance advantages. Oops, and now? Okay, oops. Okay, so here the economical advantage was very obvious for the farmers in Asia. So now we can summarize and conclude the HVT-vectored IBD vaccine is really strongly supporting the integrity and proper function of the immune system. Here I have many, many other data which I could share with you in another occasion, how this vaccination is improving response to various other vaccinations. We have a good protection against the detrimental effects from viral and Gumboro field virus challenge as well as Marek's challenge, right? The vaccination is supporting the efficacy of other vaccinations, I mentioned that, and especially we have seen a positive effect on better control of respiratory infections. And then, of course, especially when it comes to broiler, the performance is really improving, and all the different parameters which are listed here can become better. At the end, I have, when I calculate a production index, I have much better result, including less contamination at the slaughterhouse, so more yields, more saleable meat or parts. And when I then calculate the economical outcome, I have a real benefit and less cost of production. With this, I'm at the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attendance. And I'm ready later on to answer your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Andreas. Thank you twice, one for such a wonderful and insightful presentation, and the second thank you is for finishing perfectly on time. So from the audience, if you have any questions for Dr. Andreas, would like to ask him to stay back. Yeah, you have a question. Can you please forward the mic to him? Yeah, doctor.
Hello, I'm Dr. Arvind, representing the Indovax. So you said that the recombinant HPT vaccine is a better vaccine, right? But that is giving only the antibodies. They're the first thing. It is not invoking the CMI, which is also important. That's the one thing. Second thing is that you have to use the cell-associated HVT, because you cannot choose the cell-free, because most of the poultry having antibodies. So the logistic is an issue. And also, the HVT virus takes a longer time to grow. So therefore, the expression of the antibodies, expression of the protein resulting into the antibody will be delayed. So as you say, that's a narrowed down. I'm not sure, because HVT grows slowly. And another point that I would like to say is that the three components of the immunities are important for IBD. One is the meta-antibody. Then the one very important thing which we get with the live virus is the competitive exclusion of the field virus when the vaccine virus is colonizing the bursa. And in case of immune complex, there is proliferation of the follicles, resulting into much robust immune response that you don't get when you use the recombinant vaccine. Thank you.
All right. So thank you very much for this question, which is basically very interesting. And it's a question of value because that's something what we are asked quite frequently, right? So, yes, it was considered for many years. Always when we had in the past only the live vaccine, we were thinking, okay, antibodies are important, but cell-mediated immunity is also important. But this is not correct. We have been learning that antibodies, VP2 antibodies, are the very important principle of immunity and protection against Gumboro virus, because these VP2 antibodies have a virus neutralizing effect, a very strong, and these are the only ones neutralizing the virus. Okay? So if I have enough of these VP2 antibodies in the chicken, these VP2 antibodies are able to catch the Gumboro field virus when traveling in the chicken's body to the bursa. So it will not reach to the bursa. We have done studies where we were able to show that the challenge virus is not reaching to the bursa in vector HVT IBD vaccinated chickens. So really, they are protective. They are neutralizing the virus. So this is something what we cannot achieve with a live Gumboro virus or vaccine, because the onset of this VP2 protective antibodies is quite late. In chickens, this is coming up at 35 days approximately and later. So this is why this idea, we go in with a live vaccine virus and we compete against the field virus, is old-fashioned. This is what we have done in the past, because that was the only way, only possibility what we could do. The problem is here, efficacy of the vaccine in the presence of maternal antibodies, or is the vaccine too aggressive, too invasive, and damaging the immune system? Because you have seen all the live vaccines cause some more or less strong damage to the bursa, which we can measure by histopathological examination. This is not the case at all with the HVT vectored IBD vaccine, and this in consequence is a wonderful safety aspect. This vaccine is not doing anything with the bursa, and there's no need for that, because it is inducing protective antibodies very fast, very early, in week 1 to 2 already. And the birds are protected, as it is demonstrated by challenge studies. Okay? So we have to change our thinking about how we can control Gumboro field virus with this new technology, okay? Which has nothing to do anymore with the old-fashioned way, thinking about we have to race being first with the vaccine virus before the field virus can come. This was the old way we were working, right? But now with the HVT vector vaccine, it's a very different kind of vaccine which allows us to apply a different strategy. We go only for inducing protective antibodies, and we know that these antibodies do the job, and no need anymore to go in with the live virus. This has also the advantage not only that we protect much better the immune system of the birds, it has also the advantage that apparently we are reducing the risk that our vaccine virus may recombine with the field virus. And when you monitor, when you follow what is published in the recent years, there is more and more recognition and detection of chimera virus in various countries around the world, which is a recombinant virus between vaccine and field virus. And nobody knows what this virus is really doing, how they behave in the field. And we are scared about it, right? Because we don't know what will be the future evolution of this virus. So when using an HVT vectored IBD vaccine, we not only protect the birds very well, we not only preserve the chicken's immune system very well, get more benefit from many other vaccinations and better performance, we also exclude because there's no direct interaction. We exclude this risk of recombination with the field virus. I hope this answers your question.
Thank you, Dr. Herman, for explaining. And for the paucity of time, we'd like to take on the other questions during the panel discussion.
Okay.
If you may.
Thank you very much.
And we have received a question from Dr. Sumanta Das. With your permission, we'll take you during the panel. So thanks for your patience. We have a small announcement. As per the schedule, our next speaker was supposed to be Dr. Uday C. Patel. Because of some medical situation, he's not able to attend. He has expressed his regret. We convey this to you. So we'll take it forward. We'll go to the next session. And before we do that, we pause for a minute and try to understand, because the whole conference, NovaCon, dwells around the theme of innovation conference. So innovation needs us to be a bit more forward-thinking, future-looking, and a whole lot of perspectives should come from future. Winston Churchill once said that a nation that forgets its past may not have a very great future. If I remember late 90s, in newspaper, there was one big statement from one of the then chief ministers of Andhra Pradesh, that history has no future. So there has always been a debate, how much lesson we can take from past, how much we should dwell on our present, and what lessons can we convert and translate into the future potentials of business. In poultry, we always believe that future belongs to those who believe in the power of dreams. So to talk about past, present, and future of poultry, we have industry veteran over here, Mr. K.G. Anand, General Manager, VH Group. I request, sir, to please address the audience.
Our next speaker of NovaCon is Mr. K.G. Anand. Mr. K.G. Anand is currently occupied in the role of General Manager in Venkateshwara Hatcheries. After his MBA from IIM Ahmedabad with a specialization in agriculture management, he worked 6 years with Novartis India Limited and 6 years with NDDB with Oil Seeds Division. Subsequently, he joined VH Group in 1988 as Chief Executive of National Egg Coordination Committee, NECC, overseeing the operation of egg marketing and development throughout the country in coordination with poultry farmers, elected bodies of NECC. Currently, Mr. Anand oversees the business objective for the state of Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Orissa, West Bengal, Chhattisgarh, and northeastern states. Please give a big round of applause and welcome Mr. K.G. Anand to deliver his speech.
Very good morning to all of you, distinguished delegates, members in the audience, and many people who are my seniors, who are with me from the industry for the last 35 years. This topic that is given to me in terms of future, I think it should have been more of an interactive session, because I'm sure every one of you have ideas and the strategy for future. And what I would like to present is only points to ponder, and I'm sure in the panel discussion we can take it up as to what will be the future and how do we move forward. Can somebody tell me which is the one? That's one, right? Thank you. Okay. For the slides here, I've taken some of the statistics from DADF, that is Department of Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Fisheries, Government of India. They've published a report in 2023, wherein they talked about the figures. Some of the figures have been shown by Shri Madan Mohan Maiti. As they projected, currently the production of eggs in India is estimated about 138 billion, out of which commercial egg production is about 118 and backyard is about 20. The poultry meat is estimated to be around 5 million metric tons, while the total meat production is somewhere about 9.77. 51% of the total meat production is estimated to be from poultry. Uh, as per GOI, the figures sometimes they talk about third in world for egg production. Some statistics that talk about industry estimate that it's about second in the world for egg production. Numbers apart, we are there in the world map in the top three, and in the chicken we are about fifth, while the trade estimates to be about fourth. If you look at in terms of the value contribution to GDP, it's about 1,90,000 crores, and it is one of the most important segment of agriculture and allied subjects. This is one segment which is growing continuously over 7 to 8% for the last few decades, and has a potential to grow even in the coming decade by 7 to 8%. That's the reason I think government and the states, both the center and the states, are equally interested to see that the industry gets the required support and will be able to encash in terms of the value contribution as well as the employment generation. The per capita consumption, including the backyard production, is estimated to be about 101. And the chicken, again, the industry figures and probably the figures reported different places might differ, but somewhere around 4.5 to 5 kilo is supposed to be the figures. Sorry. The industry also generates employment. In fact, poultry is a great employment generator. There are about 25,000 layer farmers who are getting employment and more than 1 million broiler farmers across the country. The capacity range anywhere between 500 to probably in crores, in millions of placement by companies. There are about 30 million households, especially in the backyard, dependent on the income, either for subsistence or an income. The most important, especially for a country like India, is that the price of the poultry products. If you look at it, is the least increase in the last 3 decades. The consumption increase, if at all, whatever has happened, it has happened basically because we passed very little in terms of to the consumer. I will show you in terms of how we rate across the world. And because of poultry farming, the maize farmers and soya farmers got very good prices in India. Okay, if you look at 70s, the poultry was mere backyard activity where the productivity was very low. We're talking about 50x to 80x. And in terms of mortalities, were very high, ranging between 25% to 50%. And the country, if you look at it, was suffering from protein malnutrition, and there was stunted growth in children with high mortalities. And poultry was mere subsistence activity, and it was mere in terms of keeping the birds for meeting the home needs, or probably to make some special preparations when the guests come. So that was the farmer then, dependent on imports for DOC or vaccines. He had, the country itself had very low consumption effects, very small farms with very low productivity and inadequate infrastructure. If you look at then the production and the per capita, between 50 to 51, the per capita was about 5x for the country. After 10 years, 60 to 61, it increased only by 2x. These are the figures reported by DADF. And by 70s, if you look at, it was still ranging somewhere around 10. That was a time when Dr. B.V. Rao, our founder chairman, or is called as the father of modern poultry, saw the great potential in country to provide protein food and as well as provide employment in the villages. That we call him the father of modern poultry, the founder chairman of VH Group, and he was the one who revolutionized the poultry farming in the country. He brought in the technology. Basically, if you look at the other countries, they were more in terms of importing the technology from Western world and trying to adapt that to Indian condition, into their country conditions. Well, Dr. B.V. Rao felt that that adaptation is very crucial if in case you want poultry to grow in big numbers. So he brought in the pure lines. Then with that research also, he provided the entire package in terms of providing vaccines, in terms of providing technology, everything that is required, the breed, and that's where the poultry revolution took up in India. He brought in the entire gamut of activities, a visionary. He said there should be a breed, vaccines, equipment, the veterinary health services, the labs, all that was provided. And also he felt that farmers need to be provided with the marketing channels. That's the reason he felt there is a need for bringing farmer and trader on a platform. He created NECC. Through NECC, try to get better prices for the farmers. So he believed in the concept total poultry support. An entrepreneur who wanted to start poultry farm, if in case he comes to VH, they're providing all the service. I'm talking about 1970s onwards, and then that's where the change brought about, and that's where the numbers started growing up, and all the required services for poultry were introduced by him. Along with that, because of the adaptive research, there was a tremendous genetic improvement over the years. From 70s to now, the production of eggs in the breeds BV300, and in terms of the broilers, bringing on the FCR, making it more efficient. This was the reason why the cost, what was offered to consumer, was kept at a very low levels. Had the genetic improvement not happened, if in case we had to pass the entire cost to the consumer, probably the consumption could not have taken the rapid stride that it took in the last 4 decades. If you look at in the world, the egg prices for the consumer, India is the least. We are, any other country you look at, they are selling at higher price, including countries like Nepal, Pakistan, Bangladesh. India is a country even where even now also more than 1/3 population are on a poultry and who are price sensitive. We have to ensure that whatever the cost increases there in terms of feed price or others are absorbed because of the productivity gains, and to the consumer we were able to pass at the least possible price so that the consumption was happening at a rapid stride. Over the years, the production went up, as you can see, both in poultry meat and numbers, both in egg production. And if you look at today, both in layers and broilers, the segments are growing. Average about 5 to 6% for layers and about 7 to 8% for broilers. And if you look at in terms of technology, everything is readily available within the country. We don't have to import anything, whether it's vaccines or feed supplements or anything that is required for growth of our country. And the consumption is there across the country. And if you look at our country, the paradox is that more than 60% of people live in villages, small hamlets where the per village population is less than 2,000. In spite of that, the product is made available because the production is coming close to the consumption centers. And if the other countries nearby, where they're adopting the imported technology, they're not able to make the price for consumer at an affordable price. Well, in India, because we have all the technology available, we're able to give to the consumer the best possible price. And in spite of the climate and the feed practices being different from region to region, still the breed is adapted to Indian conditions, able to produce with the best productivity. This enabled farmers to use low-cost investment, open shed for the layers, and using the local feed and keep the cost of production low. And industry also acknowledges there is the constant support, guidance, and research that was available through the universities for improvement of productivity and getting the vaccines in time. After the change, we can see in terms of the per capita, because earlier to 70s, we were ranging 2x, 3x increase for 10 years. But in the recent past, the consumption has increased. This is again the figures of DADF over the last 30 years. And currently, it is estimated to be about 101 as a per capita. This is currently the production in the last years in different states, Andhra Pradesh being the leading. But I'll show you the major states which have the production. Andhra Pradesh with 20%, Tamil Nadu with 15%, Telangana is the third with 12%. The united Telugu state, that is Tamil Nadu and Telangana together, Telangana and Andhra together, we're having almost about 1/3 production, but with separation now, we have 20% in Andhra, 12% in Telangana, but we have West Bengal slowly growing at a rate, now 10% occupying in the country. Speaking specifically of these states, West Bengal still receives close to about, in the trade estimate, almost about 2 crore eggs on a daily basis to West Bengal and nearby states. And the other eastern states like Odisha, Jharkhand, Assam and Bengal, Meghalaya, all this together, there's a potential for the coming years to grow almost about 3 crore X in the coming year, in the coming decades. Similarly, in broilers, if you look at the growth pattern over the years, started with about 4 million way back in 1970. Last year, the industry estimated that about 500 crore broiler placement was done. And the potential is so good that in the years to come, I think the industry will continue to grow, average of 7 to 8%. If you look at in terms of zone-wise, the distribution of this broiler placement, the South India is about 12%. The Central India, sorry, it's about North India has about 11.5 crores. The Western India has about 8%. The Southern India has about 17%. Central India has about 2%. Overall, the country has 45 crore of placement, of which East India is about 8.5 crores. If you look at the distribution between contract farming to the regular farming, the contract farming is growing. Southern India is almost about 88% under contract growing and 12% in the open farm. In the north, the distribution is still about 65% to 35, 65% under contract farming and about 35% in open farming. But the trend is that it is changing fast, and in the years to come, it may probably the proportion of integration of contract farming may increase, and we may see in the coming 3 or 4 years, almost all over the zones, it is over 80 to 85%. Specifically to the east, the placement as calculated by industry, West Bengal has a total placement about 5 crores. Odisha is about 2 crores, Jharkhand about 75 lakhs, and Assam Meghalaya is about 1 crore 40 lakhs. Overall, the placement is supposed to be at 9.3 crores, of which under integration is about 7.3, and in the chick sale is about almost 2 crores. As far as the future now, if you look at India is a happening country where the GDP is currently estimated about 3.7 trillion and the growth is almost about 7%. They estimate that we should be touching 5 trillion by 26, 27. Surely, India and China are the two countries where growth will happen continuously, and we feel that by 46, 47, we should be somewhere around 30 trillion economy. It means with the money coming in, obviously, the first expenditure goes towards the food in terms of improving lifestyle, and we are in that sector, and food, especially chicken and eggs, are the preferred item which will grow. Our per capita consumption levels are still low. We are still only about 101, while the nutrition recommendation is about 108. With a population of 1.4 billion, every egg increase means you have additional production of 1.4 billion. And we feel that in the years to come, we will go close to the recommendation of nutrition. And if in case we are looking somewhere at about 180 eggs, and in terms of 11 kg, the future is very bright for the industry. And as you all know, because it's a huge employment provider, the governments both at the center and state are equally interested to see that the poultry, whatever support is required, they would provide. And especially because it comes in rural India, that's where I think everyone would be interested to see that whichever sector can provide employment, that should be supported. And poultry, therefore, we feel that it will definitely be the segment which will be supported at all levels for its growth. It's as you all know, our Prime Minister's slogan of doubling the farmer's income can come through poultry, because this is the add-on income for the farmer in agriculture, where the growth is there of 4% or less than that, while poultry is the one which is growing at 7-8%, should be able to add to that income, and doubling a farmer's income, poultry is ideally placed. We have still not touched the future in terms of the export potential. If you look at the world poultry export market, it is very huge. And as of now, whatever the production has happened, it is only to meet the domestic requirements. And in the years to come, I think India should be able to place itself as a major player in the export market. And like in Brazil, like the countries which are exporting huge volumes, I think India has a potential to become a major player in exports. The future, especially in the states in central India and in eastern India, is high because the consumption is already there, and the price differential between the present far-off production centers to here makes it very attractive for new farms to come up. And we feel that the growth, as Mr. Maiti was saying, in Bengal will be much higher. Maybe in the southern states it will probably taper off or it will be nominal growth, but in states like Bihar, UP, Bengal, Northeast, I'm sure the growth will be in double digits and it will be producing more. Even if the production goes up in the states, still the country need not worry in terms of what will happen to the traditional pockets, because when you have production coming in close to the consumption also grows up. If the per capita today is X number, by having more production available, obviously the consumption also will grow at a much higher rate. So both the existing centers as well as the new centers will have a healthy growth, and we feel that India should have high number coming in the coming years. The change that is there between the layers to broilers is that while layers has been predominantly by individual players, broilers it is more in terms of corporate farming. We'll have big corporates, conglomerates coming in with good capacity, probably having facilities in terms of processing, branding, and increasing the consumption, making marketing direct to the consumer. While in layers, probably it will be more in terms of producing more to the close to the consumption, having increased the consumption at the per capita level. After 2020, the COVID, we have seen that there's been steady and significant increase in consumption, especially from certain segments like Swiggy, Zomato, home deliveries, and the e-commerce. And probably these are because the doctors have also been recommending that protein is immunity builder. As a result, we find that good consumption and good increase is coming about from these segments. And probably the big players would be stepping into processing, and the new consumption will probably come from e-commerce. Currently, as I was saying, the individual farming is about 10%, while the future, if you look at, it might probably reduce from 10% to maybe 4%, but the corporates, which are currently at about 40%, is likely to go at 50%. Overall, I think between the MNCs and corporates, you will have a huge farming in broilers, close to about 85%, but the individual farmers and SME category might remain about 15% because standalone farmers are reducing in terms of numbers, and the growth, whatever is happening, will happen more in terms of integration. While this is the brighter aspect of it, but we also have to see what are the challenges in terms of poultry for the future. As you all know, the major challenge for this industry to cater to this growth would be the availability of corn. Currently, the total feed production is supposed to be somewhere close to about 45 to 46 million metric tons, out of which poultry takes in about 29 million metric tons. And dairy is about 12.5, and aqua is about 2.5 metric tons. For the future, if in case this industry has to get its requirement, our problem is that the availability of land, it is a challenge because most of the holding is with the small farmers having a small acreage, unlike in Europe, unlike in US, where probably the holding of the farmer is huge in terms of thousands of acres. Here, most of the farmers, especially growing cereals, are in the range of 2 acres and 5 acres kind of a thing. And there is a water shortage because what area is under irrigation is still very limited. We are dependent on Kharif for the corn, which is more than 70% of the country's production. And the acreage that is coming under irrigation for Rabi in corn is still very limited. And you have the impact of the climate and vagaries, because every second or third year you have monsoon not coming in time, or monsoon not adequate enough, or probably irregular monsoon. All this is affecting our yields and productivity. Uh, the country has still not decided in terms of introduction of genetically modified seed. We have mostly the local varieties giving very low yield. Now, the new challenge that is coming across for the industry is the government decision for using food for fuel. They have decided that to reduce the import bill, they would be diverting corn for ethanol. They have set a target of almost 10 million tons of corn will be utilized in the coming 5 years for ethanol. As you know that our production is currently limited somewhere at about 31 to 31.5 million tons as per the trade estimates, though the government says it's about 34 million tons. If in case government plan of diverting 10 million tons of corn for ethanol happens, then industry might face a huge shortage unless the production goes up. We have seen over the years the production of corn has not gone up as much as required. And if in case the cereal availability is limited, earlier at least we had alternatives like broken rice and jawar and ragi available for the industry, especially at least for the layers. Now we see the last few years, those are not available, and both layers and broilers have to depend on corn. If that is the situation for the coming years, it's going to be a major challenge in terms of availability of corn for the industry. Our productivity is still only about 2.8 tons per hectare, while the government says it's somewhere at about 3.4 based on the crop cutting experiments. Their estimate is that country is producing somewhere close to about 34. And while the trade estimate says somewhere about 30 to 31. Whether it's 30 or 31, the overall availability, the competing industries what are consuming corn, if you look at this, hardly any scope for meeting the future requirements. Our industry, if it's growing at somewhere between 5 to 7% of layers and 7 to 8% of broilers, requires additional 1 million metric tons every year. If in case we are consuming something like 16.5 million tons this year, we need 17.5, and in the years to come, every year we have to add on 1 more million ton. So we would need approximately somewhere between 24 to 25 million tons. And where will that increase be met in terms of production? And if you look at in terms of the procurement, because the season to off season, the major players are able to procure either because bank finance is available or through commodity finance. But the other players, or probably the individual players who have to purchase year round, they find that the difference between season to off season is quite substantial. If in case in the season you're getting somewhere at 21 around, in the off season the prices are going somewhere about 27, 28, making almost it is unviable. This year the prices have still remained in a range, especially for the corn. But if there is either monsoon delay or a failure, then the difference between season to off season has been substantial, making industry, especially the layer farmers, finding it difficult to survive. You have the competing industries who are also dependent on corn, who are doing well, be it exports, which is almost taking about 3 million tons. You have the starch industry, which is doing very well. Currently, I'm told they are consuming close to about 4 to 4.5 million tons. And you have the human consumption. I'm sorry, I need a little more time. It will take another about 5 minutes. The different industries which are consuming, as I put it, the poultry takes about 16 million tons, but there are other industries are also doing quite well. The poultry requirement currently is about 16 million tons, and I was saying it will take another 1 to 1.5 million. I've just projected for the future how it would go. We have taken some numbers in terms of what it is currently and how, if in case it grows at about 7%. So as you can see, both the layers and broilers together, if it's currently 16 million tons, by 2030, you would require something like about 22 to 23 million tons of corn alone. Soya or the protein, we are not so worried because you have the alternatives and soya is available. we are not talking about the price part of it. We are talking only mere about the availability of corn for this industry. As far as the protein is concerned, it might not be a constraint because we have alternate sources, and with the technology coming in, we may use probably things like rapeseed cake and others through fermentation technology. So protein per se is not a problem, but I've just projected in terms of how the requirement would be for the coming years. It will grow, but still we should be able to meet. The other challenges would be the emerging diseases where we need timely solutions. We have lack of skilled manpower for the industry, which we need universities and others to take it up for supply of the same to the industry. Very biggest problem in terms of getting approvals for new farms. I will just project you in terms of what are the different approvals required for starting a new farm, whether it is in down south or here. Starting a farm poultry would become very difficult because of the environmental and other issues and pressure from the local nearby village panchayats. So we have to see in terms of how to get all these clearances, whether we can influence the governments through some single window to get the necessary approvals. Increasing interference from the activists who put a lot of pressures in terms of the cage size, in terms of the pollution norms. So all this also would make it difficult for the growth as to how these new farms would be coming up in different areas. Even new states like UP and etc. are already feeling the pressure to these activist group. And the cost difference in terms of transportation cost between the present production centers to new centers, I'm sure there'll be issues connected to the pricing part of it. For instance, the eggs which are coming from coastal districts of AP to Bengal, or probably the Hyderabad to the UP, there'll be always need for interzonal coordination so as to get the right price for the new farms. These are the different approvals required. If in case one wants to start a new farm, the Gram Panchayat, the DTP support, I've given the list of all the approvals. So getting all these approvals, especially for a new farm in the new states, might not be that easy. But there's one way where egg consumption go up in a big way. The additional consumption can come through the PM Portion scheme, especially in the north and central India where it is still not introduced. In the southern, in most of the states they're giving, I've just listed out in AP, Telangana, Tamil Nadu and others. It's a big, for instance, in Telangana they consume almost about 17 crore eggs in a month. Similarly, you have in states like Bengal, Orissa and others, but still the numbers are small. If in case we can take up with the government, probably this can give us a good improvement in terms of consumption. And for the new farms. Okay, this is my last slide. I think another 2 slides. We need effective surveillance for the new disease challenges which are likely to come up time to time. We need to fast track process because we have been talking about vaccine approval for LP. It has taken more than about 2.5 years, still taking time. So this is where I think the coordination between government and industry need to be there along with the scientists. We also have to see in terms of industry feedback and the upgrading of the facilities, and probably the governments can help us by setting up suitable labs for feed testing and in terms of surveillance for the diseases. There is huge potential for exports, but for that again we need help from government in terms of setting up zoning for the poultry farms, because if in case you have to do big volumes like in Brazil and others, large areas need to be brought under zone, because currently what we're doing in terms of compartmentalization, it's only 1 or 2 farms. The volumes might not come in a big way, but if in case an area can be brought under zone, then maybe the in terms of larger volumes can be exported. I think some of the other issues in terms of what government can help us out in terms of the fund that they have, development fund, probably can cover for the new farms, for the new facilities in terms of processing facilities or feed mills, upgradation of facilities, and having the Animal Welfare Board clarify that poultry and fish are similar, because there are certain places where they're shutting down the retail shops, especially in Gujarat and others. Such things might probably create hindrance for our future. So we need that clarification and promotion effects by government for building immunity. The last slide. We need to have sufficient availability of corn for the future years. probably government can help us out by allowing us import of corn, at least either to ethanol industry or probably who export. For their similar volumes, they can allow for import of maize, the genetically modified varieties into the country, and effective surveillance and finding solutions and bringing poultry under zone, big zone, so that we can take up exports. And the government schemes, which is for development of poultry, will continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Anand, for a wonderful speech.
Sorry for overshooting.
Yeah, it's okay. I could manage. So I request the audience to please keep noting down your questions since we are a little race against time. So I'd like to take all your questions during the panel discussions, and I know you will cooperate with us. So great if you can send out your questions like what the last session Dr. Sumanta Das did. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time. And now we have a very important speaker over here, Mr. C. Vasant Kumar, the convener of Pan India Broiler Coordination Committee. I would like to request Mr. Vasant Kumar to come and put forward few words wishing the occasion. Thank you very much, sir.
Namaskar. All poultry dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and all my colleagues who are in the industry. We are here to attend this technical seminar organized by West Bengal Poultry Federation. See, this is a very important move which West Bengal Poultry Development Corporation has taken, because everybody cannot go from each corner to Atlanta or Hyderabad or other places. The knowledge is at the doorstep of the farmer. This is a very good move promoted by Mr. Madan Maiti and West Bengal Poultry Federation. This is a need of the hour. Because of this, wherever we have these seminars and exhibitions, the poultries have developed well. Now we are all coming to the stage. Each state is coming to the production of their own requirement, and dependency on other states is slowly reducing. So now poultry sector has to, egg as well as chicken, has to consider the marketing aspect. How do we sell our product? Where do we sell? And how do we go to the consumer directly? This is a very important factor which we all should consider. All of us are producing in numbers, millions of eggs and millions of chickens we are producing, but how do we market? As in Mr. Anand's presentation, he has explained that export is one of the market which we can encash on that. We should definitely look into this. For export, to do that, we need a lot of processing plants, lot of arrangements, and then we should exploit the market availability. Since Brazil is the main country, which is marketing all over the world, we should look into those things, and definitely we should go. And more of the seminars like this and exhibitions will give us knowledge, and definitely we all should look into this and then try to progress, not only in production. I humbly request all of you to seriously consider processing and marketing is the main factor which will definitely help us. There are a lot of margins now. Wholesale broiler chicken price is 100. It is sold at 240 rupees to the consumer. What is happening between 140? That we should see that where we can reach and how we can encash it. Even eggs are sold at 7 rupees or 8 rupees in the retail level, and farmer gets at 5 rupees, 50 paise or 6. These gaps we have to reduce, and we have to compulsorily concentrate on marketing, which will definitely help. And this is second time attending this exhibition. This West Bengal Federation under the leadership of Madan Maiti is doing a very good job.
to educate the farmers. And definitely, I wish West Bengal to progress in the incoming years also. And definitely, it will succeed in this thing. And maybe one day we will be importing from West Bengal to Maharashtra, West Bengal to Karnataka. Once your production comes, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me.
Sir, may I request you to please stay back? Thank you very much for a wonderful and motivating speech. Especially the last words has really won the hearts of people who are into layer farmings in West Bengal. Thank you. I'd like to call upon Mr. Maiti over the dais to felicitate Mr. C. Vasant Kumar. Ladies.
I think wherever there is a crisis or problem, I meet Madan Maiti, either in Delhi or in Pune or in West Bengal. We meet somewhere whenever there is a crisis. Let us hope that no crisis will come in near future, and let us meet without crisis also. Thank you.
Thanks, both of you. Wonderful gesture. I'd like to call upon the two reverend speakers of this session, Mr. K.G. Anand Kumar and Dr. Andreas. Dr. Andreas, may I request you to come over the stage? Yeah. We are open for the panel discussion now. We already have one question which was by Dr. Sumanta Das. Dr. Das, are you there in this conference hall? Dr. Sumanta Das? No, not the other one. Okay. In such a case, I will read out his question. Yeah. চেয়ারে দরকার ছিল দাঁড়িয়ে দাঁড়িয়ে Yeah. Mic. You have a question? Okay. I will give you the mic. So, excuse me, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Dr. Andreas, this question is for you. On behalf of Dr. Sumanta Das, I am just reading it out. For layer, what would be the Gumboro line vaccine schedule in drinking water, and what type of vaccine would you recommend?
Shall I sit or stand?
Yeah, please.
I stand up. Interesting question. Well,
Please take it closer to your mouth.
when you decide to use live Gumboro vaccines to protect commercial layer pullets against Gumboro problems, I propose to use live intermediate vaccine and to use this at 2 or eventually 3 different time points during the rearing, depending on the maternal antibody titers. This is always the difficulty when using live Gumboro vaccines for early immunization of birds. You have to consider the level of maternal antibodies, and accordingly you have to measure them and then to decide how you want to immunize which part of the flock. So with the first vaccination, you probably target 30 or 40% of the flock because maternal antibodies are low enough that you can immunize the birds with the intermediate vaccine. Then some days later, correlated with a decline of maternal antibodies, you're trying to catch another 30 or 40%, right? So then you are at 60, 70% approximately. And then, or maybe you are 80%. This is eventually enough, but not necessarily depend on the variation of maternal antibodies. So maybe you need to do another one in order to then finally to be able to reach all birds with the vaccine and to immunize all of them. So this is why sometimes we have 3 live vaccinations in the field. Now, this you can make very much more easy by using the HPT vector vaccine. That's the beauty of this vaccine. You need only to go for one single vaccination, the hatchery. Forget about all these maternal antibodies, forget about measuring it, forget about looking, deciding which is the right age and day for vaccination. With a vector vaccine, life becomes very easy for you. And you have good control about the on-the-go problems. So this is my short, quick answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Andreas. We have one more question from Dr. Susim Mukul Roy. May I request someone to pass the mic to him? Please, yeah. He's there. Please raise your hand. He can't identify you. Yeah.
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Andreas. Myself, Dr. Sushim from Genex Animal Health. So this question echoes with the same concept just highlighted by Dr. Arvind. So you have highlighted the importance of anti-VP2 antibodies as the highest correlates of protection, or probably the only role played in the immunity against Gumboro. But this is very interesting that when we studied in field trials, we could see the MDA in broiler chickens varying from 1,000 to 4,000 in IDXS ELISA kit, waning off somewhere between 14 to 18 days of age. The MDA wanes off. And we don't see a proper seroconversion before 30 days of age with RHVT, immune complex vaccines. So what do you think is protecting the flocks between this 14, 18 days of age to somewhere when we start seeing seroconversion beyond 30 days of age? So it's a large gap, and you are talking about only anti-VP2 antibodies protecting. So could you just clarify on this? And second part would be a follow-up on this after I hear your answer.
Okay. So thank you very much for this question. Very interesting. So what do you describe, what do you explain in terms of seroconversion, particularly for the VP2 antibodies from Gumboro virus, which we consider very protective? This is in line with some of the slides I was showing, where also here there is a seroconversion in chickens for these VP2 antibodies after live or immune complex vaccination, starting at approximately 35 days and later. Then we see the increase and popping up of these VP2 antibodies. So why is, nevertheless, we have the situation that we often have a clinical protection? This is because the live vaccine virus is present in the bursa, right? Clear, no question about that. Now, the issue here is that on the one hand, there is not enough target cells anymore remaining for a field virus to cause enough damage to make the birds sick. But the field virus still goes to the bursa, is infecting the bursal tissue, in addition to the vaccine virus which is present there. But the damage induced by the field virus is not enough to make the birds sick. Now we have to understand why become birds sick. Why do they die? They die and become sick because a field virus is damaging bursal tissue. This is inducing a storm of innate immune reactions in the infected chickens, and this is causing sickness and death. If we can reduce this damaging event or effect of a field virus, then the birds stay relatively healthy. But we have, of course, the immunosuppression. The immunosuppression to variable degree because of the vaccine, live Gumboro vaccine, and of course more severe because of the infection by the field virus. Okay? So this all we don't have when using the HVT vector vaccine. We have the VP2 antibodies, which are proven and demonstrated to be protective without having field virus reaching to the bursa or only to a low extent. Right? And then we have everything under control, plus no immunosuppression, with the consequence of many other positive things, better reaction on vaccines, other vaccines, better control of respiratory diseases, etc., better performance. So that's a very huge difference how a live vaccine works in contrast to the HVT vectored IBD vaccine.
Dr. Andreas, I am still not clear about it. I'm asking you that for our HVT vaccine, the seroconversion, active immunity is starting somewhere beyond 30 days of age. You can detect in the ELISA kit. So what is protecting this flock when the MDA has went off and the anti-VP2 antibodies due to vaccination is coming after 30? So it's a gap of, say, from 15 days of age to 30 days of age. So what is there with our HVT vaccine that is protecting the flock?
You talk about which vaccine?
I'm talking about recombinant HVT Gamboro vaccines. When do you think the active immunity is starting in with recombinant HVT
the immune
vaccine?
response in respect to development of VP2 antibodies I mentioned already for the HVT vectored IBD vaccine is during the first 2 weeks of life. It is not late. It is very early during the first 2 weeks of life, and you can measure that.
How do you differentiate the seroconversion between elicited by the vaccine versus the maternal antibody?
Okay. This is, of course, difficult in field conditions. You have two possibilities. The one is you vaccinate chickens without maternal antibodies at day old or during the first days with a classic vaccine, and then you monitor the birds. You see the difference in terms of seroconversion between the live vaccine and the vector vaccine, and the vector vaccine goes very fast. Now, with commercial birds, you go a bit different in an approach. You monitor the antibody titers, and you see the decline of maternal antibodies during the first 2 weeks, normal, right? But then it goes not further down. The antibody titer in the SN test or VP2 antibodies stay high week 2 and later. It does not decline further. In contrast to using live Gamboro vaccine or immune complex vaccine, where you see a further decline of these antibodies. A lot of them are then really close to zero, and then they come up later at about 35 days. Right? This evolution you don't see with the HVT vector vaccine. So this is when you do serological monitoring. In addition, we have done the challenge tests and challenge studies demonstrating a clinical protection of the birds against the early challenges.
All right, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Hamdan. Any questions for Mr. Anand from the audience? If not, may I ask a question, sir? Your presentation spoke about the past, present, and future of poultry. I'd like to understand from you, 10 years from now, when you look at poultry, what do you think? What kind of skills would the future workforce would require? Any highlight from your side on that?
I think I had one slide. I probably did not present. We have the shortage of manpower at all levels, right from the supervisor level to probably the veterinary services to the farm manager. And I think especially looking at the coming 10 years, where you have a lot of new farms coming up, the breeder farms coming up. Currently, maybe the productivity is not up to the standard or as per the breed potential. But because there are margins, maybe farmers are still able to manage. But in the coming years, the margins are going to be wafer thin. In that scenario, every farmer has to ensure that the productivity standards are as per the manual. If they have to do that, most important would be to have the skilled manpower at all levels. We generally believe that we are telling them and they're doing it, but in reality, that's not happening. At every level, there is a slippage. And unless you have the right people, unless they're motivated, unless they understand the work, we will not get the productivity. If you look at, probably take a survey, more than 50% of the farms are not really producing as per the standards. So we need that. For that, you have to have a qualified people. And I think institutes, either the universities or institutes like IPMT, have to develop people to give to the industry. This is a big challenge. At all levels, you don't have required manpower. And whatever the manpower is coming out of the universities, they're going more for the pharma industry or for the large animals. Not that many are coming into the poultry. I think we have to specially train certain set of people for poultry to meet the future requirements.
An additional question to that, like when it comes to skilling manpower for share trading, so the stock exchange and other traders, they have a program called RMS, Risk Management Skill Program, where they train the share traders how to manage uncertainties. You can't avoid uncertainty, but to an extent you can manage. Do you think for the future entrepreneurs of poultry, this kind of programs would also probably help how to manage uncertainties?
Yes, sir. Yes, very much. In fact, institutions like NECC and probably the broader coordination committees are trying to do the best, but the challenges are also that many more. I think every entrepreneur who is coming in must be made aware, because otherwise, expecting certain things and reality would be very different. Every year we're finding some new challenge will come up, whether in terms of price, whether in terms of disease challenge, or whether in terms of raw material price or availability. So the entrepreneur should be available all the risk involved in the business, so that he can prepare himself for the requirement.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for your answer. It helps. So we are at the fag end of this session, and it comes time for felicitation, these two gentlemen. So I'd like to call upon Mr. Amit Saraugi over the dais to felicitate Mr. Anand. Ladies. I'd also like to call upon Dr. Leena Boda to come upon dais. Yeah, for Mr. Anand. A big clap for the gentleman. Lean, Dr. Lean. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much. Allow me to give a memento to Mr. Anand. Thank you very much. So, over to Dr. Kaushik, 5 minutes before time.
Thanks, Dr. Arindam. So we won't let you go. Please be here. May I request Mr. Srinidhi sir, if you can please come up and felicitate Dr. Arindam Chatterjee, who has done excellent job to moderate the first session. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big round of applause for moderating the first round of session in this NovaCon. Can I have the mementos and the bouquets, please? Can we have a round of applause, please? Thank you, Dr. Arindam. Thank you, Mr. Srinidhi. So with this, we have come to the end of the first session. So we'll now have a quick tea break. We'll please, the tea is served outside. Please come back quickly by 12:30. We have a very interesting session 2 starting by 12:30. Please obey the time. We'll be here by 12:30. We'll start the session by 12:30 positively. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I told you this is not going to be right.
No, please, please. It will not be a very tough question, be assured. Just ask very small question without going or without revealing much of your technical, what should I say, that intellectual properties or intellectual information. If I ask you one small question that go back a couple of, maybe not a couple of decades, but at least 1 decade. And if I ask you a small question that Shivaji, how much DCP you used to include in a broiler feed formulation? Is it possible to answer to this question?
It used to be 12 to 15 kilos.
Okay.
Now we are using 5 to 6 kilos to
That is
begin
the
with.
question. That is the point. That is the important point, that Shivaji used to use 15 kilograms of DCP per ton of feed, and now he is using 5 to 6 kilograms of feed. So within this decade, so he has reduced DCP inclusion, dicalcium phosphate inclusion in the broiler formulation by almost 10 kilograms per ton of feed. At that point of time, Mr. Sarogi, I just want to ask you one question. Can you remember a small story that I used to visit you on a frequent basis when I was working with AB Vista, and used to say, Amit ji, aap isko use kariye. Just see that how much DCP you can reduce. And he used to say, okay, Dak Saab dekhenge. So that was the past. And now this is the present. Okay? So that was the past. No, sorry, I won't ask you any question. Sorry to bother you anyway. So that was the past, that we were afraid of using or reducing the quantity of DCP in feed. And now we are, in a bold way, simply reducing 10 kilograms of DCP in a broiler feed formulation. So this is very interesting point. So that was the past, and this is the present. So unless we know the past, probably we cannot land into the present. And if we cannot land into the present, how can we take off for the future? So this is the most important question. This is the most important point. And probably I will try to discuss something on this particular aspect. Now, it is, of course, accepted that we are passing through a transition phase. Transition phase means earlier the impact or the concept was to support the farmers through poultry farming. Just to support the farmers, because the farmers could raise some chickens, they can earn their livelihood, and they can run their families. But now the situation has completely changed altogether. There is a paradigm shift in the production parameters or the production criteria. Now it is not the sustainability or livelihood of the farmers only. It is something which is consumer-driven industry. The consumers are now driving the demand or driving the industry on what direction should the industry move. This is extremely important. This is extremely important. This transition phase, we are still in this transition phase, and now ultimately we are heading to somewhere where we are focusing on food safety. It is not the food. Mr. Agarwal is here. I know he is a very shy guy. But if I ask you a question that how much you are bothered about this particular point, that you are not producing feed, you are producing food for human beings. Do you agree with me or not? So please give a microphone to Mr. Agarwal. I just want to hear a couple of lines from him. That this is my point, that we are not producing feed. The broiler feed manufacturing industry is not producing feed, but it is producing actually food for the human beings. Mr. Agarwal, please. Do you agree with me or not?
Yes, absolutely. And the main thing is that when we used to introduce ourselves in the past, we used to say that we belong to the feed industry.
Yeah.
And now that when we introduce ourselves to people, we say that we are in the food industry. That is the biggest evolution that has happened so far as our industry is concerned.
Exactly. So this is the paradigm shift that we are observing. So now this chicken producing industry is not only a feed industry. Unfortunately, we see those poor chickens, our feathered fellas, waiting to be slaughtered in small cages in the roadsides. But that scenario will change altogether. I strongly believe that the days will come when we won't see those poor fellas waiting to be slaughtered in the roadside. Since the industry stalwarts like Mr. Agarwal he has confirmed that it is not the feed they are producing, but it is a food for the human consumption that they are actually producing nowadays. So as Mr. Anand was saying that there is lack of manpower, that is a very pertinent question. True, absolutely true, because there is a huge advancement taking place all over this industry. In every step we are moving from manual operation to automated operations. And every automated operation requires very skilled manpower. Unfortunately, we don't have that. Really, we don't have that. If anybody wants to disagree, he can disagree. I don't have any problem. But what I understand, I belong to a very small niche, very small niche. I do research, I interact with people. I'm really far away from what exactly industry is doing. But still, I am keeping myself abreast of what's happening. And true, I can really feel that there is a dearth of, or there is a scarcity of manpower, skilled manpower. You won't have enough of manpower to handle all these advancements which are happening in this industry. Now, there are some contradictions. The contradiction is, always we sometimes hear that, okay, the market is very bullish, we are going to have a huge compounded annual growth rate, something like 9% in the coming decade. But at the same time, this type of headings always hit the newspapers that the poultry takes hit from soaring feed prices, falling demand. That is a big contradiction, probably. Big contradiction. I don't know that how much reality is there in these figures or in these newspaper headings. But the fact is that we always see these type of contradictory statements in the media, in the newspapers, and whenever we are meeting with some people who are dealing with the industry, that on one hand there is a huge scope, there is a bright future, and at the same time there are some newspaper readings that poultry takes hit from soaring feed prices. This is true, actually. This is very unfortunate. But the fact is that there should not be any fall in the demand of meat or egg or any poultry products in the coming decades. Because the reason is unless we made our country completely vegetarian one. If that happens, very unfortunate. But the fact is, if that does not happen, in that case, the fact is that urbanization will keep on increasing. And if urbanization keeps on increasing, in that case, there will be a huge pressure on this industry to supply the meat, to supply the egg to the urban population. Because the young generation is really fond of this meat and egg and all these stuffs. So if it is so, then where from this supply will come? That is a big question. Where from this supply will come? Because the urbanization will consume the lands available for the poultry farms. There are always a lot of environmental issues, pollution issues. So many things so many hindrances are there that which are not actually very much conducive to the growth of this farming business. And moreover, the farming business, particularly this poultry farming business, does not look very lucrative to the young generation. Again, a disputed question. Anybody can disagree with me. But the fact is, if you ask any second or third generation entrepreneurs that whether he or she will be interested in running a poultry farm, probably the answer will be no. If the answer comes no, in that case, who will run this business? Who will run this business? And if this is the case, in that case, the demand will keep on increasing. There will be huge pressure on the supply side. And if that supply is not being taken care of, in that case, the situation is not to be very positive, I should say. Now, since nutrition plays a very big role in driving the profitability of this farming business, let us have just a small look at what exactly the nutrition requirements were or the performance levels were in 2007 and where does it stand in 2022. This is a statement from the Aviagen books, the ROS 308 requirements. So there is almost 12% improvement in the body weight and almost 13 to 14% improvement in the feed conversion ratio. On the contrary, if you just have a look at the requirements for the nutrients, you will find that there is not much change in the requirement levels except for some amino acids. This clearly indicates that this huge improvement, 10 to 12% improvement in body weight and feed conversion ratio is not a matter of joke, unless you increase the nutrient supply to the birds. Now, if there is this is happening, definitely there is a genetic improvement. I am not a man of genetics, so I don't know that what is happening inside. But the point is that there is a huge development in the genetic side. And since the genetics has improved a lot, in that case, definitely there is some device built within the birds which is capable of extracting more amounts of nutrients from a given feed. And if this more amount of nutrients are made available to the feed, to the birds, then definitely the bird is going to be increasing in their body weight and performance. So that is for sure. But the question is here that a very sensible feeding program is required. A very sensible feeding program is required to achieve that development. The development tend to achieve more than 10 to 12% of body weight and improved FCR by 10 to 12%. Unless we have a very sensible feeding program, then everything is going to be into a mess. The point is, this is a very cliche presentation, I should say, or cliche statements, I should say, that if I want to increase or meet the demands for the birds, then I have to meet the crude protein requirement. Unfortunately, if we try to meet the crude protein requirement just by increasing the level of crude protein in the feed, does it serve the purpose? Perhaps not. Perhaps not. Because if protein content is increased blindly without taking consideration the digestibility of the amino acid, then probably it is not going to serve any purpose. On the contrary, what is going to happen? That protein will be excreted into the environment, and if that environment is contaminated with excess amount of this excretory product, then that is going to add on to the pollution. So pollution is one of the biggest threat for this industry. So we cannot take any step which is going to add pollution to the environment. So this has to be kept in mind, and everything should be designed in such a way that pollution does not take place. Take an example of, say, calcium. I just want to ask one question to Madanda. He's a very senior person, heavily experienced. I just want to ask one question to Madanda, that you are running so many layer farms. Have you ever thought of the fact that how much of calcium is simply going out of the birds without adding any value to your hens? Just one microphone, please. One microphone, please.
You are 100% correct. That should be proper judgment and proper calculation is required. Use of the calcium. I think calcium, we are taking the source from the mines, and the very large quantity of calcium limestone used in the poultry, in layers and the breeders, boiler is minimized. I am 100% correct. The proper the calculation and proper the use of the ratio of the calcium, many percentage of the calcium going out by the liter. It is a economic loss. It is a loss and the good manure. It is a loss of the country and everything. So economic loss should be the main loss in this industry. We should thought about the use of the calcium, proper percentage and ratio. That should be need more work about it. I agree with you.
Thank you, Madanda, for endorsing my views. Because
yes, I'm agreed.
Yeah.
We also, by my personally, we also regular check about that matter. But I think there are so many work about the use of calcium in the feed.
Exactly. Actually, what Madanda has just said, I fully agree with this, because I did some random survey with the laying farms when I was working with the Amrit group. So we had a very huge layer farm, and there we measured the calcium quantity, calcium concentration in the excreta. Huge quantity of calcium was there in the excreta. We know that any source of calcium that we use doesn't get absorbed by more than 30%. So that means whatever calcium we are giving, only 30% is approximately 30% is getting absorbed, and almost 70% is going out. Now again a question to Shivaji, where is he?
And one I am adding for the layer farmers. Many of the layer farmers continue their formula month after month.
Exactly.
It is required change to every week for the situation, production, climatic condition, and the bird's age. It should be considered first. For that, mainly for that, more use of calcium unnecessarily create hazards to the birds' nutrition, hazards to the climate manure also.
Yeah. Now I just want to ask one question to Shivaji. Now, Shivaji,
I'll never come to your seminar
no,
again.
no, please. See, you are my junior, you are my partner, you are my good friend, and above all, you are a big shot in this industry. So what you say that matters a lot. You cannot disagree with me, at least on this point. Now, if I ask you, Shivaji, will you be in a position to formulate a laying hen diet for me with 3% of calcium? Will you agree?
3% of calcium at which stage?
Maybe say around 40 weeks of age.
It's a white layer or brown layer?
Hen is a hen. Okay, be it white layer.
Yes, I can.
Okay, fine.
Even lesser than that.
That's great. So that means here is the future. The future is standing here because he is daring enough to take this challenge that he can formulate with 3% of calcium, even less than that. How?
See, there are many ingredients and premixes which are also using limestone as a carrier. We don't consider that most of the time. We never consider organic calcium as a very essential source of calcium, or rather sustained release calcium. When we look into those aspects, we can be very confidently creating our diets at 2.95, 2.9, 2.85 levels also.
That's
And the ratios are very important based on the stage, based on the ambient temperature and the consumption of the bird. If it is having 110 grams or 115 grams or 105 grams or 102 grams.
Exactly. So the very important thing is that that's moving towards the future. It is not for the thank you very much. Not for the
You had a question. Thanks for saving.
Also by converting it into the particle size, like calcium, as you said. In chemistry, I'm from a chemistry background. I do not know more about this all.
Right.
But as from the chemistry background, I can say that in humans, what we used to do is that when you are considering any nutrition into humans, what we do is we convert it into the smaller size.
Right.
The molecules should be converted into the smaller size.
Right.
What we did was that when we used to give iron, firstly, primarily in 1980s, when we used to give irons, right? If you go with the simple zincovate, if the tablet you see zincovate, first of all, in milligrams it was been given. Now it is given in micrograms.
Exactly.
Right? First, that tablet was having the iron content into milligrams. Now it is having into the micrograms. So by giving the dosage is not the matter.
Right.
While giving and converting it into the absorbable matter, like if you convert them into the solubility of calcium is much more smaller. If you say in water it is insoluble, but when it is converted into the soluble way, then it is absorbed more. Then the concentration can be given lesser, and good amount of calcium can be absorbed with lesser quantity. Like you said, that what we can do to minimize the calcium amount and absorption should be better. This is the major fact we need to see into poultry, that to increase the metabolism, to increase the metabolism of inorganic molecules, you need to convert the particle size as much as smaller it can be possible, so that from micrograms, milligrams, you can come into micrograms.
Yes, of course. This is the most important thing actually. The most important thing is that how to increase the availability of any material.
Exactly.
Availability. Now to increase the availability, one of the factors is definitely the solubility. Unless you can make the material soluble in the digestive tract, it will not be absorbed properly.
Exactly. And what I have observed here is that when you are giving into the poultry calcium, when it is given just into the chelation value. We are chelating calcium and giving into the to the animal. Rather than chelating it and making it just soluble, you can convert it into the crystal structure, which is more absorbable into the veins.
Exactly.
Yes.
So that is the question. Actually, so here lies the future. The future means that we need to find out, or in fact, the research is already on to find out such sources which are more available, which are more soluble, and which are very important point is that which is more absorbed to the by the system. Now, why I was saying that these are more sensible feeding program is required. So just have a look at these pictures. The look at these pictures means the birds are simply begging something, and the second person is me. These are my legs actually. The birds were simply begging something from me. What was the problem? The problem was that the amino acids were not properly balanced. So the birds were in search of those amino acids. They were just simply picking up something from the litter. They were searching fanatically for those amino acids. Poor fellas, they cannot say anything. They can't say that I don't have this much. So when I was there, I was a messiah to them. That man has come. So ask for something. So it was my duty to find out what the problem was. And I could find out the problem by simply making a research that what was the problem with the ingredients. And I could find out that yes, it was a soybean meal. The soybean meal was stacked in such a way that the lower bags were simply got burnt. So the reactive lysine concentration was reduced to such an extent that the birds did not get enough of amino acids to support their growth. And so they were searching fanatically and asking, rather begging from me, that man, what you have done to us. That is the problem. So this is why I'm saying that a very sensible feeding program is required. And here lies the importance of a very good laboratory service. A very good laboratory service is indeed required, and this is the future which will actually govern the future of this industry. We need to be very much cautious about what exactly we are offering to our birds. And unless we know that this is exactly what we are offering, we cannot expect the birds will grow to their fullest genetic potential. Please remember one thing, these poor feathered fellows, they are very honest, very honest. They will simply reciprocate to what you do with them. You feed them properly, they will give you the return. You simply ditch them, they will simply ditch you. That's the point. And we have to keep these points in our mind. Okay, again to Mr. Agarwal. Sorry to bother you once again. Do you think that our feeding program feed production strategy is highly skewed? We are very much dependent on corn and soybean meal. If you don't mind, please.
I don't think so any longer.
Yeah.
Now we are more, accepting to experiment with newer ingredients, not only energy sources, but also protein sources.
Yeah.
And this has been mainly fueled by the increase in price of maize and soya.
Right.
So now it's no longer only a corn soya diet.
Exactly.
I think we have more experimental as of date.
Correct. So that means if somebody claims that our feeding program is highly skewed and based totally on corn and soybean, that scenario is getting changed. And in fact, nowadays, the nutritionists, the consultants, they are now dared enough to take a bit of risk. They are in a position to include some other raw materials and take that risk. So what I mean to say, I just want to ask you some question. Most of the answers are given by Mr. Agarwal, that if there is any plan B, if any of the ingredients go limited supply. As Mr. Ananda said, I should go back to that one. Yes, this alarm bell is ringing. If at all the scenario comes that a part of the maize goes for bioethanol production, then what is the future? And probably that is going to happen very soon, because it is a policy of the government that a good part of maize should be taken away to bioethanol production. So the farmers will be more interested in selling the maize to those sectors instead of selling them to that poultry industry. And if this happens, then what will be the alternatives? Let's say what the experts say. Yes, I can see the picture of Dr. Parthodas. I think he is here in the audience. So what he says, I have highlighted this one, that alternative raw materials, the unconventional raw materials, what we call as unconventional, they can be included in the diet subject to the availability, subject to the digestibility, and that, what should I say, the anti-nutritional factors. I can remember that, sir, my revered professor, Professor Vishwas, he used to work with one All India coordinated research projects on unconventional feeds long back in 1995-96. Am I correct, sir? So I'll just come back to that point. Now, if I would say that Partho was quite correct in this point, because here you see that variation in the digestibility of the unconventional protein meals, the variation in digestibility is quite high. If we consider soybean meal, it is something around say 2% or 1.5%. But if you consider the other protein meals, the variation may be as high as 10, 12, 13, 14, 15%. This means that if I consider a protein meal with 50% of digestibility or crude protein content, in that case, if it is showing a 10% variation, then its protein content may vary from say 45% to 55%. Unfortunately, if I get 45%, I am putting my flock into a danger. And if I am, fortunately, I am on a 55% lot, then I'm losing money. This is the paradoxical situation. This is the paradoxical situation, and probably this is the fact which is actually hindering the inclusion of these so-called unconventional materials into the formulation strategies in a very wide scale. So these are the conventional, unconventional raw materials. We call them unconventional, but probably the days are coming when we have to call them as conventional. If maize is not there, if soybean is going limited supply, then what is the strategy? What is the alternative? But still we are playing safe. I can remember there was one booklet published by the Indian Council of Agricultural Research in 95-96, and they have researched extensively about a number of unconventional raw materials, and in none of the cases the inclusion level was beyond 5%. 5% is a very, very safe value. If you feed 5% of sand to your birds, they will grow. There won't be any problem. 5% of sand if you feed, the birds will still grow. Then let us put sand in a mash pit. What is the problem? If we want to save money, if we want to sustain our flocks, in that case we have to find out strategies that will increase the inclusion level of these raw materials. If wheat can be used in many other countries as a sole source of energy, then why can't we? Because the problem is the price, the problem is availability. So if wheat is not there, then there must be something else. We have to find out those ingredients. So a lot of onus comes to the entrepreneurs. I can see Mr. Dhool is also sitting over here. So Mr. Agarwal is there. So a lot of onus comes to you and Mr. Sarogi. So you all are very smart entrepreneurs. So a huge responsibility comes to you that you have to find out that what may be the alternatives. If we really don't have any maize, if we don't have any soybean, in that case, what can we use? And my request to you all will be to publish those data so that people can know. Because it is not only the question of your personal profit or loss, it is the question of the national profit or national loss. If somehow we get our maize paired for the bioethanol production, and if we don't have that one, then what will be the strategy? It is you people that you can determine, you can educate the rest of the country that yes, we can have this plan B. And this plan B is equally executable. This is extremely important. So this is an humble request from my part from this stage that please do research on this particular subject, that what may be the alternatives based on the availability, based on the price, based on that seasonality. A lot of factors are there, but yes, they are available. They are available in the market probably. But let us try to increase their inclusion level beyond 5%. Why not try with a bigger amount, say 10%, 15%, 20%, and let's see that what is happening. We have to compromise with the performance for a transient period, but there are so many things available nowadays which can help you in this aspect. Now let us be a bit technical at this particular slide, that what exactly is going to happen if at all we give our birds with something which is less digestible. There are some problems. Of course, there will be some problem. The problem is that the complex feed molecule, it undergoes digestion, everybody knows it. A part of that digested material that actually is absorbed by the host animal. The host animal absorbs it and utilizes it for its own bodybuilding purposes. A part of that is actually taken up by the bacteria which are present in the small intestine. And those bacteria, they are again utilized by the host animal. And a part of that bacteria is not actually contributing anything to the bird, and a part of the nutrient that actually bypasses the small intestine, which is not digested. My time is up, so I need some more time to the organizer, please. So a part of the nutrient that bypasses the ileum, that is the culprit, and we must not allow that nutrient bypass from the ileum. This is the most important thing that everybody should keep in mind while formulating his or her feeding strategy. If we allow a lot of nutrients to bypass the ileum, in that case, that is not going to give you any benefit. That is going to create a lot of problems. The future is in a superorganism. The future is in a superorganism. The superorganism means here we have to find out the correlation between the bacteria which are present in the small intestine, the host animal, the environment, and everything. So this, including all these things, it constitutes a superorganism, and this superorganism is actually the future of our broiler production system. So this is a very conceptual thing, a bit difficult, I should say, that to understand at the first shot. But the point is that whenever a baby chick is placed on the litter, it interacts with number of factors: the feed, the litter, the environment, many things. And actually it is this interaction which determines that what exactly is going to be established inside the small intestine. The type of the bacteria, the nature of the bacteria, which bacteria will take the upper hand and which bacteria will not be allowed inside. So there are a lot of interactions, and ultimately you know that we cannot say with certainty that there is no pathogen prevailing in the environment. So it is this particular superorganism which will determine that which organism will be allowed inside, which will be allowed to establish itself in the system, and which will be excluded. The theory of competitive exclusion still exists. And so long this theory of competitive exclusion exists, we have to thrive on that particular concept. So this is very important thing, that the bacteria which are present in the small intestine, they will actually send signals to the birds which will again control the bacteria which are present in the gut to proliferate, to secrete some metabolites, some molecules which will actually govern the disease prevalence or the nutrient digestibility. Now this hindgut fermentation is going to occupy the most pivotal role in the coming days. The most pivotal role will be played by this hindgut fermentation. So far, we had a premonition that the fibers are not really very good. If our diet is rich in fiber, in that case, the fiber may not help in the growth of the birds, but probably that is not correct. The idea is changing. The idea is changing to a great extent. The idea is changing in such an extent that we need to find out that what type of fiber it is. The fiber fractionation. The fiber fractionation is extremely important. The oligosaccharides are there. So that's a big chapter. That's a separate topic. I don't have enough of time to discuss all these things. The point is that there are broadly soluble and insoluble oligosaccharides, and the type of the oligosaccharides which are present in the feed, that is going to play a most important role in determining how the hindgut fermentation will be proceeding. And the point is that so far the enzyme application was directed towards complete depolymerization of the cell wall. Complete depolymerization of the cell wall. But probably in the coming days that concept is going to change. It will not be the complete depolymerization of the cell wall, but to the partial degradation of the cell wall to yield certain fractions, and those fractions will actually be utilized by the resident bacteria to produce some metabolites which will in fact elicit some beneficial effects. So this is how now the enzyme selection in the feeding regimen, that is going to play a big role in the coming days, because if the complete depolymerization happens, that is not going to serve the entire purpose. Rather, it will be the partial degradation of the cell wall, and that partial degradation of the cell wall will yield some sort of prebiotic effect. And this prebiotic effect is going to play the most important role, especially when all the antibiotics will be banned from the feeding regimen as well as maybe from the therapeutic regimen. I don't know. Because the way the government of India is running the show, and it is really appreciable that to fight with this antimicrobial resistance and all these things, we have to be prepared immediately that if those molecules are not there, then what is going to happen? Probably this is the strategy. And this strategy is going to help a lot. So selection of these ingredients and the selection of the enzymatic intervention process, that is going to play a major role in the future of the broiler feeding programs. Now, this is another point. This is a bit complicated, the digester particle size. The digester particle size means the main issue is that the entire digester is not always allowed to go to the cecum. It is restricted within the ileum. So if it is restricted within the ileum, in that case, how this digester will pass to the cecum and will facilitate the hindgut fermentation? It is not possible unless we have a desired particle size within the small intestine, which will allow the particles to move into the cecum. Then only it is possible to have the fiber degraded in the cecum to have those prebiotic effect. The point is, when the particle size is allowed to enter into the cecum, the birds become old enough. The birds become old enough. And if the birds become old enough, then really it's a question that whether the old birds really, do they need those particular hindgut fermentation to proceed or not? Because they are now going to be slaughtered very soon. So in future, the work is already on. The work is already on. There are many various research organizations, they are working on this particular aspect, that the particle size will be broken down to the desired level. So that a good quantity of the particles can pass from the ileum to the cecum from the very beginning of the life. This particular structure, it shows that how constricted the ileum to cecum entry is in a young bird, and how does it get dilated as it grows. So as it grows, in that case, it is allowed, but the objective or the target is to produce enough of small particles, especially for those fiber-rich ingredients, which will be degraded in such a way that it will enter into the cecum, it will stimulate the cecal fermentation, it will promote the growth of certain beneficial bacteria, and finally this neurotransmitter cascade comes into operation. The neurotransmitter cascade means it is a particular segment, or it is a particular segment of the metabolism that is being stimulated by the end products of these hindgut fermentation, which works by certain neurotransmitter, for example, serotonin, that actually controls the inflammation, that actually promotes the growth of certain or the synthesis of certain pro-inflammatory cytokines, and facilitate the pro-inflammatory or bring a balance between the pro-inflammatory responses and the anti-inflammatory responses. The main objective in the coming days will be to limit the inflammation as much as possible, so that unnecessary wastage of the nutrients in eliciting immune responses can be minimized. Because if sometimes we generally confuse that what is going on, we find some immune molecules are on a very high level. We say that, oh, this product is working very well. This particular dietary regimen is working nicely because we have a lot of immune molecules. No, it is not the correct one. This is not the correct approach. Because one single molecule of immune molecule, synthesis of a single immune molecule, that consumes a lot of nutrients. So those nutrients could be utilized for the growth of the birds. So we are simply wasting those nutrients by unnecessarily stimulating the immune responses. So overt reactivity of the immune responses has to be controlled. And for this hindgut fermentation mediated, this serotonin cascade or the neurotransmitter cascade will be the focal area of research, will be the focal area of the broiler feeding regimens in the future. So if I just sum up, my time is already up. So we have already agreed that we are not producing the animal feed, we are producing human food, and we have to be proactive than reactive. I was attending to one keynote address by Professor Chandrasekharan last week in Chennai. He said that the Indians are really very good veterinarians. Really very good veterinarians. They can treat the animals nicely. So they are very, very good in reaction, in eliciting reactive responses. But if we want to make profit out of a business, then reactiveness is not the right word. We have to be proactive. We have to think ahead that what is going to happen in the coming down the line, say maybe 10 years or 15 years. And we need to design our entire business in such a way that will be focused on what is going to happen in 10 years or 15 years after today. So this is very important thing. So the future lies on the efficiency with which the industry becomes ready with equipment to convert the low digestible byproducts to readily utilizable secondary nutrients. So this is where probably the future is. I could discuss only a part of it. Please forgive me if I made any unparliamentary or some stupid comments. Thank you very much.
First of all, I would like to thank you for not asking questions from the last slide.
Oh,
that was neurotransmitter.
You're most welcome.
It's mostly off tangent from many of us. But it was a very well interactive session, I believe. You all agree with me. It was not a presentation, it was more interactive. And he has made it in a nice way so that we can visualize the future, what we need to do, and what are our challenges ahead. If I can quickly summarize on 2-3 bullet points, with Anand sir has also said, we are definitely heading towards a grain crisis and also protein crisis. So, and you have also summarized that we have to look for alternative ingredients. But mind you, the research is very, very strong in understanding the true digestibility of those unconventional ingredients. Since we are heading for 1.4, 1.3 FCR at such genetic improvement of the COF 430, 500, and even 700 in future, maybe. So GI profiling, which you said is really the need of the hour, we need to understand the microbiome of poultry and design our non-AGP strategies based on that. So all our focus and understanding for the unconventional ingredients will lead to the GI profiling. And lastly, definitely what you said is right. Excess protein is not good. So we have to understand the balancing of true amino acids, digestible amino acids, lysine, methionine, cysteine, arginine, valine, isoleucine, and we have to start playing with all those ratios along with energy. So without wasting much time, I would like to thank you again for breaking the topic. Thank you, Dr. Haldar.
Thank you very much.
So our next session, again, this was again led by, I'm only bringing you all the time, sir, because in your presentation, I could see all the points which are covered in subsequent presentation, like processing will be covered, this nutritional trend is covered. And now there's a very interesting topic, which is the changing scenario of our poultry housing, poultry technology. How have we embraced our technology and what should we do in future? How do we move ahead? With this thought, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Samir Agarwal to show us some light on this. Thank you.
Mr. Samir Agarwal is currently serving as a promoter and managing director at Shalimar Group. His commitment to excellence and strategic foresight remains to be the driving force behind Shalimar Group's ongoing success in the dynamic landscape of the poultry and allied industries. In a strategic move, he's not only facilitated the group's diversification into new sectors, including dairy and oil refineries, but also forged international collaborations. The partnership with a Japanese company for fish feed manufacturing serves as a notable example of his forward-thinking approach and commitment to global synergies. As a vice president of the West Bengal Poultry Federation, he brings to the table an impressive track record over 30 years in the poultry industry. Please give a big round of applause and welcome Mr. Samir Agarwal to deliver his speech.
Thank you, everyone, and wishing you all a very good afternoon. It's nice to see a packed hall. for this session, and we have had some power pack presentations earlier, and the topic given to me is the changing scenario in contemporary housing. We have addressed change in the previous presentations that we have seen, whether it is the changing scenario of poultry or whether it is the changing trends that we are seeing in broiler nutrition. And right now we'll discuss the changing trends that have emerged in contemporary housing. So the poultry, basically now we are being looked upon as a very responsible industry. Sustainability is something that is always there, paramount now in all industries, all corporates. They want to be responsible whenever they are producing anything. And how housing will help to become poultry more sustainable with more better environmental practices. It is a major challenge now to us, and we as an industry, we are overcoming these by better housing standards. Adaptability is something that has always been a part of all corporates. We have always been ready to embrace change, and we also see that how housing has emerged from the earlier backyard poultry housing. When I joined business, the houses were very, very conventional, very traditional, but now we are moving into the very, very automated technology with closed housing, which is environment friendly and which also helps to produce better quality chicken at lower FCRs, higher body weights, and also more eggs, whether it is layers or breeders. So this is the roadmap that is there. How earlier we have now slowly graduated from conventional housing, then we had little innovations made to semi-conventional housing. We started automating the watering system from those gamlas that we used to use in the conventional poultry houses earlier. We started into automatic feeding. We always used to tell the farmers that at least the birds should be having plentiful supply of water. That is the reason why you need to get into automatic watering, because it's not possible for you to always replenish the water that is being given to the bird. And then we started also addressing the ventilation part, that we need to keep the birds well ventilated, whether it is summer, whether it is winter, or even the rainy season. And slowly we have evolved now into the complete EC housing with tunnel ventilation, combi tunnel, and now we are having with complete automation. Even the brooding is being controlled, whatever heat is required to the bird in the early stages. Everything is being now handled by technology. So again, it addresses all the segments of the poultry. Our main objective is to get more eggs out of a breeder hen or get more table eggs out of a commercial hen, and definitely to have better FCRs so far as broilers are concerned. So environmental housing always plays a very important role in getting these three objectives. So this is something that is very important. What are the pain points in conventional farming? We have a lot of disease hazards. We have sudden changes in temperature nowadays. Suddenly we find that it's become very hot, or the temperature dips, and these changes are getting more and more pronounced with El Nino and all these climatic changes which are coming in. So how do we tackle this? We have to basically evolve a strategy in which we reduce the variation which is there to the broiler or to the layer or to the breeder. So if we see that there is a sort of thermoneutral zone in which the bird can perform at a very good efficiency. So in that, when the weather goes up, maybe let's say by another 5 to 7 degrees, then we start having heat mortality. Or when the weather dips, when it becomes, let's say, a single digit temperature, then we again get into the cold zone. The bird in the road map, in the map that we will see, then the bird starts experiencing cold waves, and again there is a problem, especially to the smaller bird. So the conventional poultry farming comes with its own pain points, and there is also a problem in waste generation and disposal. Nowadays the fly problem is a very big issue, and to get approval for new farms which have open farming, it is becoming increasingly difficult now. The local villagers and the neighborhoods, they are having a lot of issues so far as open farms are concerned. So change is something which is a constant, which I have always believed, and we have always embraced change right from when we started farming, and now we are changing in all aspects of farming, whether it is nutrition, whether it is housing, whether it is to our mindset as to how to rear a bird. And this has to be also looked into so far as housing is concerned. Antimicrobial resistance, this is also a burning issue nowadays, and we will also discuss how environment will help us to raise healthier birds, which will also help to mitigate the disease challenges that are present nowadays. So this is the natural evolution that has taken place over the years. We were earlier very shy or very reluctant, I would say, to get into environmental housing. We used to feel that birds will not perform in humid weathers. We also used to hear that when the bird will eventually be lifted from the farms, there will be a mortality when we bring the birds to the mandi. So there was a little bit of inhibitions when we started this evolution towards EC, but I think now this is something which is being discussed everywhere. All states are embracing that, all corporates are doing it, and the encouraging part is that even the smaller farmers now are coming to our offices and asking us how should we make this transition now from open farming to environmental control farming. So they are also now saying that land is not cheap. They want to economize space, and this is where this inquiry is coming more and more. Definitely, there is a investment inhibition is there, an investment hurdle is there, but this sort of things are still being taken in stride, and farmers are more progressing towards environmental housing. What is the SWOT analysis when we look into such types of housing? The basic strengths today are that it is more adaptable. The bird can adapt to climate changes faster because we are giving the bird a controlled environment to be in. So that is one major advantage that the environmental housing offers us. There are other advantages also, like better uniformity and flock health, because the bird is in a controlled environment with lot of adequate feeding space and availability of water. So each bird gets access to all the ingredients and it grows in a more uniform way. The opportunities are definitely there because less land requirement is there, the fly control is better, and also we have the birds can be reared in lesser space, which is a very big issue, and it's going to be even a bigger issue when we go into the future. Definitely the capital intensive cost is there, and we also need to educate the farmer as to how to operate in this environmental housing conditions, because the technical knowledge is still, I would say, curtailed. It is still not available that much. But yes, the farmers are coming forward and wanting to know how to rear the bird in such conditions. And definitely there is a threat, because if at all there is a disease challenge, then to control those diseases in an environmental environment is a little bit of a challenge. But these evolutions are taking place, and I think now we are rearing birds with lower mortality in these sheds. These are the few slides that I have made for seeing how the breeder is now evolving into EC. We can have a slat system, we can have a flow system with automatic nest control, automatic egg collection system, manure removal. We can also have battery cages. Broilers, they are also being raised now in environmental control houses, and the same goes with layer, with multi-tier operations, and egg collection systems are there. So that is another thing. And the manure removal again is a very, very important part, because now the manure is being converted either into biogas or into very rich organic fertilizer. So these are few of the very, very big advantages right now. And definitely these are the pillars of EC housing. We have basically the lighting systems, the water management, the feeding management, the manure management, and also the brooding. The brooding is a very big advantage nowadays. The automatic egg collection. This also minimizes labor, as we have seen in the previous presentations. We have discussed that manpower is going to be a big challenge in the future. So with this housing system, we can always lessen the requirement of manpower in all aspects. We'll discuss each of the points like light. In the conventional farming earlier, light used to be ununiform. It used to be ununiformly distributed. I remember going to farms where there was inadequate lighting, or the CFL lamps were there, which were hardly giving any light or any emitting any light. With the new methods of housing, the light management is better. They are anti-flicker, and the exact lux can be determined, which is required for the bird. They are available with dimmers so that we can control the various points in housing, like in the grower when it is required, we can give them less light and so on and so forth. So basically, it is also very easy to stimulate the bird with different types of lighting when it comes to new methods of housing, when it comes to environmental housing. The same applies to water management. Nowadays, water is becoming a scarce resource. In the future, it will be difficult for us to give unlimited supply of water and wasting the water which is being given to the bird, which used to be earlier the case. Nowadays, everything is being controlled as to how much ml the bird needs. That is again controlled by these housing systems. And it is easier to dose the medication also when we are looking into water management. So even the evaporative cooling that is taking place, we are recycling the water and we are minimizing the use of water. So one myth is there that it requires a lot of water, but it is not the case. We can actually minimize the requirement of water by getting into water harvesting and by getting into water recycling. So we definitely have these walls and these transmitters and these measuring devices which can measure all these factors. I'll just come to the previous slide again. It also acts as an electric saver. If you will see in the bottom right, earlier we used to have one fan which was running on 100% load all the time, and the consumption of electricity used to be high. But nowadays, with the introduction of smart fans, blue fans, the electricity requirement has reduced by 60 to 70%. So all these things have also added to the charm of getting into these types of housing. Minimum ventilation. Again, when the bird is coming in extreme winter time, we can have this minimum ventilation because at that time it is very difficult to run the fans. So now, as I discussed in the earlier slide, that ventilation is now a combination of not only the fans and the cooling pads operating, but also with the minimum ventilation coming in as to how much air is required for the oxygen to be there with the bird and the temperature also to be maintained at a decent temperature. So this also helps to eliminate ammonia and everything when the bird is progressing. So the right level of minimum ventilation is there. You can see the space heaters which are playing a very important role nowadays in the brooding systems. So now everybody wants everything on the laptop. So as a corporate person, even I would like to see everything, all my farms, all the data, all the deviations that are taking place sitting at my office. How do I do that? Was it possible during conventional farming? I think the answer is a very clear no. We could not see anything which is happening in the farm. But now with technology coming in, sitting in the office, we can have a clear view of all the sheds that are there under the company. Whether any shed is having a deviation, whether there is any production parameter which is not being met properly, and what are the control measures that can be taken to rectify that. So that is very important. The computer control system, choosing the right controller for the shed, what parameters we want to govern, all these things are possible for raising a healthy bird, for growing a better bird, or for getting more eggs and decent eggs out of a breeder or a layer. The feeding system, again, this chart mentions how we have graduated right from those, those bamboos used to be cut into half, and it used to be inverted and the birds used to feed on that. We have seen that 30 years back. I think all of us have seen that. But now, imagine from where we have come. From those times we have come to now the vehicle entering the farm, not even entering the farm. At the entrance, we have the main silos, which are just dumping the feed into those, and from that the augers are there which are taking the feed directly to the sheds and onward to the feeders, and the birds are getting fed comfortably. So this only increases the biosecurity of the farm. So this is one way in which housing is helping us. Same with the watering system. Again, I remember, I can only talk from my experience. I used to visit farms and I used to tell the farmers, कि अरे इसमें पानी नहीं है. The birds are not getting water. So the farmer used to say, कि sir, I had just filled it up 3 hours back. It must have got empty. But that used to be the problem. The birds were never fed continuously with water. The water never used to be available whenever the bird wanted it. But now with this, from the unconventional pan, we have not only moved to automatic water dispensing systems, but we are now also very, very precisely and accurately medicating the bird also. How much chlorination is required, what medication has to go to the bird. All these things are also being done very easily nowadays. The same thing goes with vaccination. I think now a lot of, we have discussed in the previous presentations how we are doing the IBD vaccine at the hatchery level. So all these things are also helping us a lot. Lighting, we have discussed how we have moved from these conventional lights to the dimmable lights nowadays, which is there. And the modern farmhouse innovations, lot of adaptability has taken place. The air quality is better, the light control is better, the feeding management is better, and more importantly, we have happier neighborhoods. The neighborhoods are very happy to see a closed housing farm rather than an open housing farm which emits smell and which only increases the population of flies. So these are few of the things in which I think housing has played a very major role. We are in an industry in which we are constantly wanting to be profitable. I think we have discussed at length how and what the challenges are which are facing the industry. We always, the first thing that comes to our mind is how we can improve the quality of nutrition or how we can reduce the cost of feed and make ourselves more profitable. But I think a lot of thought should also be going into this subject of housing, how we can have better houses and how we can comfortably give the bird a better environment and in fact make it adapt to the environment by giving them a better housing system in which we can reduce the cost of production. So it is not only nutrition, it is not only anything else, but also a good housing system which can help us to reduce the cost of production and make us more competitive in this environment. So in the previous slide, we had seen the adaptation to green technology. Biogas is something that is being used now in modern housing. We are converting it into the litter into biogas and also into fertilizers. We have the options of getting into solar photovoltaics. We can install that on the sheds. So that can again reduce the cost of operation in these housing patterns. So I think let us be more responsible. Let us look into housing in a proper way, in a more focused way, and try to develop our industry and make it more profitable. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Samir for such a wonderful presentation. And I think the presentation, the pictorial one, has given us a very much clarity on how we should proceed. Just to summarize, I think we need to embrace the technology and move ahead. Be it the AMR, if you have to fight AMR, we have to rear the birds inside the environmentally controlled sheds within the protected environment so that we give disease-free food to human being. So with this, I would like to thank you again. And yeah, thank you so much. We'll call the speakers during the panel discussion together. Before that, I would like to request Dr. Partho Das, Honorable Registrar for our university, to be in the stage and share a few of your thoughts for the conference.
Okay. Oh, it's not a... Thank you very much. The eminent dignitaries, delegates, those who are present in this NovaCon conference, and before these August gatherings and August presence, myself, being the registered of the university, on my personal behalf and behalf of the university, I extend my heartiest thanks and wishes to all of you. I think deliberation, which is going to be already being started and going to be happen, and next 2 days in different events are being scheduled. I think everything will be beneficial for right from the user ends to the business houses. So sitting since last more than half an hours, I have been learned much of the things which is been going on in the industrial area, because basically in the university we start the teaching of poultry right from the graduation first year, but its application in industrial mode is being offered by you people. So much of the things are there which can be learned from you, and if we can made a good linkage between the educational institute and the industry house, then it will be much more beneficial. I am thankful to uh, Mr. Madan Maiti. He is also honorable EC member of our university. From this year, we have introduced an internship training program with the industry houses, and our students are being getting very good exposure, and we have learned that their experiences is totally different out of their bookish knowledge. So I will request again to the Poultry Federation of West Bengal to bring this linkage more and more, so that our students can get much more field exposure, and so that they can get their future aspect in this sector. And I hope that in West Bengal scenario, there are much more development in this sector is being already being done, and there is a active contribution and cooperation is there by you people, the business houses, the private players, and also the governments are also giving much more emphasis to introduce the livelihood security through different project, particularly the National Livestock Mission project, where different schemes are being introduced and successfully it is being implemented. Our university is handling much of the projects on poultry related matter, and we are also publishing so many research articles in these aspects. But if the linkage between the industry and educational institute is being coming up, I think it will be much more beneficial. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to say something before you. I wish a grand success of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words. So please stay just for a minute. I would request Mr. Sanat Sarkar to come over here, please, to felicitate the Kaushik. Is he here? He's not there. Mrs. Sanat Sarkar, please. Mr. Palas De, are you here, please? No, he's not there. Mr. Tapas Bhattacharya. May I request Mr. Tapas Bhattacharya to be here, please? Nice. Please bring the felicitation. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, those. So we don't have much time before the lunch. But I would like to call upon both the speakers here for a little bit of panel discussion. If the House has any questions, they can pass it on to me. I'll take it up from here. Samiji, please. Show it to the. Yes, please. Amit ji ko mic दीजिए. He has asked too many questions to us, Amit ji. Please do justice.
Good afternoon. My question is to Samir ji. I very much liked your presentation, and we all believe that this is the future of poultry industry. So my question is like, suppose a farmer is making 1 lakh conventional farm and 1 lakh bird this modern farm with whatever the best of the technology. What will be the reduction in per bird growing cost, and and in similar price scenario of the bird, what will be the break even, or like how many years this will become like break even?
Thank you, Amit ji. Very interesting question, very pertinent question actually. So I'll just say a few things on this. The basic advantage of such type of housing is, if we compare it with conventional housing, each bird requires a minimum square feet space of 1.5 to 1.6 square feet nowadays, because the bird needs more space to grow. I think Dr. Halder will agree. Whereas in EC housing, the bird only requires anything between 0.65 to 0.75 square feet per bird. So let us say if we presume that the bird is given 0.7 square feet of space, what we have seen is that the cost comes to anything between 600 to 750 rupees a bird, again depending on the quality of construction you go for. And I'm not taking into account the land cost, because land can vary from anything. I mean, it can vary from 1 lakh rupees to acre to 50 lakhs per acre. So I'm not taking into account the land cost. The difference in the cost of production, where are the differences in this farming? One is, we have seen that there is a reduction in mortality. There should be at least a 3 to 4% reduction so far as mortality is concerned, compared to open housing, which we also again discussed during housing, that the environmental challenges are mitigated. So whatever mortality happens due to environmental stress, whether it is due to extreme heat or extreme cold, or even due to cyclonic weathers. Nowadays cyclones have also gone up. So what we have seen from our own data, I'll not share all my data, but whatever I've seen from my own data, we can at least rear a bird, maybe around 10 to 12 rupees per bird saving can be done in each lot that we rear. So if we, let's say, if we divide 600 by 10, then we get the answer, or by 12. So around 50 lots is where we should break even. So that is what I feel. Then there are other advantages actually which cannot be calculated on a sheet of paper. We get a better quality bird, which gives us a better yield, or which gives us a better yield, which was there in one of the slides, if you recall, that the cuts, the KFC cuts, which was shown in the Southeast Asian slide, the yield is better. Again, the bird quality being better, the marketing rate is better, because nowadays if the bird quality is poor, then we lose 2 to 3 rupees per kg on the selling price. So these are other advantages which I have not taken into account. But I would say that the break even should be in 3 years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Amit ji. Any other question? Oh yeah, you have a question.
I have a question to Samit ji. Samit ji, good afternoon.
আমাকে কেন টার্গেট করছেন? ডক্টর হালদার কত কোশ্চেন জিজ্ঞেস করেছেন?
তো ওইগুলো তো মাথার উপর দিয়ে চলে গেছে।
আচ্ছা।
No, questions will come to him also, don't worry.
My question is, what is the feasibility and future of the retail counter chain of live birds in West Bengal or cities in West Bengal?
We have moved into marketing here, but I think there is a, see, we have to brand our chicken. So if we will go to any consumer, the consumer will buy your product only if it is branded. I mean, only if he gets trust in the product. And this trust or traceability or so many things the consumer wants nowadays, this can only be gathered if the product is branded. So we can you can brand your live chicken, and you can process it in the shop. I think Mr. Anand's presentation had a very good slide towards the end, that we should be talking to the government that these are not big animals, and that we be allowed to dress in the shops. So the live chicken can be done like that, or you can process it in your plant, uh, pack it there, and then you can bring it to the retail outlet. But there is, I think this is a natural evolution now for our market to move from the live wet market to the dressed market. I think we are seeing this change happening with the food delivery platforms coming in and the convenience factor being coming in. So this change is happening every day. I think even you have changed the way you buy chicken. Maybe not throughout the year, but definitely at least 10 to 15 purchases in the year is being made through this chain.
So live bird retail chain is feasible.
Definitely,
it is going to be a feasible business.
Any chain is feasible if you are doing it in a dedicated fashion and sincerely.
Thank you.
Yeah, you have a question? Yes, you want to. You can ask. Okay, unage mic to.
Hello. Thank you, Samanji, for your interesting presentation. Sir, most of us broiler farm are now in open shed, and we are using lights that are meant for human. We are using light with 50 to 60 hertz. But birds can segregate almost 120 to 150 images per second. So there is some flickering effect with 50 hertz bulbs. So how can we avoid it?
I think nowadays
flickerless.
Yeah. So I think lights are available nowadays which are anti-flicker. I think this question cannot be totally answered by me. I'm not a very thorough professional so far as lighting is concerned. But I think solutions are there with lighting companies nowadays to provide what you want. Because I have also interacted personally with a lot of companies. So instead of what my suggestion to you will be, instead of buying the light locally from, just going to a vendor and buying the light, you have a discussion with these companies who are offering you lighting solutions. It can be a Wipro, it can be a Philips, it can be a Havells or any other company. I'm sure you will get a solution because we have got one. That is why.
I can add to your point. Nowadays, for combi tunnel EC sheds, you get flicker-free LED lamps. So those are anti-flicker ones, and those are the ones which you need to install if you're really going for that.
Can we fit those bulbs in open shed?
It's a cost, so it depends on you. But it doesn't really make sense because in open sheds you're getting flickering and anti-flickering lights from external environment. So why do you waste your money on an open shed and by simply putting the flicker-free lamp? Because the outside, if someone glows a lamp on a home or a shop, it will create the same environment which you are trying to avoid. So you shouldn't be doing that.
At night time we have to use the nights.
Even night time, there will be street lamps, there will be lightings, there can be environmental lightings, there can be moonlight, there will be different lights. If you really want that flicker-free lights to reap its total benefit, it should be implied on the EC sheds.
Thank you.
Any more questions, please? We still, I think.
Hello. One question for Dr. Sudipto. My name is Dr. Ramdas Kamble from Glowcrest. Sudipto, you have mentioned about the hindgut digestion or fermentation. I just wanted to know the innovation is happening, the revolution is happening, and when Shivaji just mentioned 1.3 FCR, which could be the practical things. Is there any particular organism under innovation, or you can say the probiotic strain, which can improve, and what will be the improvement in that particular domain? Percentage of improvement in hindgut
fermentation?
Actually, Dr. Kamble, the point is that there are a number of bacteria, myriads of bacteria which are present in the hindgut. So there are some substrates which can stimulate the growth of certain bacteria. It is really it is not really very much clear that which bacteria will grow and which bacteria will really facilitate this particular hindgut fermentation. But there are many. One example is definitely the Clostridium butyricum. Okay, the main objective is to produce more amount of short chain fatty acid and the volatile fatty acid in the hindgut, so that they move into the circulation. They provide a big number of acetate molecules in the liver, so that it provides some amount of energy, and at the same time some other organic acids which can check or curb the infection which is there or which are likely to be there. Okay.
So thank you all. I think we are close to lunch time. So please be on seat. I would like to call upon Radhisham Royji to felicitate Shudiptoda, please. And thank you, Radhisham Babu. May I have Amitavuda, please, on stage to felicitate Mr. Samir Agarwal. Careful. Thank you, Amitavuda.
Thanks, Dr. Day. Please don't go away. May I request Mr. Mantu Ghosh to please come and felicitate Dr. Sivaji for nicely moderating the second session.
It was very tough for me.
Yeah, but
He
it
asked
has
me a lot of questions.
sure. you handle it very nice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Day. Thank you, Mantuda. So with this, we have come to the conclusion of the session 2. So we'll be having lunch break outside and we'll assemble here again by 2:35. Please have your lunch outside and please come for the session 3 on time. Thank you.
So again, a very good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Dr. Partho Das, I belong from Kemin Industries. So as assigned to me, the next maybe 1 hour session, 1 to 1.5 hour session will be moderated by me. And I request all of you to just kindly take your seats. There is no as such formal housekeeping announcement, but just for the sake of everybody, I will request all of you to please keep your mobile phones in a silent mode so that the discussion and whatever our eminent speakers are going to present, so that it becomes more fruitful to all of you, all of us. So without much delay, I will just start the second session of our second hub of our second edition of our NovaCon conference. And Uh, so we were discussing previously in the first half on the particularly say the vaccine, the broiler nutrition, what are the different kind of modernizations happening in the broiler nutrition in case of this layer nutrition, the poultry farming, what are the different changes or what are the different new concepts that are coming now in the market. And the next round of discussion or the next session will definitely be the second part of this story. So what it means, so it will be taking you through the next part of the market segment like this processing and retail and what the customers are going to expect from such processing and retail segments or sectors. And regarding this enriched chicken or enriched chicken meat, enriched egg quality, sustainability, and definitely green energy. Maybe we can also say that side by side it will come like low carbon footprint and the generation of these different antibiotic free concepts and different kind of initiatives that are going to happen. So further, without much delay, I will request Dr. Vijay Tijare to have his presentation. So his topic of presentation is on processing, further processing and
Next
retail.
speaker of NovaCon is Dr. Vijay Tijare. Dr. Vijay Ramachandra Tijare is presently occupied in the role of General Manager at Venky's India Limited Foods Division and has over 38 years of experience in the poultry industry. He holds a MBSc and AH Animal Nutrition degree from Jawaharlal Nehru Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. After working in Venkateshwara Hatcheries in the role of Assistant Sales and Marketing Manager for over 10 years, he joined Venky's India Limited in 1996, where he was in charge of boiler integration activity and chicken processing. Due to his profile achievements and contribution to the poultry profession, Dr. Tijare was recognized by the Veterinary Council of India in 2023. Please give a big round of applause and welcome Dr. Vijay Tijare to deliver his speech.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here uh, with a request of Poultry International Conference on Poultry Business Organizers. I am thankful to them for giving me this opportunity to talk to you and uh, share my inputs. I'm also thankful to the eminent delegates and dignitaries with my colleagues and friends. So the subject assigned to me is processing of not operating. Yeah. Subject as what happened? ये उल्टा है क्या? हाँ. Subject assigned to me was chicken processing and further processing. So let me have a review while we discuss on the chicken processing and further processing. What is the present status? We expect by 2024, the total Indian population will be 144 crores. And by 2060, our population will be 170 crores. We are growing at a rate of 0.92% every year. If we see the detail India's population and distribution by age, around 70% of the population is between the age group of 0 to 64, or then we have a population of 70% which is between 10 years to 65 years. So this is a population who is consuming the chicken most or will be requiring a protein, and the requirement of protein for this population will be around 70 grams of protein per day. This I estimated 70 grams of protein based on the height of normal Indian person as 5.5 feet. So this 70 grams of protein will be a requirement of every person in next coming years or every year. So this is a big challenge to feed this this amount of protein. And the major part of this protein can be contributed by chicken. And that's how we will be discussing on chicken processing. So if we see that how India eats, as per the recent census of 2021, 81% population of India is consuming non-vegetarian. It writes Kerala and entire eastern portion of India is high consumer of chicken, including northeast. With another census, that consumption of non-vegetarian by the Indian is 7% on a daily basis and 44% on a weekly basis. Imagine if this consumption pattern changes in future, then the requirement of a chicken would be or meat would be on a very high side. This is one per capita consumption by type. This is important for you to uh, just demonstrate, because as we had discussed in earlier speakers has communicated that about 51% share of the meat consumption in India is contributed by chicken. It is a fact. So we are presently, India is consuming 12 kilos of per capita meat consumption, and then 51% is contributed by chicken. So Indian broiler industry, by 2024, we are expecting a broiler population of 500 crores. And then we are growing at a rate of around 8%, whereas we are growing in a population by 0.92%. So this is one difference. Another thing is we have about 140 processing plants in India, and we are slaughtering around, we have a slaughter capacity for the birds to about 2 lakh birds per hour. And then if it converted this capacity to the total poultry processing capacity, then we have a processing capacity of around 9% for the entire population of broilers which will be housed next year. Of course, this is only primary processing. Further processing capacity is around 25% of this. As we experienced in earlier presentations also, we have seen that most of the broiler farming is going towards integration, and more integration activity is now practiced. If this integration activity is practiced, we start from a breeder or the commercial broiler farming feed mill and this activity. Then finally, when the birds are getting ready from the integration, there are hardly or limited sources for marketing these birds in a proper form. I mean to say in a proper form, by which I say that the consumers are looking for hygienic slaughter of the birds, and more hygienic product requirement is a need of an hour, by which the and as in one of the presentation, we are also seen that we are not talking nowadays for just farming and producing a bird. However, we are talking of producing a safe and healthy and hygienic food for the consumers. So to produce healthy and hygienic foods of the product, including value addition and increasing the shelf life of the product will be at most important. And then we switch over to the chicken processing. What are the growth drivers in a chicken processing? As I talked to you, we are a complete integrated activity. We have modernized poultry industry. We have seen the housing of the birds, the well-balanced nutrition of the products, and we have a growing economy. We have higher amount of middle class population, we are largest consumer market. This will drive a demand for hygienic chicken and whole chicken and chicken products and processed food chicken products. In growth drivers, now we are having almost in all urban sector, the families are getting nuclear. So while one couple, one child concept is there. So these people are looking for time optimization and fast food products for their consumption, whether it is raw or further processed products. Of course, the demand is for hygienic products. We could see the emerge of demand of hygienic products post-COVID or during the COVID, where the people were not, people were more inclined towards branded chicken products or branded chicken products. When we say branded chicken products necessarily means the product to be hygienically processed and dressed, then it should have a proper packaging. The products should be labeled properly with all nutritional information. The maximum retail price also to be mentioned with the shelf life of the product. In primary processing, when we say primary processing is procuring the bird until the birds are slaughtered with a bone or without or boneless chicken. So there are various steps which are displayed for the processing activity, but the main importance for this processing activity is the procurement of the bird. And most places in processed chicken products where the chicken is processed, the requirement of a live chicken for the processing is restricted to 1.8 kilos, where the birds are sold as bone-in products, and about 2.2 or 2.2 average, the birds are sold as a deboned meat. And when these birds are procured, there are certain criteria for the procurement. That birds should be grown with maintaining all animal welfare practices. The birds should be grown or they should be given ad lib feed and water during the growing period. So there should not be any restriction of feed. Then the change in the nutrition or the nutrition of the birds or the feed of the birds has to be practiced as per the age, because the nutritional requirement changes as per the age. In addition to that, there should be a withdrawal period for the birds while they are lifting and procured for the processing. The recommended lifting period is about 3 hours. When they are brought to the thermal neutral, when they are brought to the processing, so of course, when these birds are grown as discussed in earlier presentation by Mr. Agarwal, that birds should be raised into thermoneutral zone. That is most optimum requirement for growing the birds in a thermoneutral zone, and it gives a better yield when the birds are processed. So in the processing, the various steps which are followed are hanging, stunning. Hanging is a bird which is hanged upside down. Most of the people might be aware what is the processing, but I have a short clipping which I will explain to you better. Can you play the clipping, please? So hanging the birds is upside down. Then the birds are stunned. That is giving a mild shock to the bird which increases the blood pressure of the bird, and that effectively release the birds or drain the bird from drain the blood, which helps in keeping a good meat quality. Stunning also helps for the bird, that there are no staggering movement of the birds, by which there are no internal hemorrhages inside the bird while it is being dressed. Can you play the clipping, please? So one of the steps is the bleeding the birds, and the birds are scalded. This scalding is done between 57 to 58 degrees centigrade with the feeders are on. And this scalding is very much important to lose the follicles, hair follicles or the feather follicles by which the sweat, the fat is liquidated, and the removal of the birds in defeathering is very easy. Once the birds are defeathered, they pass through uh, the washing and cleaning, and washing and cleaning. Then evisceration is one of the important aspect. No, this is further processed products. Yes, yes, that was what. The last one, the last one, the last one. So the birds are hang upside down, where the birds are collected in the plastic coops to avoid any kind of damages to the wings and other portion. These birds are stunned with a mild shock. Once the birds are stunned with a mild shock, they pass through an scalding at a 57, 58 degrees centigrade temperature. And at that temperature, it helps to loosen out the feathers. And they are through the defeathering, the bird is completely clean. Once the birds are clean, they are removed, the shanks are removed, they are rehanged on the shackles, and on the shackles, the evisceration part is there. All the giblets or and unedible portion of a chicken is removed. Once the unedible portion of a chicken, they are rehanged and they are washed, they are put into the chiller tank. This is very important stage, which is missed out in a traditional slaughter of a chicken. This chilling takes place is around 55 minutes, by which the temperature of a bird is brought down between 0 to 4 degrees centigrade, which helps for maintaining a good quality of a chicken and good quality of a chicken. While we procure the birds, uh, there is one more important aspect which I forgot to mention. When we go to sell these birds to the market potential, there are retailers, wholesalers, Horeca, quick service restaurant chain, e-commerce and exports. But when we sell these birds in the retail market, we are with a binding of the government by FSSI law or by weights and measure law, which I explained to you. But in one of the FSSAI law, now we are restricted to use the antibiotics in growing the chicken on a prophylaxis basis. Only the antibiotics can be used for the treatment of the birds, but government has mentioned that the antibiotic residues has to be maintained properly. While we maintain the antibiotic residue level, it is also binding on us that critically important antibiotics which are used for the human treatment cannot be used in the poultry. So this is a new regulation. Now this regulation also would be implemented to all the feed manufacturers also. Such notices have been already been given to the by the government. So we have retail and wholesalers, Horeca, and quick service restaurant chain, e-commerce and exports. These are the prominent people which. Now there are certain modern trades in India. I will list go fast. I have time constraint. So these are the modern chain. These are the primary national modern trade and regional modern trade, which helps into the marketing of a chicken. Along with that, there are lot many retail outlets managed by the chicken producers and processors. We have e-commerce, which has been emerged as one of the important segment for marketing of dressed chicken and processed chicken products, which started really actually they grabbed the market after, during the lockdown or after the lockdown. They had very they are playing a very important role in marketing of a chicken. So we move on to the further processed products. When we talked on raw chicken products, it is raw chicken products which is uncooked. When we talk of further processed chicken products, prominently there are three types of products which are used as a further processed chicken products. Among them is a flash fried product. These are the products which are form products, breaded and battered product, and then cooked on a core, but they are not completely cooked products. The second segment is a completely cooked product. The completely cooked products is a new trend or very well established trend. Everybody is looking for the convenience part, a completely cooked product. And the third part is stuffed meat or enforced meat, or which can be sausages and salami. So I have a clipping next. So can we show that clipping? Nuggets forming, yeah. So here the chicken is minced to a particular level, mixed with the spices. Then the product is battered and breaded and then fried to the core at 170 degrees centigrade in oil. And then it is put into IQF for freezing purpose. The shelf life of the product can be extended between 9 months to 1 year or plus. Next. Then after nuggets, we have a completely cooked products line. Can you play the clipping also? Yeah, you can continue with that. That's okay. Enforced meat. Yeah. This is the emulsion of a chicken. This is a completely cooked line where the products are boned in, and there are certain products which are boneless. These are the completely cooked products. They have an importance because they are hit to the core to 74 degrees centigrade for more than a minute to make them say that these are completely cooked products. And completely cooked products are very well accepted everywhere. You just have to warm it or microwave it before consumption. So the third product, what we have, enforced meat and enforced meat. This enforced meat is the emulsion of the product, meat with the spices and other condiments, and we can variety of the products can be produced with that. So most of these products are consumed by the QSRs. QSRs is a large sector which is emerged into India over years, and we in India has most of the QSRs internationally present in India, though these are some of the logos who are present. But other than that, there are so many quick service restaurants which are already coming to India, and they are on way. In addition to that, we have Indian restaurant chains also who are well established. For the want of time, I will skip the slides for other restaurant chains and we continue. The main aspect that what I foresee is now we are growing at the 0.92% of the population. Another side, our industry is going at the rate of 0.8%. We are also growing on the availability of meat by growing the birds from 1.8 kilos to 2.2 for the deboned meat, or we are still further growing. The reason is, or we had to grow them further. The reason is we are a country with a feast and fast. We are fasting some days, no meat consumption, and we have a feast on some days, and we have a higher feed consumption. So these ups and downs, we have a question mark whether these ups and downs on a demand for the live chicken can be protected by processing industry, well-developed processing industry. Of course, we have to create an awareness for developing such processing industry. There are some activities which are done by Poultry Farmers and Breeders Association in Maharashtra, emphasizing what is the role of protein, how how the minerals are important, calcium are important, and this is how the chicken is a better source of vitamin B12, and they have so many. So much importance of every chicken aspect is being displayed. So now the school of thought whether we should look chicken as a dish, as a novelty, or we have to think as a protein source or nutritious source. So that is a question mark. In my opinion, we should look for the novelty of the products with a nutritious item. So then, this is not my subject, but I feel it's very much important because this subject was also discussed in earlier presentations and discussion. So we have opportunities for exports. Why I say because we are organized farming with a complete backward integration. then we are not least cost, but we have lower cost of production of a chicken. We have technically advanced poultry farming, right from the farming, the poultry sheds to the vaccinations, to the managemental practices. We are doing all the things rightly. And we have a geographical advantage being a good exporter of a chicken. So this is one diagram which is sourced from APEDA 23, which explains that India's poultry and poultry products export, these do not include alone chicken meat. They include egg powder, they include hatching eggs, they include table eggs and all the chicken products. But the thing is, what I want to say is there is a tremendous growth. So one sector of poultry, which is egg powder, one sector of poultry hatching eggs or table eggs, if they are exporting to such an extent, why not a chicken meat? Chicken meat also has a great potential. What we will have to do is for chicken meat as a great potential is we'll have to take an export inspection agency certification. We have to get our processing facility approved by the government for the export of chicken products. So this is just an by 2023, sorry, in 2023, 26% of chicken and poultry products were taken by Oman, and the graphical representation is there. Also Japan, who was importer of a egg powder. This is one important graph. I think everybody talk of Brazil. I want to touch two aspects of Asian country, Thailand. Now this says that Thailand started exporting their chicken, but this was a raw chicken. Raw chicken they started exporting in 1973. 2003, they were saying 300,000 metric tons of chicken, but it collapsed. But probably because of the bird flu that time, the world was not accepting the raw chicken. So this Thailand industry has switched over from a chilled products to completely cooked product or processed meat products, and they gained the entire business back with the export of processed food chicken products. When I say this is processed food chicken products, this is completely cooked products. When I say completely cooked product, this has to be heated to 74 degrees centigrade at least for a minute to say it is a completely cooked product. This is another graphical representation from Thailand. The recent data up to Q2 of 23, just see that the red light bar chart demarcates the cooked portion of a chicken for the export, followed by raw chicken in blue and then salted. Salted is basically a marinated chicken products which have been export. So what, in my opinion, this is a good opportunity for us for another opportunity lying for us for the export. So once we have a processing of the product, the processed food products, we had to ensure all the processors that whatever products we produce is safe and hygienic products because it's a priority for the consumers. Nobody wants to compromise on a food and their food pattern. Of course, government has laid down so many parameters, what are the safe food. Even the microbial count in a chicken matters, microbial, E. coli, then there are has restrictions on so many other, there should not be salmonella, no E. coli, and the control on yeast and molds, all the products. Then we had to promote the chicken as a nutritious and protein rich food, and this food can be served with delicacies with considering a time optimization of the product and convenience to the consumers. The product should be easily available 24/7 at all the stores, and lot many retail stores have started their operations 24 hours or at least 7-Eleven, something like that. There is a good demand and increase of raw and further second processed products in a retail, in QSRs, and in export, provided we consider that all the chicken is slaughtered very scientifically, all the products are produced very scientifically and hygienically, and offer the best quality to the consumers. Thank you very much. Should I wait?
Thank you, Dr. Tizare. So I'll just like to say that maybe due to some short of time, we'll take up the questions just after the end of the session. And you can just note down your questions, whatever the questions comes in your mind. And you can also have a direct interaction when just during the panel discussion after all the speakers have completed their discussions. So now, out of this, so there was a good, that is, I will say, good informative speech given by Dr. Tizare. So in that, what also we are finding that for this chicken requirement, and if we see that what he also highlighted is like there is some 70 to 80 grams of chicken requirement per individual based on 80 to 81% of non-veg population in India. So if we take about 60 or some 65 number of processing plants across India, so based on this current socioeconomic condition and also based on the time optimization concepts that are now actually the key driving factors, even if we talk about the current generation or the new upcoming generations, they are more health conscious, they are more hygiene conscious and those things. So definitely this processed chicken and this quality chicken is going to take an upper hand, and this sector is definitely going to make a boom. This sector is going to make a definitely a further expand in the coming years. So thank you, Dr. Tizare. So just one small, so many small things actually we can come across, but it can be it can make a big impact in our day-to-day life or maybe in our business also. So in the second session, we are finding that there are 4 to 5 number of our eminent speakers. So if we consider their total experience, can you just tell that what is their total number of experience in years they have gained over a period of time? So all of you are in front of these speakers who are having a industry experience of close to 135 years. So it's really it will sound something odd, but actually it is true. So we can gain, definitely we can gain something, we can gain something big, we can gain something more out of it. So without further delay, we'll now come to the safety part. So safety part, particularly one of the important quotation I was going through, that one cannot think well, love well, sleep well if one has not dined well. So here comes the safety part, and how hygienically or how that is safely we are consuming any of our food items, including chicken products or including any poultry product items. So with this, I would like to request our second speaker of our second session. So Mr. Tridibesh Bandyopadhyay. So he will be discussing on farm-to-table traceability of poultry value chain for enhanced consumer expectation.
Our next speaker of NovaCon is Dr. Tridibesh Bandyopadhyay. Mr. Tridibesh Bandyopadhyay is the co-founder and director of InQ, a digital transformation company in UK and India. With a focus on technology application for farm and food value chain, InQ offers its solution towards supply chain sustainability, food security, and net zero. With a PGDM MBA from Indian Institute of Management, Kolkata, and recipient of Smith Clean Beecham Award for Excellence in Marketing at IIMC. Mr. Bandyopadhyay has professional and entrepreneurial experience of over 25 years in project management, strategic consulting, education, and agri-tech. He is also a certified corporate governance educator from Global Corporate Governance Forum, IFC, World Bank, and recipient of Education Leadership Award for 2013 from CMO Asia. Please give a big round of applause and welcome Mr. Tridivesh Bandyopadhyay to deliver his speech.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to be here and just get an opportunity to share some of the trends that are happening globally in the area of making the entire food value chain safer, traceable, and transparent. And we believe that meat and poultry is no exception, and we are definitely looking at some definite trends which are emerging on that. So I don't come from the poultry sector as maybe the other speakers are. We come more from the technology part of it, but what we are essentially trying to do is build technology around farming and food and trying to see whether technology can help the overall ecosystem of farming and food to become more, I would say, consumer focused and consumer friendly. So I think let's just start by giving just a shape of a definition of the word traceability. So what do we generally understand by traceability? So basically traceability is the ability to identify the origin of the food and the other ingredients of the food in a one step back and one step forward principle. So it tries to integrate the entire value chain right from the origin till it is being served to the customer, which we technically call farm to fork, farm to table, grass to glass, depends on what particular product that we are consuming. But essentially it is trying to integrate the full value chain end to end. And if you talk of the traceability in poultry, it tries to create the value chain around handling of feed, primary production, manufacturing, processing, distribution, and the final consumer ready product, which the previous speaker actually made my job a bit easy because the entire perspective of adding value to the poultry products and making it more acceptable to the consumer in different forms and shapes were actually discussed. Now, if we really see traceability as a subject, farm to table, it actually applies to different types of food products, whether it is exotic crop, vegetable, fruits, dairy, poultry, even the entire sector of beverages, tea, coffee, wine, and others, organic farms, food retail chains, even the aspect of sustainable circular economy. Just to give an example, we are working with a poultry based in the UK who are trying to use black soldier fly as one of their ingredients of protein, and we are trying to build that entire what you call traceability value chain with them because they need to communicate to the customer that their chicken, which is consuming black soldier fly instead of soya, is as good and as healthy and as safe as a consumer. So just working with them as a pilot, just wanted to mention that. So why is traceability important? We are happy consuming food. Foods are selling, I would say, jolly well in the retail stores or in the online place. But I think as we are moving along, and especially it has been triggered by COVID, which was also mentioned a number of times by the previous speaker, that people are all of a sudden becoming more aware about what are we consuming. The basic philosophy of know your food. So that is slowly and steadily driving a latent consumer demand about transparency of the food, process flow, authentication of the source, having an auditable data trail of quality control, and thereby creating consumer confidence on the food that we are consuming. Just a second. Yeah, okay. So if you really look at the poultry value chain, again, I'm not from the industry, I'm just sharing some of the observations that we see. Of course, you are more into the industry, so means you know definitely better about the value chain per se. So there are risks of different foodborne diseases which are very important. That is making people aware. We see sometimes different news and other stuff coming about the risk, the bird flu and different things. So there is now a global demand for the consumers to be sure that this particular meat that I'm consuming now has not come from a value chain which had exposure to some risks. The second point we have mentioned anyway is the rising awareness in the mind of a consumer. Then there is an issue of flock health. What are they consuming as a feed? Other what you call the vaccines and antibiotics and stuff like that. And then there comes the issue of regulatory compliance. So there are different countries in different stages of imposing compliance on food products. But one thing is very sure, that the direction of compliance is irreversible. Some countries may be gone some ahead, some are maybe following that, but it is not that in any country in the world it is becoming less compliant. It is becoming more and more compliant as we move along. So the compliance as an entire area of food safety is triggering the need for traceability on a broad sense. So if we really look at the poultry value chain, I will not hover around it too much because you know the value chain fully, right from the inputs that are important for making feeds and other support for the farming process, breeding farms, broiler farms. Then we come to processing. We saw a lot of videos about what is the best or the best practices for processing. And then we come to the consumer market through different ways, B2B, B2C, the meat chicken product is being consumed by the customer. So the important part is, can we, with data and integration of one piece of data to the other, make the entire value chain traceable and transparent back to the source? So what essentially happens is that the finished product carries a digital code, whether it is in the form of QR codes or barcodes, or there are different other ways. And any consumer should be able to scan it, and we should be able to trace back from the origin, the inputs that have been used, the steps in the processing, different quality control measures, any food safety test results, whether it is salmonella or other things that have been discussed. And when it is coming to my table, is there enough data trail that I feel comfortable that my beloved family members, I'm actually buying a safe meat product? So the four fundamental benefits of traceability, it is not only for the consumers. I think traceability is more important to keep the house in order and make the entire data trail auditable and transparent to the regulatory compliance environments as and when things become mandatory. So it is globally moving from a good to have feature to a must have feature. And as we all know, that till it is good to have, it is not that much prevalent. People are waiting for it to be a must have. Then people will jump into making technology, I would say, ready for such adoption. But we are seeing early trends in different type of food products that companies are coming ahead and trying to make their value chain traceable and trying to create a brand differential in the market in terms of appealing to the consumer. We are actually handling several use cases like organic tea in London, organic tea in India, an aloe vera company in Mexico who are exporting to US are trying to make their full value chain traceable. I mentioned about a poultry farm in London. Then there are many such cases that we are currently working on. So the four fundamental benefits that we see for traceability is, of course, track and trace, that if there is any issue happening later, can I trace back and see whether this particular product was part of a batch at the back when there was an issue. So it helps to trace back and recall and finished product if there was some issues identified in the raw material part. Second part is, of course, being ready for compliance, as I have got complete data in the system for the entire value chain, anytime, every batch. So the moment there is a compliance audit, I don't have to, jumble around it. I'm always ready. The third part is builds brand value because it carries a confidence of trust to the mind of the consumer. And the fourth part is this traceability itself makes the house far more strong in terms of data trail end to end. So the final output of that is a traceability tool, but it needs the complete data to be there in the system in a form which can be retrieved. So it helps the entire supply chain to become more data driven. And if it is more data driven, different types of analytics, modeling, train things becomes easy. So these are derived benefits of, I would say, traceability as our technology intervention in the food value chain. So if just have to see where it stands globally, we believe from seeing some early trends that we are possibly just entering the phase where as an idea, the time has come for traceability in meat products generally, and of course, poultry. It can create and trigger more consumer demand, as was mentioning about the amount and the importance of protein as an intake. So there should be enough data. Third factor, of course, is a negative factor, is the perception of cost and complexity keeps generally producers and processors in the sideline. But technologically, it is not complex. It is the discipline internally which sometimes makes it complex to bring all data in the platform. And key obstacle is the lack of understanding of the value, that what extra do I get? Because any change in the process will trigger some extra cost, whatever big or small that cost might be. And do I get any increased ROI for this investment that I am doing or the effort I am taking? So there is a lack of understanding overall about what extra can I get out of making my food product traceable. And the last factor to mention here as an overall, I would say, macro level feature is that any traceability system implementation makes you transparent. So the factor of anonymity goes away, which is not easy to handle because you are really making yourself bare about the entire process. So it needs readiness, it needs confidence, and it needs complete trust on our internal housekeeping to make your product traceable. So the opportunity per se is huge in terms of supplying enough data to feed the latent need of the consumer. Still, I would say the need is latent. If you go to few first world countries, we see the need is becoming more, I would say, palpable, but in maybe the global south countries like ours, still consumers are not that much bothered right now about the origin and the other parts of the food part. But we are very sure that export globally, there was some data shared about what India can do, what Thailand is doing today. But any export of any food product today needs complete data transparency. We are seeing most of in our cases, use cases emerging from export readiness fulfillment, whether it is avocado or what you call aloe vera or black soldier fly or organic tea. The moment it's a cross-border trade, the importing country is making the import process for especially food product, because it has a direct ramification on hygiene, more and more transparent. So export, if the companies are looking to make them export ready, I think the time of traceability has already come. Okay. So now, what can we actually do in terms of adopting it? So we as a company are working in the space, but there are 2-3 other companies in India that are also offering very, very user-friendly solutions. So I don't think solution per se is not an issue. It's about being able to work together and create models is the thing that we have to look for. So maybe it's the right time to create pilots, partnering with the industry people and the technology companies and see if traceability, end-to-end traceability, what we call farm-to-table traceability, can drive and create more value, both internally within the organization and also externally when we are talking of external stakeholders, whether it's a consumer or a regulator. So the technology has to be easy to operate, because the people in the value chain who are managing both the farming as well as the processing are not always very tech savvy people. So it has to be simple and I would say easy to adopt, which I think they are. The bigger need for the market today is to create pilots and create models which can be scaled up and be made, you can say, replicable. And I think poultry as a sector, it is easier to experiment that, because I think the supply chains, because I was mentioning that integrated farming are becoming more and more what you call the call of the day. So the supply chains are more tightly coordinated. So maybe it is easier to create models of traceability for different types of value-added products of chicken and see if there is a value that is being created in the mind of a consumer or internally. But again, to a significant extent, this still remains as a chicken and egg story. So I think there is a growing understanding globally, but implementation in most of the cases are a bit slow because companies don't always feel the incentive. It is still good to have, not must have, but I would like to reiterate here that it will move towards a must-have scenario in the next 24 to 36 months or so. So that's just an overview that I wanted to share about the trends that are happening. And one good example to share is in China, when there was a significant adulteration coming in the baby food. There are some deaths, and all of a sudden China imposed complete traceability on the baby food product. So sometimes it possibly needs something like a disease outbreak or something, or a catastrophe to trigger such needs or a fundamental change in the industry. Maybe that can happen, but it is much better if we start becoming ready. We can join hands with the industry players and start moving towards a regime where there is complete transparency and traceability of the value chain, right from where the farming is happening, the feed is being applied, to the primary part of the processing and the finished part of the processing which is happening. I will just end by one use case. Yeah. So I think sort of as I mentioned, these are very, very early stages, but this particular use case, if you see the rightmost image, which shows a QR code, which says meet the farmer. So this is essentially sold as a free-range egg in the UK. It's from a large brand called Sainsbury's. This is called ESO. It's their own in-house organic egg. I actually you can say noted that QR code after consuming one egg, so you can see there is a vacant space there. So this particular QR code just tries to track where your eggs are from, because as you was mentioned by the previous speaker also, there is also a carbon story emerging around poultry farming. Not only poultry farming, any farming, because one factor of increasing carbon footprint is the processing, and the second part of the carbon footprint is logistics. So sourcing an egg maybe 50 kilometers from your outlet and 300 kilometers from your outlet is not the same egg, because it has a different carbon footprint, because more carbon has gone into bringing that egg to the store. So these dimensions of carbon footprint can be easily sort of captured and calculated through traceability frameworks. That it is, of course, what the processing is doing, but also the factor of logistics, food mile, and everything. That's why I think most in the first world countries, there is now a serious concern about using soya as a protein ingredient for poultry feed, because soya is not farmed in either in UK or US or Canada or other places. Those are mostly sourced from Brazil. And so, of course, there is a deforestation happening in the Amazonia region. That's one part of carbon footprint. But the second part is a huge shipping cost and carbon footprint which is created by bringing that soya into UK or EU. So now there is a serious movement almost starting to happen to see whether things like black soldier fly can replace to a great extent the need of soya as an ingredient of the feed. Maybe the crisis is not that much there in India because we produce soya, but I think still, even in India, when you talk to different poultry farms, there is an awareness that, or there is an active interest to explore black soldier fly, primarily because of the fact that it can create a more powerful story of, you can say, sustainability. So just wanted to share this, that these things have already started to happen, that people are making their source and the food mile and everything transparent for free range eggs, because free range essentially means that it is not farmed in a way that we typically see, but they wanted to validate that basically anyone can go and check where this egg is from and whether they are indeed free range or not. So with this, I will just end it, and basically happy to have any conversation during the other sessions offline. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bandyopadhyay, for such a wonderful delegation. So it was really a very charming session and also a lot of good points, and we have really seen some good number of initiatives also that are being closely taken up now. And maybe the only thing is that like several that is from government bodies or maybe from legislations or different steps are being taken, but the thing is like that whether these things are going to get executed or not properly. So if we come, so the basic takeaway also, if we see from this traceability of poultry value chain, so for it will definitely, it will increase the customer confidence. And one thing he has stressed very clearly is about this emotional connect. So it will also help develop the emotional connect for the consumers or the end consumers. And also the risk of these foodborne diseases, that those things can be averted to a greater extent. And it will definitely help to create a very strong consumer brand. And people can avert the risk of the ill health, particularly the different kind of the undernutrition or maybe malnutrition, those kind of things. And it will increase the awareness to eat a very highly bioavailable poultry products, and also maybe whether this is related to egg, whether this is chicken, very safe and hygienic products. So with this, I will thank Mr. Bandyopadhyay for his wonderful delegation. And now I will request Dr. Kaushik De to announce for the to take it ahead further. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Das. So now may we call upon Dr. Sejuti Kaur, Program Manager, Feed Safety Trout Nutrition, to moderate the next two speakers or the next two presentations for this seminar.
Good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to the last session of the day. And as the learning continues, our next speaker would be Mr. Jagbir Singh Dhul, talking about...
The next speakers of NovaCon are Mr. Jagbir Singh Dhul and Mr. Sunil Dutt. Managing Director of Skylar Group for over 40 years, Mr. Jagbir Singh Dhul has been the front-runner in the pioneering growth story of Indian poultry industry. His prolonged contribution to the industry is somewhat difficult to capture in words. He has been recognized with numerous accolades over the years. He was recognized for his significant contribution to environmental conservation by Haryana Pollution Control Board and was also honored with the Pride of India Award by Honorable Srimati Sheila Dikshit. In the past, he has also been recipient of an appreciation award from the Poultry Federation of India and felicitated for his contribution to First Meat and Poultry Summit 2013 by CII and APCE and honored as the chief guest at a seminar on novel feed additives. Mr. Sunil Dutt.
First of all, I want to thankful for West Bengal Poultry Federation to invite me to have something about the waste management of poultry, which is the major issue of the poultry for us. So now I don't want to waste much time and come to the real presentation. Now, I think everybody know about that India is the third largest egg producer in the world, only to something about the introduction about the poultry. And 2003, that is about 122.78 billion eggs production in India. And about, I think, 88 egg, as per our calculation, but don't mind it because the government is declaring about 101 egg per capita. I think it is about 88 eggs actually. And if you count what is the value in our liter, poultry liter, there's a comparison of different type of waste, the cattle waste or poultry waste, or poultry is very good giving the biogas. Is a very good volatile solid. So it's a very good volatile solid. So this is only to explain that how much in the poultry liter. This is very good for the biogas. And this different type of volatile acids, you can found this in cellulose, or you can cellulose about 83 ml biogas, 830 ml biogas, and this is per cubic meter, I think. Protein is about 793, and fat is more giving more energy, fat give more biogas. Addressing the root cause management is the key. Litter management, waste management is the key solution. What type of, how we can manage it? We can manage by drying. If we are able to dry it, it is also manageable. Another is to decomposition. And drying process is generally Europe people are following in drying process. They are develop the machines and put after the fans, and load water come on that machine, and when fan run and this is dry. And again the decomposition in Japan, generally in the decomposition method in Japan. And biogas, I don't much popular in the worldwide biogas system, but we try all of these. We try to dry it, prepare a machine and put outside, and that's not successful. Also decomposition, we take it out, maybe make a 1,50,000 farm and take it out by scrapers, and we dry outside, make a greenhouse type system, and we racking it. But in the again the high humidity, not successful. Drying is okay, very good, but at the high humidity, low temperature, it is not successful. Then again, we see this decomposition in France in our Hubbard operation. They are going for all decomposition. And in Japan is drying system. There is successful, and they use the other equipment also for the drying, for the heat also. not only drying outside. But again, that biogas I see in Bangkok, in Thailand, in that area, they have about 30 lakhs layer farm. They also earlier decomposed farm from Japan, but not successful. That is, they close down and they go for biogas. And biogas, they are very much happy with the biogas. They sell this fertilizer, organic fertilizer, about 8 baht per kilo. At that time, they give my percentage to me also. We have the percentage, that percentage also. They making money from to sell the eggs about 82 baht. But for sale this manure is 180 baht. So this was the lot of that why I very much very much this interested to have. We should have this system, and we try at the time I think about 2010, and we make first biogas in 2012. And now we have all the farm, we have the facility. We develop it, we develop different type of biogas, and then we choose that what is the best. What is biogas? Biogas is a anaerobic digestion, like no oxygen, only carbon dioxide, CO2 inside, and it is done by the bacteria, different type of bacteria, and different type of, it's produce a mixture of gases like this carbon dioxide, methane, and H2S, and also traces gases, other traces gases in trace value, not much. And this is what the benefit of this biogas. This type of biogas we select now. This type of biogas we make. I show the picture that also what we make other and other, but I select this one is I think is better. And what is the benefit? Like 1 lakh birds give about 60 to 100 kilowatt energy per hour. Number one, you can produce the electricity. And solid waste, leftover solid waste is biogas production process can be used as fertilizer. Reduce the need of chemical fertilizer. We are in our company, we are making for us, for the cattle, for ourselves, this organic, only organic agriculture, or fruits, everything we are making in our system. And definitely reduction in the greenhouse gases, emission, no emission, almost 95% is controlled. And control in flies, odors, and improve hygiene at farm. Even hygiene of the farm, where the biogas you are using, there is tested that less like problem, because everything is all die, all bacteria is like no bacteria inside the like when salary outside. All are like sterilized like that. So this also the hygiene improve and farm disease control, biosecurity improves. 90% reduction in pollution produced by the poultry litter, and cost-effective investment considering return on investment. Also, you can make some money. It is not waste of money, it is making of money. And type of different biogas which we apply in our system. First of all, that is this right side, we make such type of biogas. They are concrete biogas. They are lentered on the top, and that's very costly again. 10 meter in the ground, 10 meter outside, and very, very strong. We have to make very strong, otherwise leakage start. So all are concrete. First we make like this. Another the thing, then we think it is costly, and then we make dome type, then we make dome type. Still we have some dome type. There is the made of steel, and dome is on the this is underground, but dome on the top of the celery. And gas come go like this and like this. And third we make like this, the third one. Now we select this one because in the whole world people follow this technology. But we think that this is better, we try it, but ultimately we go for that one. Now we are making all such type of balloon type Because you cannot make very big in the lenters. They make so small. Maximum we are making 12 meter like diameter. Now we are 20 meter, 25 meter, 30 meter, maybe any diameter you can go for. And that is balloon, you can have any type of balloon, it is easily available in the market. So that's why then we go for this. It is underground only. Everything is underground. Only 1 meter from the above the underground, hole is underground. So that we select third one. तो फैक्टर इन गैस प्रोडक्शन क्या क्या फैक्टर होते हैं गैस हाउ द मैक्सिमाइज द गैस प्रोडक्ट नंबर एक टेक्नोलॉजी what technology is it different technology different like production capacity another is volume of digester how much the big digester more the gas in as per digestion volume quality of waste what type of quality you are using waste what type of waste you are using how much the clean and temperature inside the like digester is very important because all bacteria are very much sensitive they grow in different temperature different type of bacteria so if the tolerance is very less about 2 degree plus minus and not much and as the temperature rises the sensitivity increases and when the temperature is lower sensitivity is more but takes more time about 10 degree difference, double the digestion start, about 10 degree difference. So different type of bacteria and different temperature. So agitation. Agitation is very important inside the digester. Otherwise, they settle down. The heavy metal goes down and in between the middle and top is water. So like that, and very important this agitation inside the and temperature, maintain the temperature also. Very important. Otherwise, affect this gas production. So this is typically flow diagram where the first liter comes, put in the digester. Then purification, one side is the purification of gas and gas can be used anywhere. Maybe in the cooking, maybe heating, maybe boiler or maybe in generator running or anywhere. And secondary is for the biomass, secondary for storage only, and put in the you can send in the field directly spray on the like crops. Generally, it is in Europe. Generally, people use direct the slurry and spray on the crops. They have their vehicle. They spray on the crops. This is the best biofertilizer if you use directly like a slurry, because the other cost will you can save it by this up to this process. If you have the problem because you cannot take it put that the field then you can have the another option as we are doing. So this again that after biogas cleaning then you go for the generator. We are using in generator actually because electricity is very high and we need the electricity at farm, then we use whole electricity at the farm. And again this salary again problem because 90% always in the liter we have to add water and again about 3 times is a salary than the everyday liter produce. Then again the problem where to put it. Generally we see in the Thailand they have a big pond and they put in the pond and again they give it to the farmers like this on the season or off season. But we don't have such market in our Haryana. People are not interested to take it. Then the problem for us. Then when we start it, lot of water remain in the everywhere in the fields. We have the other land side by lot of water storage there. But then we try and we develop the technology, we recycle it. Because when we recycle, the pH is increases and all bacteria die. The acidosis happen inside the digester. Then we develop the technology and we able to increase the pH of water and then we recycle it. The whole water today is recycled. Separate solid and waste and the whole water is recycled. Zero waste comes from the farm. There is no smell, no flies and electric generation and no wastage from the farm, no water, nothing. That water is again recycled in the digester. So this is another model. But if anywhere the ready to use that slurry is the best way. Very less cost of like your digester, your biogas. But this system is again costly to remove the old solid and generator and purification of gas and everything is very costly. First of all, this process is like that, preparation of celery. When you get from the celery from the farm litter, then first you have to remove all greets, all feathers from the litter. Otherwise, feather crust, make a crust on the inside the biogas. Inside the biogas and close it. And then again the gas formation is stopped. Then again you have to clean it, and this grit is by filtration and settling down, those two methods. And mix the water and filter it. When you filter it, all feathers and bigger size remain in that area and they remove from there. And you can have some pre-digesting, because when you go for this aerobic digestion, in pre-digestion, lot of ammonia escape from the litters. The ammonia is very dangerous inside the digester. So that you can have some aeration, aerobic aeration. Then you remove that's most of the ammonia out from the litter. So that is not create a problem inside the digester. And this is the process, different process of the biogas process. This is like, what is it? The carbohydrates, protein and fats in the litter. And this is, first of all, the process is hydrolyze. Hydrolyze means that break down in simple like sugar and amino acids to protein, from the protein, and these carbohydrates. And oil is long chain fatty acids, converted to the long chain fatty acids. And again, this another process is acidosis. Acidosis means that is like fermentation. You can say another word is fermentation. In the fermentation process, that this amino acids and long chain fatty acid convert into short chain fatty acid, and this amino acids convert into acetic acid, and this hydrogen and CO2. That is the next process of this osteogenesis, another process. And after last process is methanogenesis. This is the methane bacteria, methane producing bacteria. That is methanic bacteria. Methanic bacteria produce like this CO2 and other trace gases, and also this methane gas. Explain about what is hydrolysis. Already we explained it. What is hydrolysis? And next is acidogenesis. Acidogenesis is same thing, like a fermentation in the acidogenesis. And there is this bacteria is osteogenic bacteria. It is called as osteogenic bacteria. And the osteogenesis, and then methanogenesis. They produce the methogenic bacteria, they produce the methane. Little bit technical, I think that people will maybe sleep for this, which are not interested. Yeah. This is again that same way to clear that what happened inside. First is complex this organic compound, carbohydrates, protein, fats, etc. Then simple organic compound, sugar, amino acids, and fatty acids. And sugar, then again, with acidosis bacteria, organic acids and alcohol, and then S2CO2, there is again this another bacteria and acetic acid, then methane gas. This is the process inside this AD biogas digester. Process parameter for a biogas plant. Same is anaerobic environment is required, no oxygen, so it's properly closed down. Another is temperature control. Temperature control is very important inside this biogas. If the temperature is low, the process is very slow, and bacteria is very resistant, not die in the low temperature. But as 10 degree temperature increases, double the process start every 10 degree. And then this is called this Psychrophilis bacteria, 0 to 20 degree. Another is Mesophilus bacteria, that is 15 to 45 degree is developed. Another is Thermophilus bacteria, that is 40 to above, 40 to 65 degree. But these Thermophilus bacteria is very active. They can digest maybe 15 days, hold the material, but very, very sensitive, only 0.5 degree up and down, bacteria will die. So that is very sensitive, very difficult to manage. Generally, people, Mesophilus bacteria, the system adopt because not so high, not so low, and about 2 degrees is the tolerance. But if the 2 degree, if suppose gradually temperature increase, not an issue, that accumulatize, bacteria accumulatize. Also, little bit lower temperature they can tolerate. But sudden increase of temperature and down, the bacteria do not tolerate and they will die. This again you are in the bottom. Process parameter for biogas, okay, same. Acidity. In the acidic, it should not be acidic. If the acidic goes down for 6.5, then again the problem, acidosis happen and bacteria will die. And other side, alkalinity is about 8, near to 8, 6.5 to 8 is a best. In 7.2 or 7.5 is the best one. And substrate, another is substrate. Substrate means something. सबस्टेज जैसे कार्बोहाइड्रेट्स है उसके अंदर प्रोटीन है तो डाइजेस्ट दैट इज पॉसिबल टू डाइजेस्ट बट lignin is like a this plant, big plant material is not digested by the bacteria. If any material, such type material, lignin is there, so it cannot be digested by the bacteria. But other part is about 50% is digested, other protein and carbohydrates and something. And our poultry litter have about 80% organic matter and about 50% is digestible, not more than that. And dry matter is also one is dry matter. How much dry matter you can put? About 8 to 10% in the total water. 8 to 10% should be dry matter, not more than that. And CN ratio, carbon to CN ratio. Carbon to CN ratio is also important because this nitrogen is required for the bacteria. But the overdose, always the problematic, bacteria will die. And that need this carbon, about 1 to 25 or 1 to minimum 1 to 20, 1 to 25, 1 to 30. That's carbon and this nitrogen ratio. If otherwise the put more nitrogen, bacteria will die. If you do more, suppose more, you can put more this carbon. This slow, less bacteria will develop because this nitrogen is the food for the bacteria. Otherwise, they will, like this is our poultry litter. The CN ratio is 13.1 near to, but more this nitrogen that need about 1 to 20 for the best fermentation, for fast fermentation. So that's why that we have tried it. We go to many countries like in Europe, mostly it is developed method, but they refuse that poultry litter will not be successful because you have to add something, cow dung or something, otherwise it's not possible. But then we start it, we try it, but one thing is happen that we have to dilute little bit and bigger than the capacity takes more time, but is successful. Only in poultry litter also. That we are doing only in poultry litter. Only initially when we start the digestion, then we put some cow dung or something, start the process. After that, not required. We are using nothing. Oh, what is that? So what is the composition of biogas? That is methane is about 55 to 70%. Generally it is 65%. what we are getting. Carbon dioxide is 30 to 45%. And hydrogen sulfide is very corrosive gas. When we run in the generator, we have to purify it. Otherwise, the generator will damage. So that's very, very corrosive gas. If we have to remove it, that's very important. Carbon dioxide is not required in the in biogas system. Biogas will burn inside the biogas, not required to clean. But if you clean it, if you sell to the government grid, then need to be clean it again. But for our generator, not required. Generator is like with this CO2 and methane, not an issue. Then after that, gas filtration. Gas filtration is done by this biological system and chemical system. Both apply. We apply both of them. One is this biological system. We put some media and pass the gas through the media, and it is clean. It is consumed by the bacteria. That to and other is the chemical. Chemical is something, maybe caustic soda. You can pass through the caustic soda or something chemical used for the further cleaning of this gas. So this is filtration. You see that this is a filtration. Oh, sorry. This is filtration system. All are filtration system, and going back. Okay. Oh, that is the calorific value of the biogas. What is the calorific value? There is wood fire about 16, biogas about 30, and this coal is about 23.9, diesel is 42, LPG is 46. But methane, we do the pure methane, highest all of them. If you pure it, you remove the carbon dioxide, then the calorific value is increased. But it is very, very dangerous again to store and to handle it. And hydrogen about 120. This is total like efficiency. About 15% we get the electricity, and 40% if you can use the heat, then it is 40% near to it heat generation, and 50%, 15% is used in the biogas system itself. 50 to 20% to run the biogas operation or everything, agitator and like all the machines. Salary, already we told you, salary can be used directly in the field. It is a very good manure, the best manure than even than the dry manure. It's the best one, more nutrition in the, as it is salary. If sometime you can use it, it can use it directly in the field. And then if it is not feasible, if you cannot use it because the rain and something field is not ready or something, then you go for the like treatment again. So the treatment to remove the whole this water and solid separate whole everything, and then is treat it to increase this pH value. Then you can recycle it. And this is our process. So it is a small review how to remove this type of material from the water, and 90% water and 10% is solid. You remove of this type of machine. Another type of secondary one, because you can remove it with bigger particles have no such machine, and very, very small particle you can remove from this machine. And this machine, because why we put two, you can remove from this machine also. Why you put two? Because that machine, no chemical is required. This chemical is required. That is costly. That is, this cost is about 1 rupees per kilo comes to for this waste. We have to, like, if you want to remove it, it takes about 1 rupees kilo cost. to remove this small particle size. Bigger particle we remove, there is no cost near to. Only 5 HP motor can remove. Half of the material can remove because of the bigger particle size. But is the fine particle size, we buy some, add the chemical and then bind them and then take out with another machine because it's costly. Running cost is high. Decontamination slurry, like what is the, like 5, you see the 5 minutes and 12 hours, how much this smell, if you see the smell, and the treated celery is less and this raw celery is very high. One side is, right side is digested, another side is untreated celery. If you put in the, even in the field, the lot of smell generate in the field, lot of flies generate there also. And in this no fly, smell is very, very less. After 12 hours, almost no smell. Little bit smell when you put directly. And this is the ROI. How much, how many times it takes to get the money back. And it depend on the, actually depend on the value of the, this your organic manure. If the organic manure is 2 rupees kilo, you are able to sell 2 rupees kilo. It comes about 3.3 within 3.3 years. If you able to sell 2 rupees kilo, and the biogas, you generate the electricity. We count the electricity in biogas, not direct sale. So that's this economy like this. And climate changes, the CO2, how much electricity, when you generate the electricity, one cubic meter is 2.5 kilowatt. So it is comes to about 1600. The carbon emission is controlled 1.6 kilo. It is gram 1.600, but 1.6 kilo is carbon emission controlled by every 1 cubic meter. 1 cubic meter biogas. And electricity production, by electricity production, because, and another is heat recovery is about 4, total is about 2 kilo. 2 kilo the carbon emission every cubic meter you are saving in the environment. And ultimately the farm you are farming that near to zero emission, because the 78% come from the liter and only 22% come to other things like feed, you are making feed, using the electricity, transport, and all other is 22%. And 78%, out of 78%, you save about 95%. That all emission. That control the whole emission. You put outside, there is emission. But you control it, there is no emission. Again, you are putting the green energy. That 1 kilowatt energy, if you 2.5 kilowatt equal to 1.6 kilo CO2. That you are saving that footprints, carbon footprints. So that is like a green. Your farm is green, completely green energy. There's you have the, even you have the negative, like you are producing the egg, but no emission in the environment, like this. This type of farm you can make. And no smell, no complaint from the neighbors, no complaint, zero. And so this is, we, in our company, we have about 47 digesters. All farm are like with this facility. Many people came from here also, they see the farm also. Many people from Kolkata also, outside also, they see that all the operation, running operation, everything. So that is about this, we are generating about 815 kilowatts in electricity per hour in our whole operation. But it is will be about 1,500 the next year because many are under construction. So this is our, one of the operation is only like this. This is now we adopted model. Now we are applying this one. This is your Nannawari farm. And solid and liquid supplement. This old type of, that is this MS dome type. Already we have that also, but we are removing now. We are changing it, the same system, because it is not so good. Aeration is a problem. Many things is a problem. Yes, this type of old one, it is one of our farm. That is 1,50,000 farm, this one, breeder farm. This is another farm in Pilani, near to Pilani, this farm. What happened? This is our nearby our office. That is the old one. This is the, what happened? Not possible to run. It is closed. So this is near to, you cannot say the other, like many farms like video because of some problem. And this is our system, and we develop in house. We have our own. Last 12 years we are working on it, and we are working maybe 20 more than 20 from 96. Suppose today is 27 years. We are working on to only to guess how to manage this litter. We make a one farm, everything by scraper, take it out, put the greenhouse type shed and try to dry it, but not dry. So we have try, but after that we reach to this conclusion, this is the best way, and we can make some money also. So this is your presentation. I hope that you will feel maybe better, or for you, all of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jagbeer Singh, for your incredible presentation on biogas, an environmental friendly and one of the most efficient renewable energy. It was indeed a great insight on the biochemical process parameters of biogas production, as well as the economics of it. In case you have any questions, we can take it up after the next session as a whole on the panel discussion. Moving on, let's dive into the depth of antibiotic alternates in poultry. So for our last talk of the day, we have Dr. Puneet Vijay Hargovindas Vagela, CEO Zenith Group with us.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Hope all is good, going well. Thank you, Maiti Saab, for inviting us here. It has been great honor to be here.
Sunil Dutt is an accomplished engineer who is working as a manager in Biogas division.
Dr. Puneet Vaghela is a pioneering figure in the field of pharmaceuticals, renowned for his leadership as CEO of Zenith Pharmaceuticals. With a profound dedication to drug discovery, Mr. Vaghela holds 2 patents in antibiotic and inorganic nanoparticle.
Thank you. So it has been an honor to be here today to talk about antibiotics. One of the major flaw I have ever been faced here in poultry industry, that whenever we talk about antibiotics, everybody is reluctant towards talking about it, that what is antibiotic and why we should use it. The basic thing is that yes, why to use an antibiotic is a major question. But as we are using it from a long time, we have seen that microbial resistance is a very big problem here. Here I am to introduce India's first patented antibiotic. I will say India's first. This means a lot. India's first means It is an indigenous molecule which we have developed with collaborating with institutes. One of it is well known in Kolkata itself, which name is Bose Institute. Dr. Subhranshu Chatterjee is here. He is an biophysicist and very good chemist who has been working for 30 years into just one field. So the brand name of my product is Quanta. It has, we have been deriving this product for last 5 years. We are trying to synthesize it, do biological activities, PK, PD, toxicity, pharmacokinetics, many things we have done for just particular one product. This product, introduction, is that majorly in poultry, if we go, we need a singular molecule which can give antifungal activity, which can give biological activity, antimicrobial activity, and also a product which can give anti-resistance activity into the gut of the bird. If we see here that we have been giving many molecules to the poultry right now, which has created a huge amount of resistance, not just into the poultry. Due to that, in humans also the resistance has been seen. The same product which we are been consuming, as in it is a very big food chain, poultry is a very big food chain. We should, as a owner of the poultry, you should understand that giving an human antibiotic to an animal, it is not at all safe. You need to develop your own antibiotic. You need to develop your own biocide, which humans are not consuming. That should be the prior thing. But in whole world, it is a thing that we are doing, we are giving the same antibiotics which we are giving to humans. The same products have been used for humans which have been used for poultry. Right now also, nobody is thinking about that deriving a new product, deriving a new synthetic path, deriving a new microbial activity active products. Let us do that. Let us give a new product to the system. Let us give a new things to the system. Research and development has been prior thing for every industries. If you don't do that, then there is always a flaw. So we have been targeting to the ATP PRTS, which is the main target here for the bacteria. When you see the bacteria doesn't get the energy, it doesn't survive. That is the main motive behind doing this. So just talking it doesn't do, right? मैंने यहाँ पे आके बोल दिया भाई कि मेरा एंटीबायोटिक है, मेरा एक नया मॉलिक्यूल है, इंडिया का इंडिजीनियस मॉलिक्यूल है, आप सब लोग इसको ट्राई कीजिए, ऐसा तो होने से रहा. सो मैं आपको बताता हूँ कि वी हैव डन एन नंबर ऑफ ट्रायल विच आर DCGI अप्रूव्ड. ड्रग काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया जो है उनसे अप्रूवल लेके वी हैव डन ट्रायल्स ऑन रैट्स, रैबिट्स एंड चिकन, dermal also, intravenous also. So some of the results are here, which includes PK, PD, toxicity, everything, every detail which you may need, an antibiotic which may need. And it is not just like ये आप जो यूज कर रहे हैं साहब इससे चीपर है, ये बात आप दिमाग में रखिएगा. ये चीज जो अभी तक आप यूज कर रहे हैं, अभी मैं जैसे कि केमिकल इंडस्ट्री से हूं सर, तो हम लोग क्या करते हैं कि देखते हैं कि भाई सिंथेसिस के लिए जैसे कि मेरा 5 रुपया कम हो गया, 3 रुपया कम हो गया, तो वी ट्राई टू गेट मोर एंड मोर यील्ड्स बाय डिक्रीजिंग द कॉस्ट, एंड दैट आल्सो बाय हैविंग मोर अमाउंट ऑफ एफिशिएंसी. So these are the molecules basically from which we have derived. These are quinolones, very old you can say structure. In the fluoroquinolones are the most old and known structures for antibiotics, and from many of them आप लोग ये सारी एंटीबायोटिक्स यूज करते ही होंगे कहीं ना कहीं पे. और मैं ये बता रहा हूँ कि एक एंटीबायोटिक सिर्फ यूज करने से, इतना एंटीबायोटिक करने से कोई भी हेल्थ जो है उसका अंदर इंप्रूवमेंट होना चाहिए. एक तरीके से दवाई लेने से भाई आपका हेल्थ इंप्रूव होना चाहिए. आप दवाई ले रहे हैं तो हेल्थ में डिप्लीशन नहीं होना चाहिए. इट शुड give you health. It should give you promote health. And quinolines, we have seen it is very good growth promoters for animals. Very good growth promoters. They are not just an antibiotic. They are good growth promoters too. So what is Quanta? These are the physiological and chemical properties of my product Quanta. I will not say my, it is ours. So the molecular weight is 281, which is minimized. It follows the rule of an proper antibiotic, which is which comes into the PK, PD and toxicity level. To check it, the data should be very clear. And you will ask that, भाई ये तो मॉलिक्यूल नया है, इसका डेटा कहाँ से निकला? ये गवर्नमेंट फैसिलिटी डॉक्टर सुब्रांशु चैटर्जी ने ये फिजियोकेमिकल प्रॉपर्टीज पूरा डिराइव किया हुआ है. ये कोई हमने डिराइव नहीं किया है. We firstly have not derived it. We have done mass, NMR, you can say spectroscopies, everything. Which data you may say, which data you may ask. ये 5 साल में हमने जो काम किया है साहब, मैं बैठ करके बता सकता हूं कि आप में से कोई भी आके मुझे बताइए कि आपके पास ये डेटा नहीं है, मैं बोलूंगा मेरे पास है. मैंने यूनिवर्सिटी से ये डेटा कंप्लीट किया, यहाँ से अपना जो कलकत्ता वेस्ट बंगाल का जो पोल्ट्री एसोसिएशन है, उनका जो यूनिवर्सिटी है, वहां से भी ये सेम डेटा निकलवाया है. डीसीजीआई अप्रूवल के जो प्राइवेट है अपने जो रिसर्चर्स होते हैं उनसे करवाया है. सो सीआरओज विच आर प्राइवेट विच डू दिस वर्क ऑन डे टू डे बेसिस लाइक इन ह्यूमंस. आप ह्यूमंस के लिए आप समझिए कि जैसे एक एंटीबायोटिक डिराइव करने के लिए करोड़ों रुपए चले जाते हैं साहब. 120-140 करोड़ का बजट जो होता है सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक सिंगल मॉलिक्यूल के लिए होता है डिराइव करने के लिए. हम साई फाइंडर के अंदर सिर्फ एक मॉलिक्यूल डालते हैं, उसको डिराइव करने के लिए हमको 120 करोड़ रुपए जाना हमारे चले जाते हैं. आपके इंडस्ट्री में हम लोग जब आए, हमने जब स्टार्ट किया, तो मैं बहुत खुश हुई ये जान के कि हम सब लोग यहाँ पे जितने भी बैठे हैं, हमने बहुत सपोर्ट किया इनमें से कुछ लोगों ने, जो हमने ये कर पाए, हम लोग ये कर पाए. इन पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्री वी वर एबल टू डू दिस, एंड दिस इज अ वेरी बिग इनोवेशन फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस, दैट इट इज अ सेफ एंटीबायोटिक जिसका टॉक्सिसिटी ही नहीं है, जो ह्यूमन के अंदर कभी यूज ही नहीं होने वाला है. सेकेंड पॉइंट इज जो ह्यूमन के अंदर कभी यूज नहीं होने वाला है, बिकॉज इट इज मेड फॉर एनिमल्स, जस्ट फॉर एनिमल्स, जो फंगस को भी रिपील करता है, जो बायोटिक्स को भी रिपील करता है, और ये सेफ है. सबसे बड़ी बात है दैट इट इज सेफ. It has no toxicity at all, minimized toxicity at all, and the data are there. I am not speaking it, the data are speaking it. See, these are the acute toxicity which are been done on mouse. It is in oral and intravenous too. Yeah, it is in oral and intravenous. You can say the lethal dose of it. You just check the lethal dose. If you give any antibiotic of amount this dose to any human also, they will die. And this thing is so progressive. This thing is so progressive towards our field that it is zero, means it has zero toxicity. We have done reproductive and fertility test also. We have done parental and post-parental development also. Everything which we need to check about an antibiotic and after use of antibiotic, that what is side effects and effects are. Everything has been done. So these are the data which I will say you go through. First, all of them who are here, who are just for innovation, for finding for an innovation into poultry industry, मैं आप सबको ये एक कहते हैं ना कि प्लीज करूंगा कि ये आप सब लोग देखें. ये आप सबके लिए एक ऐसा इनोवेशन है जो बुन है. आप एंटीबायोटिक्स यूज करना बंद नहीं कर पाएंगे आप, बिकॉज कि आपके यहाँ पे जो बर्ड्स जी रहे हैं वो यहाँ से ज्यादा बीमार है. आपको मैं एक बात बताता हूँ कि आप जब 40 दिन के लिए साहब एक जगह पे बैठे रहेंगे तो आपका ये जो है वो ऑफकोर्स चीज है, मैं किसी का ये नहीं बता रहा हूँ, लेकिन ये चीज है कि ये काम करना कम कर देगा. जब ये काम करना कम कर देगा तो आपके हेल्थ पे इफेक्ट होगा ही होगा. तो आपको उसके अंदर सरवाइव करने के लिए कुछ ना कुछ सपोर्ट चाहिए ही चाहिए. तो जब ये सपोर्ट आपको चाहिए तो ये यूज करने ही वाले हैं, चाहे आप कुछ और करें या ये करें. In guinea pigs, rabbits also, again mice. These are pharmacokinetic data, whole pharmacokinetic data. This just one page may cost you approximately 7 to 8 crores. This one page only. The pharmacokinetic data of any drug can cost approximately 7 to 8 crores. And if I sell this product right now to any other company like Pfizer, I will be able to gain 1200 crores right now. I am here to introduce this product just because it is made in India. These are the development done by Indian scientists. 7 well-known Indian scientists has been doing this work for a long time. 5 years, it has been long time. So please go through this all data and please come back to me whenever you get time. Please come back to me. We are working. ये इससे पहले साल भी मैं यहाँ पे आया था. हम लोग तब बातें कर रहे थे, लेकिन हम लोग तब ये डेटा हमारे पास पेटेंट नहीं था तो शो नहीं कर पा रहे थे. आज हम ये सभी के सभी डेटा आपको शो कर रहे हैं. सी सेकेंड मेजर थिंग, सब जब आप कोई एंटीबायोटिक देते हैं या फिर कोई भी ड्रग देते हैं या फिर कोई भी एमिनो एसिड देते हैं या फिर कोई भी केमिकल किसी कंपाउंड कोई भी तरीके से आप जब इंजेस्ट करते हैं तो आप चेक करते हैं दैट फॉर हाउ मेनी टाइम इट इज देयर इनटू माय बॉडी एंड व्हाट इज द इफेक्ट ऑफ दैट मटेरियल. वो पूरा निकलता है कि नहीं निकलता है, एक्सक्रीट बाहर होकर जा रहा है कि नहीं जा रहा है, और कितने टाइम के लिए मेरे साथ मेरे बॉडी में है, और जब तक है तब तक वो मुझे क्या फायदा दे रहा है जो मैंने लिया है वो. एज एन कॉमर्शियल पर्सन हम लोगों के लिए जो मेजर चीज है कि कम अमाउंट में हमको ज्यादा मिले. ये 5 दिन के लिए, 5 से 7 दिन के लिए बर्ड के बॉडी के अंदर प्रेजेंट रहता है और तब तक इसका इफेक्ट देता है. ठीक है, और इसका आप देख सकते हैं कि कर्वेचर जो है, एक्सक्रीशन भी 100% है, मीन्स 80% एक्सक्रीट हो जाता है इन 7 days एंड in 5 days, and in 7 days 100% excretion is there. So means बॉडी के अंदर जितना टाइम वो सस्टेन रहना चाहिए उतना टाइम सस्टेन रहता है और उसके बाद वो पूरा एक्सक्रीट हो जाता है जैसे इसके अंदर दिया है कि नहीं दिया है. These are the MIC values on biotics, and downwards you can see that timulin, chlortetracycline, doxycycline, neomycin, and the amoxicillin antibiotics which we are using right now into poultry industries. So this, in comparison to that, we have done the MIC value. This is also done by a government institute and also by the private institute. I have my own biological laboratory at my facility. So to contemplate के भाई नहीं ये तो आपने किया है तो फिर this is done into a government laboratory by DCGI approved. See the results. It is 52, 30 mm, 40 mm, 42 mm and 50 mm. Quanta has been giving the best result among the antibiotics which we are using right now. The antibiotics which we are using right now, in facilities which we are giving already, the antibiotics which we are giving right now, it is giving way far better results than that. Means 5 दिन 7 दिन के लिए साहब ये मॉलिक्यूल आपके बॉडी में है, ये काम कर रहा है अच्छे से, फंगस भी रिपील कर रहा है, बैक्टीरिया भी रिपील कर रहा है, और दूसरे सब एंटीबायोटिक्स से ये सस्ता भी है. ह्यूमंस कभी ये कंज्यूम करने नहीं वाले हैं, सिर्फ और सिर्फ एनिमल्स के लिए बना हुआ एंटीबायोटिक है. इसका रेजिस्टेंस ह्यूमंस पे कोई भी असर नहीं निकालने वाला है, और अगले 15 साल के लिए इसका कोई रेजिस्टेंस होने का चांसेस भी नहीं है, क्योंकि रेजिस्टेंस स्टार्ट होता है आफ्टर 7 years. 7 साल के बाद धीरे धीरे जैसे जैसे इसका भी रेजिस्टेंस हो ही जाएगा. दिस विल ऑल्सो रेजिस्ट आफ्टर सम टाइम. 15 years के बाद ये भी मॉलिक्यूल कोई काम का नहीं होगा, लेकिन तब तक के लिए दिस इज अ बून टू दिस इज अ बून टू द पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्री कि ये प्रोडक्ट ह्यूमंस में कभी नहीं जाएगा, पोल्ट्री में ही रहेगा, और इसका रेजिस्टेंस कभी भी इफेक्ट नहीं करेगा ह्यूमन लाइफ पे. तो ये जो फूड चेन का स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट है, वहां से लेके अभी तक हमने एमोक्सिसिलिन को भी देखा है, देन इट इज हैविंग अ बिग रेजिस्टेंस इन ह्यूमन, वेरी बिग. हम लोग अगर एज अ ह्यूमैनिटी के बेस पे भी देखे, देन दैट इज ऑल्सो वेरी क्रूअल पार्ट टू अस, दैट वी आर गिविंग एन एंटीबायोटिक विच वी आर यूजिंग अवरसेल्फ, वी आर कंज्यूमिंग इट ऑन डे-to-day basis. So that should be stopped actually, and you should give a product which is made for animals itself, which are made for animals. These are on bacteria. These are the MIC values on bacteria. You can see in last there are percentage written. Okay, this percentage written is of quanta 0.05%, 0.005%, 0.001%, and 0.001%. These are the resisting concentration of the biotic. Resistance concentration of the biotic, this much better resistant concentration you can be finding into a human antibiotic which is costing approximately 2 to 3 lakh rupees per kg, which just means you can go to the major penicillins which are on the higher scales right now, which can kill the second generation drugs which are called as second and third generation drugs. That kind of results they are giving. So sending a message to all of us that if possible, please try this molecule at your factory. Please try this molecule at your facility. I will say you should do this. Your product, this is your product, this is India's product, which is made in India by our scientists, which should give us some amount of profits. ये जो मॉलिक्यूल है साहब, ये जो 5 साल का मेहनत है हम सबका, 7 साल ये जहां पे हम लोग 5-6 लोगों ने मिलके ये जो बनाया है, हमने इंडियन इंडस्ट्री के लिए ये प्रूव करके दिखाया है कि हम लोग इंडिया में रिसर्च कर सकते हैं. वी कैन डू रिसर्च इन इंडिया, चाहे कोई कुछ भी कहे. विदाउट मनी, विदाउट एनीथिंग, हम लोगों ने ये मॉलिक्यूल्स बनाए. और ये मॉलिक्यूल बनाने से पहले हम लोगों ने जितना भी अभी तक का हमारा जो काम है वो आप सब लोगों के लिए ही है. प्लीज एक बार आइए और हमसे पूछिए. आई विल से ये मेरे लिए शोकेस से ज्यादा एक ये है कि कम्युनिकेशन करने आया हूं. आप मेरे से पूछिए कि ये चीज क्या है, क्योंकि आपके लिए जितना डेटा चाहिए ये यूज करने के लिए सब कुछ अभी तक अवेलेबल हो चुका है. एंड आई एम सेइंग दिस अगेन दैट दिस एंटीबायोटिक इज चीपर देन द एंटीबायोटिक्स यू आर यूजिंग राइट नाउ. ऑन द बेस ऑफ, मैं आई एम माई सेल्फ अ बिजनेसमैन, मेरा दिमाग भी साहब कॉर्पोरेट जैसा ही लगता है कि नहीं यार, मुझे अगर इफ आई एम गेटिंग प्रॉफिट देन फाइन, व्हाई नॉट. That is the mentality of a corporate and we should have that mentality. There is nothing wrong into it. So for that mentality also, please come to us. Please visit us and please ask for the samples for your own trial. आप मेरे पास से 100 ग्राम के 1-1 kg तक के samples you ask me, I will provide you for free and come to us. आप मांगिए, आप trial लीजिए against the antibiotic you are using right now. Please do the trials. Another innovation we did, this is done by another team of mine, when we were working in antibiotics and we were visiting to the fields, on field हम लोग जब जा रहे थे, तब हम लोगों ने सबसे ज्यादा, the biggest problem we see into the poultry is the fly. That there are many flies roaming around us. So we started thinking that in humans, if you see, जब आपको बच्चा गिराना है तो आप क्या करते हैं? When a female is pregnant and if you want to discard that, what you do? You play with the hormones of the female. So same thing can be done with fly. वो अंडे देगी ही नहीं कभी भी. So you can stop flies from the larva itself. जो लार्वा है वहां से ही आप उसको स्टॉप कर सकते हैं, बनना ही स्टॉप करवा सकते हैं. फ्लाई का जो आपके यहाँ पे इतना सारा जो ये है वो सब खत्म हो जाएगा. For this product also, I will give samples. You try at your facility. Just don't believe me. You just try at your facility. See, these are the practical exposures. All are the practical exposures we have done into the poultry itself. West Bengal का सबसे बड़ा poultry जो आपका यहाँ पे है, वहाँ पे हम लोगों ने ये सब trials किए हुए हैं, practical trials, on field trials किए हुए हैं. These are the genetic chains of the larva, and the change of the genetic change you can see. What happens is that it damages to the reproductive part of the larva, And then, see, the change into the reproductive system of the larva is there, and you can observe that the flies are reducing day by day. Flies are reducing day by day. It will automatically die. उनका पॉपुलेशन कम होते जाएगा. आपके यहाँ पे पॉपुलेशन, क्योंकि क्या किया आपने, उसको पोटेंट कर दिया भाई. They are not capable enough to reproduce. When you are not capable to reproduce, एक तरीके से देखने जाए तो ये ह्यूमंस में भी करना चाहिए अभी इंडिया में खास करके कि हम लोग रिप्रोड्यूस करना कम करते हैं, लेकिन ये फ्लाई के लिए तो है, अभी हो गया है. दिस इज अ वेरी सिंपल टेक्निक विच वी हैव यूटिलाइज्ड. व्हेन आई केम टू दिस इंडस्ट्री, मैं ऑनेस्टली बताता हूँ कि व्हाट माय मेजर फील्ड इज दैट आई विजिट टू डिफरेंट इंडस्ट्रीज एंड आई टेक केयर ऑफ मार्केटिंग इनटू माय इंडस्ट्री. मैं जेनिथ ग्रुप से बिलोंग करता हूँ साहब. तो हम लोग तो यहाँ पे आए थे प्लाईवुड इंडस्ट्री के लिए. यहाँ पे डॉक्टर जयंता है. डॉक्टर जयंता इज एन R&D प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ सेंचुरी, तो ही बिकेम माय वेरी गुड फ्रेंड. तो मैं यहाँ पे आया था प्लाईवुड इंडस्ट्री के लिए. हम लोग मिले बाय गॉड ग्रेस बोस इंस्टीट्यूट में डॉक्टर सुब्रांशु जी से, और हम लोग बाद में गए ये सब फील्ड्स में. तो हमने तो एक्सप्लोर ये किया, क्योंकि मैं तो बहुत सारे फील्ड में घूमता रहता हूँ, तो मैंने एक्सप्लोर ये किया कि द थिंग विच आर ऑलरेडी डेवलप्ड इन ह्यूमन, जो हम लोग करते ही हैं ऑलरेडी, वो हम लोग यहाँ पे भी कर ही सकते हैं. दिस इज अ वेरी बिग प्रॉब्लम इन पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्रीज विच सॉल्यूशन रिसाइड्स बिहाइंड अवर ओन वे. हमारे पास तो उसका सॉल्यूशन है भाई. देयर इज अ बिग सॉल्यूशन.
टेक्नोलॉजी पता ही आपको, कंपनी पता है तो 10x फाइन होगा.
अच्छा, हाँ, ओके. So this is the thing. Yeah, this is a graphical data. The graphical data of the larvas which we have seen on the first day. Then 10 μg per liter it is given. Then 20 μg per liter it is given, and then 40 μg per liter it is given. So what you are able to see is that the day by day the larva has reduced its capacity to reproduce. At 40 μg per liter, you are able to see graphically, and this is a practical data. You can able to see practically that these are all, you can say, approved things from industry itself. Yes, this is also another graph, same amount of graph which has been given, where the this blue part is showing the consistency of decrease. जो ऊपर से लेके नीचे तक जो आप देख रहे हैं, उसमें ब्लू पार्ट जो है उसका रिप्रोडक्टिव कैपेसिटी है, और बाद में रेड पार्ट जो आप देख रहे हैं, दैट इज अगेन द रिप्रोडक्टिव कैपेसिटी विच वी हैव ट्राइड टू मेक इट इजी टू अंडरस्टैंड कि दैट दिस इज रिड्यूसिंग इट. So basically these two technologies we have developed. I will be happy to meet you all through this conversations. Thank you very much for inviting me here. Thank you very much, Madan sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Puneet Vagela. I would like to call upon stage Dr. Partho Das for the panel discussion. I would like to call upon stage Dr. Vijay Tejare, Mr. Tridipesh Bandyopadhyay, Mr. Jagbir Singh, and Mr. Puneet Vagela.
Director.
So our all eminent speakers are again here for this panel discussion. So I'll request the audience to have their questions now, and whatever you have noted down, maybe you can ask one by one, and they will be there to address the answers to the best possible level. Okay, so we can start our panel discussion. Just you can start with your questions.
Yes, please. Can somebody please pass on the mic to him? Can somebody please pass on the mic to him?
You can just pass the microphone to the person who is questioning.
Mic. Mic. Achha, there are 3 mics. Okay, yeah.
Good evening. This question is to Jagbir sir. Sir, you are telling the differences between a fixed dome and a floating drum in the digester. What are the disadvantages of a floating drum?
14?
Floating drum.
Floating drum.
Floating drum in a
Yes,
digester.
yes. That is number one is inside the heating system and aeration plus, not aeration, heating system inside. And another is this stirrer. That is not done in this system. And another is life is less. Life is about 5-6 years. And after that, because very corrosive gas and everything is rusted and damaged. That's why MS is not working. And steel is very costly again. So that's why we don't do that in the future.
Okay, taking clue from there, which means that you, in a fixed dome you have a stirrer as well as a heater.
Pardon?
Which means now when you go for a closed dome.
We don't use the heat up inside the digester.
Then stirrer, you have a mechanical stirrer as well?
Stirrer inside is not possible. Put the stirrer because it is closed like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you were saying that you are doing stirring and heating. How is that happening?
And deposition in the bottom, less gas generation.
No, sir. My question is, you are saying that you are doing stirring and giving temperature, raising the temperature or lowering the temperature.
Temperature is.
How you are doing that?
The temperature, we cannot give the temperature in that digester.
But your slide was saying that. That's why I just wanted to check with you.
Pardon?
Your slide said that you have to give temperature.
We have not given the temperature in that system.
Okay.
In our operation.
Okay.
Okay. And we don't put the stirrer inside in that operation. In our like trial, our in our farm.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Jagdish sir.
Thank you.
So any other question from audience? Yeah, just can you pass on, somebody can pass on the mic, please?
This is question to Dr. Tijare. You have said that export market is there for all poultry products. Can you say what is the percentage of this thing, meat, chicken meat we are exporting other than hatching eggs and eggs?
Presently, chicken meat market is very minuscule. It was 10% of the graph what we had exhibited to you. But now India is started exporting chicken to Maldives and also to Oman and Bhutan. These are the countries where we are exporting prominently. But I want to express that what are the opportunities further for this export market.
So there is a scope to export in that UAE markets and other markets also.
Yes, sir. There is a scope.
Thank you.
Next question.
Okay.
Particularly for the cooked product, there are two segments for the export. One is for the export for the raw chicken, and one is the export for the completely cooked products. So we have opportunities at both the sectors. But if we are looking for export for completely cooked products, one, it is completely cooked, so there is no any indication of virus or bacteria to be transmitted because it is completely cooked. And you can offer that product with various types of cuisines as per the demand of the customer.
My question is regarding the traceability part. I have some experience regarding the egg powder. For the egg powder, we source eggs from identified farms which are under monitoring of EIA, the inspection agency. When you talk about the chicken, the source of chicken is from several farms. It's at present not possible to identify each farms for the traceability issue. If it is a domestic market, how does the consumer get a confidence or know anything if in case we trace back to some XYZ farm? He will be more happy if in case we put some kind of egg mark, ISI, that will give him confidence where there is some form of an inspection. In egg powder, because it is being monitored by the inspection agency, definitely consumer or the gentleman who is purchasing, because it's 100% exported, there's a possibility. For processed chicken, other than knowing the source from which the product is processed, manufactured, which already is there in the pack, how does it help for traceability?
Okay. Okay. So as I mentioned, what do you call that? The traceability has two aspects. One is the consumer side of it, and the second is your internal data control and making things, you can say, auditable. So I don't think that it is not possible to trace back to the farm because the farms are far flung and distributed. The farm, it is possible, we are doing it in other products, may not be into what you call chicken per se right now in India, but in terms of organic food and different. So when it is being sourced from different farms in different places, it is possible to trace back. So I definitely feel there is one on that.
Yeah. Not be traced. What I'm saying is, how does it help the consumer?
Okay.
Because the factory will know every day they have a record in terms of from which farms the birds have come, which is processed. If in case you talk about any kind of infection, unless it is monitored by inspection agency, how does traceability work? Because in egg powder, 100% exported, yes, the farms are being constantly monitored on a regular frequency basis. But in processing plant, if it's for domestic market, why I'm asking this? This is being raised by government, saying that we should have traceability, we should have mark on the pack. I feel it's an unnecessary exercise because I don't think consumer will gain. Suppose it's a farm in X place has given the birds and that is processed. And that farm may be 5,000 capacity, 10,000 capacity. How does it help? Only from my understanding.
Okay. No, say, as we see in different countries, as I mentioned, in the consumer expectations are, I would say, changing. Okay. So now, when you sort of even look at things like free range eggs or what you call free range chicken, people are trying to know that where it is coming. So you're talking about what is the importance of the source from which is coming, or that location or other details. We see that it is happening. So again, sometimes it is difficult to preempt what the consumer will think and expect. Okay, but we see that there are examples globally where in countries in different locations, people are looking to see where it is being sourced from, because it is not only the location of that, because also the nearness. Because I think now there is an awareness about sourcing local. And when you are looking at sourcing local with less carbon footprint, the location or the distance of the farm from your market is becoming an important data. Again, I'm saying domestic market, India, it will take some time to mature. But if you look at UK, if you look at Germany, if you look at France, people are starting to expect, and there is a different premium that the people are willing to give if it is sourced locally. So it is not only the hygiene or other factors, it is also a sustainability thought in the mind of the consumers, which is, I would say, driving it. We have got enough use cases to show that people are willing to pay a premium if there is data available for them. So some data is perceptional, some data may be technical, but I think the consumer is slowly starting to expect that.
My fear is we are copying and pasting, which probably would not be of much use to the consumer. I would definitely appreciate coming with some kind of a quality mark for a domestic consumer. If you take the example of Europe and US, there the farm size is big, and probably it's easier for them to identify X farm. Here the farm sizes are small, except for very limited number, maybe at single location they have a large capacity. Otherwise, the farm size is small. Tracing back to the farm source, I don't know how far it will be relevant, but that also involves a cost. If in case you expect all these chicken processing plants to trace it back by a QR code to the farm, they would do it, no doubt. But is it really useful for the consumer? That's my only question.
Okay, yeah. So again, I would say the market is emerging. The customers are starting to expect, but again, we are a technology company. So I think our offering here is that we are technologically ready to support if that is a need in the market. I'm not there to create needs. It is for brands to actually create the need. So from a technology company, we can tell you that we are ready and we are happy to partner and explore whether it is at all making an incremental, what you call brand perception in the mind of a customer.
Any other questions?
Maybe we can expect another 1 or 2 questions at least.
Dr. Vagela, you said in your this thing, internationally the valuation is 1600 crores, something like that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Then why do you do not take that offer?
No, I will. If there is no market in India, then I will definitely sell it because it is a patent. See, we have got 20 years of gap.
Okay.
If there is no response from here, and we are getting a very big and good response from the West Bengal Association. Poultry Association is going to do the work, very good work. So our wish is that it is also our motive to do the same. That giving money and getting the money. My father always says this कि भाई तेरे को धंधा करने का है कि तेरे को एक बार में पैसा लेके एफडी करवाने का है. तो मैं तो वही बोलूंगा साहब मेरे को तो धंधा करने का है.
So one of my question to you is what I'm saying is for this you are talking about this quinolones, right? So for quinolones, if say you are, since you have already studied all those aspects as you have shown in your
Yes,
data.
sir. Yes, sir.
So regarding the residual time and all these things, so in case of, since it is having both this antimicrobial, that is this antimicrobial effect, antifungal effects also,
And anti-protozoal too.
Anti-protozoal too.
Yes.
In that case.
Yes.
So in that case, and you are saying that 5 days, 80% is going to be going out.
Yes.
Residual effect.
Yes.
And 7 to 10 days, the total 100% is being
true
going out. Okay. So in that case, do you feel that means there is any kind of resistance development is going to take place at any point of time for this?
100%, 100%. There is going to be the resistance of every product. I will say not just one product, every antibiotic or every antifungal agent which comes into the market, which is utilized. The first thing which came into the world is in existence was fungus, and the last thing which will go is fungus. You cannot kill fungus, you cannot kill bacteria. They are the microorganism for what this world is for. Priorly on the evolutionary change, they came first from us. They know far more better thing from us. So they will definitely evolve. The antibiotic or else the chemical molecule, whichever you may give, they will evolve themselves after some time. For that particular gap, you have got 15 years to 20 years for that gap when you start giving that molecule. For that 15 years, it is very easy to say that this will work very well. And after that 15 years, you will definitely need more other molecules. Like in antibiotics, you can say there are 1,000 kinds of molecule. In ofloxacin, levofloxacin, ciprofloxacin, moxifloxacin, you can say names are n numbers of molecules. In amoxicillin also, means in beta-lactam rings also, in beta-lactam you can say n numbers of molecules are there. So major thing is why humans also need this all. Why can't one product do the thing? The thing is that bacteria evolve themselves. Gram-negative, gram-positive bacteria evolve themselves. And they will definitely get an idea how to sustain this and how to get rid of this molecule also.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Punit.
Thank you.
Lot of thanks for good presentation. Quantized use in bacteria, protozoa,
Yes.
and fungus.
Fungus, yes.
But what is the mode of action?
It is in ATP PRTase, means the target point which you are saying for bacteria, if I'm not wrong.
But inhibit the DNA or breakdown of
ATP PRTase, it break the ATP PRTase chain. Mean from ADP to ATP when it has been synthesized, from adenosine diphosphate to adenosine triphosphate when it is converted. What we do is that in L-histine is one kind of a molecule which is very necessary from 12 amino acids. If you say in bacteria, one amino acid which is very necessary, which is L-histine into the bacteria. We try to block the chain of L-histine and so that the ADP cannot be synthesized into ATP. So the bacteria dies itself due to the lack of energy.
It also acts in virus also?
No, it will not act in virus. It will not act on virus, not at all. It will work on bacteria, fungus, and protozoa, what we have tested and done. While on virus, you can see in inorganic compounds like silver, copper, they will work very well. Instead of organic compounds, if you go to the inorganic compounds, that will work well. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so thank you. I think this comes to the end of our panel discussion because we are running a little short of time. So thank you again, all our eminent speakers. Just be here on the stage for some few more moments. So now I will request Mr. Shonat Sarkar to felicitate Mr. Bijoy Tijari. So Mr. Shonat Sarkar, please come on the stage.
Sure.
Just hand it over. Please have a big round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Sarkar.
I would like to call upon stage Mr. Polash De to felicitate Mr. Tridibesh Bandopadhyay. Can we have a big round of applause, please?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Polash De.
So, can we call upon stage Mr. Shantanu Pal to felicitate Mr. Jagbir Dhul? Please come up on stage. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you once again. So, please, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for our speakers,
I would
Mr.
like to call
Tizare, Mr. Tridibesh, Mr. Jagbir ji, and Mr. Punit. So,
I would like to call upon stage Dr. Satpathy to felicitate Dr. Puneet Vaghela.
oh, one is missing. Come by this side.
Can we have a big round of applause, please? Thank you, Dr. Satpathy.
Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you, everyone.
It's not the end. May I request Preeti Das to please come and felicitate our last two moderators, Dr. Partho Das and Dr. Sejuti Kaur. Moderators, please be there in the dais. And request to speakers, please don't go away. We'll have a group photo for all the speakers just after this. Dr. Partho Das, can you have a round of applause, please?
The most handsome moderator.
Now to felicitate Dr. Sejuti Kaur. Thank you. Now may I request all the speaker to please come on the dais for a group photo. All the speaker, Mr. Maiti, Professor Biswas, an honorable registrar of the university, please sir come on the dais. We will have a group photo, and on the moderators as well. Moderators who are there, please come on the dais. We will have a group photo. The speakers, Mr. Maiti. Mr. Basant Kumar, Professor Biswas, Professor Das. Dr. Maiti. All the moderators also, please join. So now we'll be having the tea break. TV is outside. And please don't go anywhere. We'll be having our opening ceremony from 6:15 p.m. Please don't go anywhere. So we'll be having our opening ceremony. Ministers will arrive at 6:15 and we will start sharp 6:15 our inaugural program for this 10th KIPF. Please enjoy your teas outside. May I request Mr. Radhesam Roy to please felicitate Sri Pradeep Kumar Majumdar, Mala Chief Guest, Honorable Minister in Charge, Panchayat and Rural Development, Government of West Bengal. May I request Mr. Radhesam Roy to please felicitate Honorable Minister in Charge, Panchayat and Rural Development, Sri Pradeep Kumar Majumdar, who is our Mala Chief Guest. May I request Mr. Madan Mohan Maiti, Chairman 10th KIPF 2024 and General Secretary West Bengal Poultry Federation to have the seat. And I will request Dr. C.T. Silva Kumar, if you can please come and felicitate Mr. Maiti. May I request Sri Prem Anup Sinha, Chief General Manager, State Bank of India, Kolkata Circle, West Bengal, to please come on the dais. And may I request Mr. Parthu Sood to please felicitate Mr. Sinha. May I request Professor Samsundar Dana, Honorable Vice Chancellor, West Bengal University of Animal and Fishery Sciences, to please come on the dais. And may I request Mr. Siddhartha Sinha, if you can come and please felicitate Professor Dana. Professor Samsundar Dana, Honorable Vice Chancellor, West Bengal University of Animal and Fishery Sciences. May I request Dr. Yogaraj Tamang, Honorable Director of Animal Husbandry and Veterinary Services, Government of West Bengal, to please come on the dais. And may I request Mr. Paulas De, if you can felicitate Dr. Yogaraj Tamang. Mr. Paulas De, who is felicitating Dr. Yogaraj Tamang, Honorable Director of Animal Husbandry and Veterinary Services, Government of West Bengal. May I request Professor Punnendu Biswas, Honorable ex-Vice Chancellor, West Bengal University of Animal and Fishery Sciences, to please come on the dais. And may I request Mr. Sanat Sarkar to please felicitate Professor Biswas. Professor Punnendu Biswas, Honorable ex-Vice Chancellor, West Bengal University of Animal and Fishery Sciences. May I request Dr. Partha Das, Honorable Registrar, West Bengal University of Animal Fishery Sciences, to please come on the dais. And may I request Mr. Samuel Bose, if you can please come and felicitate Dr. Partha Das. May I request Sri C. Vasant Kumar, President, Poultry Breeders Welfare Association, if you can please come on the dais. And may I request Mr. Santanu Pal, if you can please come and felicitate Sri Vasant Kumar ji. Sri Vasant Kumar, President, Poultry Breeders Welfare Association. May I request Mr. KG Anand, General Manager VH, if you can please come on the dais. And I will request Mr. Mantu Ghosh, if you can please come and felicitate Mr. KG Anand, sir. Mr. KG Anand, felicitated by Mantu Ghosh. May I request Mr. Uday Singh Vyas, President, Indian Poultry Equipment Manufacturers Association, to please come on the dais. And may I request Mr. Subhasis Basu, if you can please come and felicitate Mr. Vyas. Mr. Subhasis Bose. May I request Mr. Samir Agarwal, if you can please come on the dais, and may I request Mr. Tapas Bhattacharya, if you can please come and felicitate Mr. Samir Agarwal. Mr. Tapas Bhattacharya, who is felicitating Mr. Samir Agarwal. May I request Mr. Radhesam Roy, if you can please come on the dais, and may I request Mr. Partho Sur, if you can please felicitate Mr. Radhesam Roy. May I request Dr. Siris Nigam, President INFA, if you can please come on the dais, and may I request Mr. Angsuman Dogra, if you can please felicitate Dr. Siris Nigam. Dr. Siris Nigam, who is being felicitated by Mr. Angsuman Dogra. May I request Mr. Niren Das, who has come from Assam, if you are there, please come on the dais. Mr. Niren Das. May I request Dr. C.T. Silva Kumar, if you can please felicitate Mr. Niren Das. Mr. Niren Das, felicitated by Dr. C.T. Silva Kumar. May I request Mr. Ajay Chakraborty from Tripura, if you are there, please come on the dais. Mr. Ajay Chakraborty. And I would request Mr. Paulas De, if you can please felicitate Mr. Ajay Chakraborty. Mr. Ajay Chakraborty, and felicitating by Mr. Paulas De. May I request Dr. Harmohan Das from Odisha, if you are there, please come on the dais. And may I request Mr. Samuel Bose, if you can please come and felicitate Dr. Das. Dr. Harmohan Das. Thank you. Now we'll officially start the program. May I request all the audience to please stand up for our West Bengal state anthem. Before start our program, it's our privilege to pay tribute to the father of the Indian poultry, Dr. B.V. Rao. So we'll just pay 1 minute tribute to Dr. B.V. Rao. May I request everybody to please stand up. Dr. B.V. Rao, an entrepreneur and agriculturist, considered as the father of modern poultry industry in India, a self-made man, he rose from nothing to a position of preeminence in India. A successful industrialist in his own right, he had outstanding achievement to his credits. He founded the VH Group, an Indian conglomerate group in 1971. He was also the founder chairman of National Egg Coordination Committee and was a 2004 inductee of the International Poultry Hall of Fame of the World Poultry Science Association. The Government of India awarded him the fourth highest civilian award of Padma Shri in 1990. Mr. Rao was responsible for giving the Indian poultry farmer access to the modern technology and raising the rural income of the farmers. Thank you very much. Now, I will request our chief guest, Sri Pradeep Kumar Mojumdar, and the other dignitaries to please lighting the lamp and ask everybody to please join on the dais.
गाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि चतुराय विक्रमाय गुह्यप्रवराय गुरवे गुरु
Thank you. Now, I will request Mr. Madan Mohan Maiti, Chairman, 10th KIPF, and the General Secretary of West Bengal Poultry Federation to have his welcome address to the audience. Mr. Maiti, please.
Ready, Guru. Namaskar. Respected today's inauguration ceremony President, Honorable Minister, Sri Shravan Devnath. Respected today's chief guest, Pradeep Kumar Majumdar, Honorable Minister and Panchayat and Rural Development, Government of West Bengal. Respected Vice Chancellor, West Bengal University of Animal and Fishery Sciences. Respected Director, Animal Research Development Department and Veterinary Services. Respected Partho Das, Registered West Bengal Veterinary University, Animal and Fishery Sciences. Professor Purnendu Biswas, former Vice Chancellor. Sri Prem Anup Sinha, respected Chief General Manager, State Bank of India, Kolkata. Sri Basant Kumar Ji, President, Poultry Breeders Association, Maharashtra, and Chairman, Pan India Boiler Coordination Committee. Sir Uday Singh Bas, President, EPIMA. And many of the guest dignitaries in the dais, Siris Nigam and other state president and secretary at Tripura, Assam, Odisha. And all the farmers, technocrat, veterinarian, important personalities, those who are attending today from our state, country and outside the country. Thanks to all. Until 2011, the momentum have been come and we have started the activity of the poultry development. We think the poultry development can be possible if we are organized and done activities by the organized way. After that, we have formation of three-tier body of the block level, district level and state level. And then suggested circulating price of the chicken, eggs and all poultry product. And development to the training of the important manpower from worker to managers. Awareness development amongst the customer, consumer and benefiting the development of the consumer increase, hike the consumer. Also, awareness development of the conversion of the poultry litter to the biogas and electricity. And the modernization of the global standard. Please see that this video is 100% for our Bengal poultry. There is no include single area of the outside the poultry. This is the development of our state poultry. 10 years ago, we visit the poultry, developed poultry of the all other the states, developed states like Andhra, Telangana, Maharashtra, Karnataka. Now we have developed in all way. Our development and our technological upgradation at per country and also the global standard. Some of the small data is given. When the federation is working properly, we have produced chicken as per our requirement only 34%. And today we have produced 140%. And as per the government data, central government data, we have in second place of broiler production 11.9% of the country total productions. First place in UP only 12.2%. The neck to neck competition, and we hopefully within 1 or 2 years we will be the first position in broiler production in the India. In table egg production, Shortly we will be reached in the verge of the self-sufficiency. Though we have contribute 9.94% of our country production, but in this year 2022-23, we have achieved highest growth of the India in the first rank in 20.1%. Previously, we think about the production for the self-sufficiency of the West Bengal only. Now, Federation target is the self-sufficiency to the West Bengal entire Northeast. WBIS 2017, and now this is the very help to us for development of the poultry sector in our state. Thanks to the state government for such type of new incentive proposal for our state, and our farmers is developed for that, and we get the chances for it. All are aware the country India having a second rank in egg production in the world, and we have a major playing role of the this year in second production, because we have growth of 20% about the country production. In case of poultry feed production, we have a self-sufficiency. We have more than 32% of our requirement we have produced, and that 32% exporting to neighboring states. In broiler feeder, we have little bit in back. We have our requirement is more. Now this year, government of West Bengal is launch a new scheme for the broiler feeders production. I hope within 2-3 years we will be achieve it also. And the main factor for the development is our today's chief guest, Pradeep Kumar Majumdar sir, for their innovative decision of the development of the maize production of our state. Surprisingly, in 2021, we have a producing of 0.4 million metric ton of maize. Now it is going to the 2.8 million metric ton. That is the main reason of the development of poultry in our state. And after that, the facilities is coming. Extra investment has been come in our state and outside. More than 5,500 crores in the state for the poultry development. We are all aware meat eating habit in West Bengal is regularly increasing. It's a very good percentage, very good high percentage, regularly increasing the habit of the West Bengal of people. And the such type of production, every year we have a broiler production more than 10 to 15% majority consumed to our state. And we also organize for development of the poultry, Eastern India Poultry Development Forum, for the accumulating of the 14 states, Odisha to Nagaland, for the help of the poultry sector development in the Eastern India level. This is our done by the West Bengal Poultry Federation. We have already training institute for the technical manpower and workers for our industry. As per our estimation, nearly 20 to 25 lakhs people engaged directly, indirectly in this sector in 2023. As per our estimation, 7 to 8 lakhs poultry farmer is already directly engaged in this industry. And we are as per the estimate, we are the neck-to-neck chicken consumption with the Andhra Pradesh as per the national standard. And we are the highest consuming of the egg as per the standard, as per the Indian standard. We have a more scope of development as per the ICMR recommendation. 180 eggs per capita per consumption. If we reach, our poultry can we go to the third fold. And many thanks to the state government and also the agriculture department, Department of Panchayat and ARD, all helps a lot West Bengal Poultry Federation for our development and for our that's result. And also we get this result is a topper of the growth in egg production in West Bengal in India. We have including more training center coming future, and we have a plan to proper chicken dressing unit, processing plants, and the retail outlet in all over the state for the good supply to the good quantity chicken to our consumer. And today is a full day was the technical session. This technical session basically for develop to our poultry farmer, to our technocrat, to our veterinarian, one fold above for developments. How they develop their farms, how they develop their industry with a good way as per the international standard. And tomorrow, from tomorrow, our fair for open for 3 days. Today will be open from here, and within 3 days, we have a 1 day of the Pan India Boiler Coordination Committee meeting to aid in the very good training seminar from the local farmers and local languages. And in 9th, a meeting for the compartmentalization license from the government of India. These 3 additional features added in this fair. In overall, the West Bengal poultry industry growth is very good. I also request to our farmer stakeholders, continue the growth, continue the development, and continue the production for the topper of the India in both the case in growth in chicken and eggs. Thank you to all.
Thank you, Mr. Maiti, for your inspirational speech. Now, may I request Mela Chief Guest, Shri Pradeep Kumar Majumdar, Honorable Minister in Charge, Panchayat and Rural Development, Government of West Bengal, to have his honorary speech. Shri Pradeep Kumar Majumdar.
Good evening, everybody. It's always a pleasure to meet the poultry industry. Much has been talked about the development. Certainly, that's very heartening because in 2011, while I was brought back to the state by our Honorable Chief Minister, she had only one vision for the farming community and agricultural development. She had been only focusing on improvement of income of agriculturists in the state and convergence in development of the agri and allied sector was one of the key factors. She had only one target. She didn't want to see any presentation on how the rate of production, what we call productivity, be it in pure agriculture, horticulture, or in ARD sector, or in fishery. Growth is welcome, but it should at the end of the day add up to the bottom line of each of the marginal farmer. West Bengal has maximum soil under treatment, under plowing, and the rural agricultural sector, if it is thriving today in India, in West Bengal, it's all because of the marginal farmers with huge level of resilience. Anyway, today is the 10th Kolkata International Poultry Fair's inaugural function. I'm grateful to Mr. Maiti, who leads this Poultry Federation in West Bengal very effectively, very committed poultry industrialist who really cares for the welfare of his members and definitely the farmers of West Bengal in general. We have with us the architect of real animal resources development in the state, our Honorable Minister, Sri Shopon Debnath, who had been really leading this sector for more than 10 years now, very, very effectively. But for the support that we had been receiving in terms of balanced development in this sector, possibly ARD wouldn't have, that includes poultry, that includes goatry, that includes meat production, that includes our other segments of the animal resources development. There has been all-round development because of his commitment for the cause, and every time our leaders dream, whatever we do at the end of the day, it's the farmers who should benefit the most. So he had been steering it very effectively. So his invitation and Mr. Maiti's sincerity cannot take me away, even if I am responsible for certain other segments of the entire developmental operations of the state. I also look after certain, apart from rural development in general. I remember when this portfolio was assigned to me, our Honorable Chief Minister reminded me, there can't be rural development without the prosperity of the agriculturists and agriculture in general. So their socioeconomic development is what is going to determine success of your rural developmental efforts. So that's where we are. And we have today with us another gentleman who had been always supportive, greatly supportive to me in terms of providing technical support, Mr. Dr. Purnendu Biswas. He has been presented to you as the ex-Vice Chancellor, but he still continues to be a regular advisor for technical issues for development. I'm personally indebted to him. It is he who had simultaneously devised a method in long term, sustainably to combat bird flu, while we had launched the project for incentivizing growth in poultry of layer birds, which is comparatively, you know it better, I don't have to tell you, is more vulnerable to the bird flu. And regrettably, at that point in time, there wasn't an institution in India which had been specially focusing on that subject. We had restriction on adding to the existing disciplines new areas of education and research. But Dr. Biswas's justification was so strong. In one stroke, we could get the approval of the cabinet of the state to start courses, and an educationist, scientist as he had been committed to the sector, he had ensured that on the back of this discipline, he also added 2 more disciplines and got many more posts sanctioned in his university. But he still continues to support us in our effort to develop in technical matters. We have with us the current Vice Chancellor, Dr. Dana. We have Mr. Dr. Partho Das, the Registrar. We have Dr. Gyograj Tamang, and very importantly, Sri Prem Anup Sinha, a very important support for the industry. I am quite often critical of the financial institutions because I always feel that the financial institutions, despite the major ones having had been nationalized way back in 68, still the preference to incentivize the industry and the industrialists seems to be of the topmost priority than the downtrodden who can make better use with much lesser help and thus really enrich our country. But Mr. Sinha has proved me wrong. He had been very, very actively supportive of the priority sector, which in my terms of reference is the agricultural sector. He was briefing me what initiative he has taken on behalf of the largest nationalized commercial bank, State Bank of India. There is a special MOU signed with the poultry industry thanks to Mr. Madan Mohan Maiti. Not only he is a very big poultry grower himself or poultry industrialist himself, he understands you know it better, he understands the finances much better. And I know he would have argued and bargained the best terms from the best financial institution of the country. So thank you, Mr. Sinha. I'm glad that you are present here today. I usually am known to be very critical, but I also appreciate good work. Mr. Sinha has taken the leadership. I hope that his other colleagues in the banking industry will follow his footsteps in West Bengal. We have Mr. Vasant Kumar, President, Poultry Breeders Welfare Association. We have Mr. Uday Singh Vyas, President of Indian Poultry Equipment Manufacturers Association. Mr. Nigam, I believe he is a very knowledgeable and authority in this area. There are other dignitaries on the dais, and amongst the dignitaries in front of it are presidents of association of various other states. Welcome to Calcutta. And ladies and gentlemen, it's been as I said, it's always a pleasure for me to see a lot of known faces, see it beaming. That makes me feel even happier because it speaks of your prosperity. And when you prosper, I'm sure there'll be many hundreds more behind each of you who would prosper in the rural economy. There has been lots of problems in the rural economy, but you still not have forgotten. Post-COVID is the agricultural sector alone which had kept its nose above the water. That's the only sector which had thrived, at least made profits, were in positive, whereas rest were all in negative. And since then, poultry sector in West Bengal, I can say for sure, had been making unprecedented strides. According to Government of India's data, as Mr. Maiti has already said, the annual growth rate in table egg production in West Bengal year on year has been 20.1%. So not a very small quantity we are talking about. In 2011, when there had been a change in the government, when our Honorable Chief Minister took over the reins of rule in West Bengal, where she had brought in the paradigm shift in strategizing growth in the agricultural sector. She's the first political administrator in India and certainly in many other countries where I have had the privilege of working for decades, who had told me what is important is the income of the farmers when we are talking of farmers who are marginal and small. And I told you about her affinity for convergent growth as long as it really helped the bottom line of each farming family. Mr. Maiti was telling you about our effort to grow hybrid maize in West Bengal. Why did we choose hybrid maize in West Bengal? West Bengal produces the maximum quantity of rice. In unprocessed form, we call it paddy. The paddy production in West Bengal, which was under 2.35 crore tons or 23.5 million tons for those who have come from abroad, it's today more than 25 million tons. Occasionally it exceeds by about 500,000 tons. This is despite our effort to reduce coarse grain paddy production in West Bengal. Because you would recall in 1965-66, India had population of less than 44 crores, marginally less than 44 crores. Today it's past 135 crores. Crores is our unit, 10 million makes a crore. Okay? And we couldn't feed our under 44 crore population with our own grain production, which was grown almost on similar terms of area. We had to borrow and beg. The then Honorable Prime Minister, late Indira Gandhi, had to go and get 160 lakh tons of wheat and 10 lakh tons of clean rice to save the Indian from starvation. She felt humiliated. She vowed to give topmost priority to food security to Indians. Green Revolution was launched. Rest is history. Our farmers, the agri-scientists, the extension workers, the agri-administrators, and the political administrators, they all, shoulder to shoulder with the farming community, not only made India self-sufficient in cereal, but produced much more surplus despite a threefold or more increase in the population. Our planners, led then by Madam Indira Gandhi, were more astute to understand what was needed then. But unfortunately, beyond that, when there was surplus production, the planners failed to identify the real root of problem with the farming community. I'm surprised that our Honorable Chief Minister could really pinpoint what was needed. We were aimlessly producing core grain paddy where there was not so much need at all. So the surplus production had afflicted the farming communities realization for their main crop. So we had to go for a very drastic diversification. At the same time, West Bengal used to induct more than 20% to 30% of its daily table egg requirement, which was about 20 million per day, 2 crores. Still, we had to induct from other state. And we had a growing problem of unemployment in the rural area. So this was an easy way forward to look at poultry as an opportunity for self-employment and at the same time increasing the production of table eggs which had ready market. And Mr. Maiti told us very clearly, give us hybrid maize here itself, you will have a customized, sustainable demand. And it suited me, a selfish man, that it will serve so many sectors at one go. We put in all our efforts. We had the devastation caused by the army fall worm pest, which had devastated maize across the southern part of the country. But I am indebted to the committed government officers and field workers who stayed put day and night, gave handheld training to our newly experimenting growers of the maize crop, and rest was history. We have harvested 29 lakh tons last year. We expect to touch Mr. Maiti's order of 4 million tons or 40 lakh tons in next 2 years. But selfish me is satisfied just not because the farmers are making better money, getting ready business than surplus paddy they were growing in the same field. I'm also, the selfish me is happy because it gives opportunity for self-employment to my rural youths. Government's timely incentivization, not subsidy, incentivization has helped to set up 156 large-scale layer-bird poultry in West Bengal, of which already we have 106 units already in full production. Rest are growing. So this gives self-employment opportunity to large number of rural youths. It helps in inspiring others to follow suit. This is one example. There are other opportunities we have opened up for the rural youth, and they're lapping it up, which is helping overall agricultural growth. And generally speaking, in real agriculture, though Madam Chief Minister had made no announcement, no big publicity, but 2 years ago, last when Government of India's data was published, West Bengal farmers' income per year had increased more than 3 times, and that was an achievement only because we got all-round support in our convergent effort to grow. So that brings me here. I'm grateful to you. You have supported us, and those who have come to visit this fair from outside, you may take some clue from our efforts. We have been successful, but we look at opportunities with the kind of equipment manufacturers and the development that we are able to achieve in our machine floor with the processing of both the meat and the eggs, I think the potential for your export is sky high. And with this, I would like to take leave of you. I have taken much more time because I get little emotional when I see those who have helped me in achieving our objective of helping the poorest of the poor in the rural India and specifically in West Bengal, where they were in really bad shape. Today, if I could refer to the multidisciplinary poverty index published by Niti Aayog, I take pleasure in looking back and seeing that we have been able to reduce the below poverty level population to almost at par. The most talked about, touted about state of Gujarat, which has 10%, ours is 9.8%. So all that has been possible because of your active support, and I wish the poultry industry thrives and you see greater growth, better prosperity for you. Let's have 24 the best year for poultry industry, and probably I'll aspire for even better 25. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, sir. We will definitely try to be best in 2024. Now, may I request Sri Prem Anup Sinha, Chief General Manager, SBI, Kolkata Circle, West Bengal, to have his speech, please. Be careful.
Good evening, everyone. Respected Shri Pradeep Kumar Majumdar, Honorable Minister in Charge, Panchayat and Rural Development, Government of West Bengal. Sir, today I would like to give you a feedback that both of us have been part of regular SLBC, and I can tell you that I have not seen a more constructive SLBC because of your guidance, because of your support. Respected Shri Swapan Devnath Ji, Honorable Minister in Charge, Animal Resources Development Department, Government of West Bengal. Heart and soul of poultry in West Bengal, Dr. Madan Mohan Maiti. So I'm very happy to be part of this 10th Kolkata International Poultry Fair 2024. I would like to inform you that State Bank of India has signed an MOU with West Bengal Poultry Federation. Under this MOU, we are providing concessional rate of interest, concessional processing fee, reduction in collateral security. In addition to this, we have 24 specialized agriculture branches spread all over the state. State government is supporting us a lot in all our ventures. Recently, we did a big poultry farm with over 1 lakh, more than 1 lakh chicken, where Mr. Vivek Kumar and Srimati Jyotisha Das Gupta, they provided clearances very fast and we could finance it. My best wishes to this fair. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Now, may I request our President for this evening, Sri Swapan Devnath, Honorable Minister in Charge, Animal Resource Development Department, Government of West Bengal, to please have his address and declare the fair open. This year, we will be symbolically opening the fair virtually.
শুভ সন্ধ্যা, গুড ইভিনিং। আমি একটু গল্প করি, বক্তৃতা করব না। আমাদের 10th ইন্টারন্যাশনাল ক্যালকাটা পোল্ট্রি ফেয়ার, উপস্থিত আছেন আমাদের এই সংস্থার যিনি চেয়ারম্যান মদন মোহন মাইতি, এবং সেক্রেটারি জেনারেল ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল পোল্ট্রি ফেডারেশন, সমরেন্দ্র নারায়ণ সেন, প্রেসিডেন্ট ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল পোল্ট্রি ফেডারেশন। উপস্থিত আছেন আমাদের পরম শ্রদ্ধেয় শ্রী প্রদীপ মজুমদার, পশ্চিমবঙ্গ সরকারের পঞ্চায়েত ও গ্রাম উন্নয়ন দপ্তরের মন্ত্রী, এবং শ্রদ্ধা মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় কৃষি যাই বলুন সব উপদেষ্টা এই বিষয়ে আছেন। শ্যামসুন্দর ডানা, অনারেবল ভাইস চ্যান্সেলর ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল ইউনিভার্সিটি অফ এনিম্যাল অ্যান্ড ফিশারি সায়েন্স, ডক্টর পার্থ দাস, অনারেবল রেজিস্ট্রার ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল ইউনিভার্সিটি এনিম্যাল অ্যান্ড ফিশারি সায়েন্স, প্রফেসর পূর্ণেন্দু বিশ্বাস, former Vice Chancellor West Bengal University of Animal Fishery Science, Dr. Jograj Taman, Honorable Director of Animal Husbandry and Veterinary Science, Government of West Bengal, Sri Prem Anup Singh, Chief General Manager, State Bank of India, Kolkata Circle, West Bengal, Sri Basant Kumar, President, Poultry Federation Welfare Association, Sri Uday Singh Bayas, the President, Indian Poultry Equipment Manufacturers Association, Sri K.G. Anand, Dr. Nigam, Mr. Samar Agarwal, Mr. Radhesham Rai, and other delegates, farmers, scientists, অন্যরা। সন্ধ্যেবেলায় চাটা খেয়ে গল্প করতে ভালো লাগে। প্রদীপদা অনেক কথা বলেছেন, ভাইস আমাদের জেনারেল ম্যানেজার বলেছেন। তখন আলোচ্য বিষয়টা কি? পোলট্রি ফেডারেশনের ডিম উৎপাদন সব কিছু, আমি ওই জায়গাটায় যাচ্ছি। আমাদের পশ্চিমবঙ্গে প্রতি বৎসরে ডিমের প্রয়োজন হয় 1440 কোটি দরকার। উৎপাদন কত? 1375, ঘাটতিগত 65। শ্রদ্ধা মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতাদি বলছেন তার লক্ষ্যটা কি? যে পশ্চিমবঙ্গে ডিম উৎপাদনে আমাদের স্বয়ংবর হতে হবে। আমি কথায় কথায় গ্রামের লোক, গ্রামের ভাষায় বলি, ডিম খাড়াও, উৎপাদন বাড়াও, সংসার চালাও। ডিম খাও, উৎপাদন বাড়াও, সংসার চালাও। লোকে ডিমও খাবে, উৎপাদনও বাড়বে, আর সংসারটা দুটো ডিম বিক্রি করলো গ্রামের একটা গরিব আদিবাসী প্রান্তিক চাষি, সংসারটা খানিকটা উপকার হবে, কর্মসংস্থান হবে। এটাই তো লক্ষ্য না? মদনদাদের ব্যবসা বাড়ানোর লক্ষ্য আমাদের। আমি কটাক্ষ করছি না। পোলট্রি ফেডারেশন ডিমের উৎপাদন বাড়াবেন, রাজ্যের ঘাটতিকে পূরণ করব। এই মুহূর্তে ঘাটতি হচ্ছে 65 কোটি। যেভাবে মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় ইনসেন্টিভ স্কিম চালু করেছেন, যেটা অগাস্ট 25 সাল পর্যন্ত তিনি বাড়িয়েছেন সময়সীমা, সেই ইনসেন্টিভ স্কিমেতে যাতে প্রাণী পালকরা উৎসাহিত হন, তাদের উৎসাহিত করবার জন্য তো ইনসেন্টিভটা চালু হয়েছে। তা আমাদের মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর উদ্দেশ্যটা কি? আমাদের উদ্দেশ্য হচ্ছে রাজ্যে ডিম উৎপাদন বৃদ্ধি করা, সেই সঙ্গে সঙ্গে রাজ্যে দুধ মাংস উৎপাদন সরবরাহ বৃদ্ধি করা, গরিব মানুষদের অতিরিক্ত আয়ের উৎস হিসেবে প্রাণী পালনকে তুলে ধরা। প্রদীপদা কৃষির কথা বলেছেন, ধান সব কিছু সবটাই উনি দেখেন, কিন্তু কৃষির সঙ্গে প্রাণী পালন তো সবচেয়ে কর্মসংস্থানের বড় সুযোগ। একটা গ্রামের গরিব মানুষের চিত্রটা আপনারা দেখুন। একটা আদিবাসী মানুষ, সে হয়তো ভাগ চাষি কি কৃষক, তার বাড়িতে যান, একটা হলেও মুরগি আছে কি হাঁস আছে, একটা হলেও ছাগল আছে, একটা হলেও গরু আছে। সে আয় বাড়ানোর চেষ্টা করছে। তা আমরা মুরগি নিয়ে আলোচনা হচ্ছে, লেয়ার ব্রয়লার সব কিছু আছে। তো সেই জন্য আমি আপনাদের বেশি কথায় যাব না, যে মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর নির্দেশ অনুযায়ী, তার অনুপ্রেরণাতে, এবং আজকে যে পোলট্রি ফেডারেশন, এই যে কলকাতা ইন্টারন্যাশনাল পোলট্রি ফেয়ার, তাহলে আমাদের দপ্তর এবং মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর অনুপ্রেরণায় এবং পোলট্রি ফেডারেশনের যৌথ উদ্যোগী এটা হচ্ছে। এই ক্ষেত্রে আমরা মুখ্যমন্ত্রীর নির্দেশে কাজ করতে গিয়ে এবং আপনাদের সহায়তায়, মদনবাবুদের সংগঠন, আপনারা যারা কৃষি, আমাদের প্রাণী মৎস্য বিজ্ঞান বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ের অধ্যাপক বিজ্ঞানীরা আছেন, খামারি আছেন, উদ্যোগপতি আছেন, ফার্মার্স আছেন, সকলের মিলিত চেষ্টায় আমরা ভারত সরকার 26/11/2023 তারিখে একটা বেসিক অ্যানিমাল হাজবেন্ডারি পরিসংখ্যান 2023 অনুসারে এই মুহূর্তে বার্ষিক বৃদ্ধির হারের নিরিখে ডিম উৎপাদনে পশ্চিমবঙ্গ ভারতের মধ্যে প্রথম, যা 20.1%। বার্ষিক বৃদ্ধির হারের নিরিখে দুধ উৎপাদনে পশ্চিমবঙ্গ দেশের মধ্যে দ্বিতীয়, যা 8.65%। মোট মাংস উৎপাদনে
পশ্চিমবঙ্গের স্থান দ্বিতীয়, দেশের মধ্যে উৎপাদনে 11.9%। আমার এই জায়গাটায় প্রশ্ন, আমরা এইটুকু তো পেরেছি, আর বাকিটা ঘাটতে হবে। ইন্ডিয়ান কাউন্সিল অফ মেডিকেল রিসার্চ, বৎসরে আমাদের 300টা ডিমের প্রয়োজন, 300 গ্রাম দুধ, 180টা ডিম, 10.5 কেজি মাংস। সেই 300টা ডিমের জায়গায় এই মুহূর্তে আমরা 185টায় পৌঁছেছি। 300টা পূরণ করতে হবে। দুধেরও বাড়তে হবে, দুধেরও সব কিছু বাড়ছে, আপনারা দেখলেন। আমি বেশি কথায় যাব না, শুধু মদনবাবুদা আপনাদের সবাইকে বলবো, আসুন সবাই মিলে আমরা আমাদের পশ্চিমবঙ্গের ঘাটতিকে আমরা পূরণ করি। বাংলা স্বয়ংবর হবে ডিম উৎপাদনে। এই পোল্ট্রি ফেডারেশন সেটাই বড় কাজ, এই আবেদনটাই জানাতে চাই। আর এখানে স্টেট ব্যাংকের আছেন উনি সিজিএম জেনারেল ম্যানেজার, তাকে ছোট্ট আমার আবেদন, ইনসেন্টিভ দিচ্ছি, বড় বড় দিচ্ছি, কিছু মনে করবেন না, আমার একটা আবেদন আপনাকে, অ্যাপিল। আমি তো আগেই বলেছি, ইনসেন্টিভ স্কিমে 10,000, 1 লাখ ডিম পাড়া মুরগি তার বাচ্চা এসবের জন্য ভাবা হয়, কিন্তু গ্রামের একটা গরিব মানুষ যখন 50টা মুরগি পালন যে একটা ঘরের টাকা চায় না, তখন স্টেট ব্যাংক আপনারা দিতে চান না, এটা ক্ষোভ আমার। 10টা হাঁস যদি পুষতে চায় কত টাকা? 20,000, 10,000। একটা ঘর বানাতে চায় 30,000 টাকা দেওয়া যাবে না? আপনার কাছে আমি করজোড়ে আবেদন করছি, গ্রামের গরিব মানুষদের বাঁচান, স্টেট ব্যাংক কাজে লাগবে। কেন এটা হবে না? আজকে সব জায়গায় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী মমতাজি গ্যারান্টার হয়ে যাচ্ছেন, স্টুডেন্ট ক্রেডিট কার্ড, আরও অনেক কিছু বিষয়। আর 25,000 টাকা 20 টাকা দেওয়ার জন্য স্টেট ব্যাংকের কাছে প্রেয়ার করলে তোমার জমি দেখাও, তোমার পর্চা দেখাও, তোমার গ্যারান্টার। কোন আদিবাসী লোকটা গ্যারান্টার পাবে বলুন তো? 25,000 টাকা স্টেট ব্যাংক দিতে পারে না? এই কথাটা একটু ভাববেন। আমি অভিযোগ করলাম না, আবেদন করলাম, এই কথাটা বলবো। দেখবেন ডিম উৎপাদন বাড়ে কিনা। কারণ ইনসেন্টিভ স্কিমে পেতে গেলে 10,000 স্ল্যাব, 20,000, 1 লাখ, তারপর ইনফ্রাস্ট্রাকচার তৈরি করতে হবে, ডিম উৎপাদন বাড়াতে হবে, কত টাকা সাবসিডি দিয়েছি, এগুলো যারা পারেন তারা করবেন। কিন্তু গ্রামের আমার কি মনে হয় না, আমি গাঁয়েতে 10টা ক্যাম্বেল হাঁস ছাড়বো, আমি মুরগি পুষবো 100টা, আর সেটার জন্য একটা ছোট্ট ঘর, ছাগলটা রাখবার জন্য ছোট্ট ঘর। এই জন্য ব্যাংকের কাছে যদি দেওয়া হয় 25 থেকে 30,000, আমি স্কিম বানিয়ে দেবো, লাগবে না। তার জন্য কেন আপনারা দিতে চান না? দিন না দয়া করে। ধন্যবাদ। পোল্ট্রি ডিম উৎপাদন বাড়বে। সমস্ত ডেলিগেটদের আমি ধন্যবাদ জানাই। আমাদের পশ্চিমবঙ্গ প্রাণী সম্পদ বিভাগ এই আয়োজনে সহযোগিতা করছেন, পোল্ট্রি ফেডারেশনকে যথেষ্ট ধন্যবাদ। মদনবাবুদের সঙ্গে আমার ঝগড়া প্রায় হয়, যখন ডিম বাড়ে না, দামের দাম বাড়ে না, তখন লোকে আমাদের গাল দেয়, আর মদনবাবুর কাছে যায়, কী ব্যাপার আপনার এত হচ্ছে, আবার ডিমটা বাড়ছে কেন? আবার যখন এখানে আসামের প্রতিনিধি আছেন, ত্রিপুরা, উড়িষ্যায়, আবার পশ্চিমবঙ্গের ডিম যখন যায় না, গভর্নমেন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়া সার্কুলার দেওয়া সত্ত্বেও আসামের বর্ডারে পশ্চিমবঙ্গের ডিমকে যা বন্ধ করে দিয়েছে, বারে বারে আবেদন করেছে মাংসতে। এরকম বাধা প্রতিবন্ধকতা আছে। তার মধ্যেও পোল্ট্রি ফেডারেশন আপনারা উদ্যোগ নিয়েছেন, আপনারা 3 দিন ধরে চলবে। আমি এই যে কলকাতা ইন্টারন্যাশনাল পোল্ট্রি ফেয়ারে উদ্বোধন ঘোষণা করছি। প্রদীপদাকে ধন্যবাদ, তিনি এসেছেন, সমস্ত ডিগনিটরিসরা এখানে এসেছেন, তাদের প্রত্যেককে ধন্যবাদ জানিয়ে, আর ব্যাংকের জেনারেল যিনি আছেন তাকে কিন্তু অভিযোগ করলাম না, আবেদনটা রাখলাম। ধন্যবাদ, কিছু মনে করবেন না, ডোন্ট মাইন্ড। থ্যাংক ইউ ভেরি মাচ। সবাই ভালো থাকুন।
I would request Sir to please virtually open the mela. Symbolically, virtually we'll open the mela now. Can we have a big round of applause? Thank you. Now may I request the dignitaries to please release the souvenir. May I request to please release the souvenir. May I request Honorable President and the Chief Guest to please, and other dignitaries to please release the souvenir for this 10th KIPF 2024. ন্যাশনাল অ্যান্থেম দিয়ে হার্ডলি 5 মিনিট ঠিক আছে স্টার্টার ঢুকিয়ে দিচ্ছে একটুখানি দাও খেতে খেতে ন্যাশনাল অ্যান্থেম হবে লাস্টে দাও ঠিক আছে ফাঁকা হলে কখন স্টার্ট হবে থ্যাংক ইউ Thank you, all the dignitaries. Now, I have been given the responsibility to give vote of thanks. I won't take much time and won't stand between you and the dinner. So, honorable guests and other dignitaries present here and our loving well-wishers, we raise our hearts in gratitude and thank Almighty and for blessing us. We wish to expose our gratitude to all the upcoming exhibitors. And from the depth of our hearts, we thank our guest of honor and for all the words of wisdom through source of which radiated a source of energy with us. And we hope to meet you in the next 3 days to make it a grand success. Till then, enjoy your cocktail and dinner and have a safe trip back to your home. And please don't forget to attend the technical seminar on 8th. Now, to conclude the program, may I request everybody to please stand up for the national anthem so that we can conclude the same. May I request everybody to please stand up for the national anthem.
জনগণধিনায়ক জয় হে ভারত ভাগ বিধাতা পঞ্জাব সিন্ধু গুজরাট মারাঠা দ্রাবিড় উৎকল হিমাচল যমুনা গঙ্গা উচ্ছল জলধি তরঙ্গ তব শুভ নামে জাগে তব শুভ আশিস মাগে গাহে তব জয় গাথা জনগণ মঙ্গলদায়ক জয় হে ভারত ভাগ বিধাতা জয় হে জয় হে জয় হে জয় 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 হে
Thank you all. Let's enjoy the dinner. Dinner is served outside. Thank you, everybody.